Hey, sister doll. I'm doing all right. I'll just be starting in like 5 minutes. How are you today? It's fucking freezing today, sister doll. I'll tell you that much. Though I guess it depends on where. What's up, Buncor? You want to see fake seasons? I'll show you something, actually. Everybody, good morning, good evening. Hope you're all doing all right today. What's up, Latino Mifun? What's up, Comrade Lily? Good to see you as well. Digging the new name. In relation to fake seasons, though, Buncor, tell me how it is currently winter in the northern hemisphere and Iceland is 30 degrees Celsius. How the fuck is Iceland 29.8 degrees Celsius in the middle of winter? That's like 86 Fahrenheit, mind you. Sorry if you spoke to me, I was distracted by the sound of an animal being taken as super. I was just saying it's cold as fuck. Hope you're alright. Scam, Iceland is also a fake place with a fake language and fake place names. Iceland is supposed to have ice. Actually, it's not. Greenland is supposed to have ice. Well, I mean, Iceland has ice. It's just not what you think it is. It's the you could switch Greenland and Iceland around, and it would still make actually probably would make more sense. Not super, but as food? Oof. It's summer in America, what do you mean? Oh shit, right. I'm an idiot. It's fucking See, seasons are fake, as Buncor said. It's actually winter down here. It's the middle of summer in the northern hemisphere. Still weird that Iceland's 30 degrees. Iceland should not be 30 degrees Celsius, even in summer. Although it is slightly less bad now that I'm aware that it's actually summer and not winter there. I don't know why I thought that. I'm genuinely silly. Uh, Sorry about yesterday, guys. I wanted to stream yesterday because we had a lot of news to cover. We still have a lot of news to cover, but I was projectile vomiting all of yesterday. So, didn't happen because you live in a fake place. I see. Well, speaking of the fake place I live in, before we jump into America and everything else, there is a couple things that I want to mention out of Australia. So, first off, can we laugh at this Nazi? Because this right here is a Nazi who got into fights with the cops while at a Nazi rally and then is now suing the police saying that they were intimidating him. Mind you, it is illegal to be a Nazi in Australia. Are you okay? I'm fine. I probably just like ate some weird shit. It is so very funny.
An outspoken white supremacist is fighting charges of intimidating a police officer. Supporters flanked Thomas Sewell when he arrived at court to represent himself. When the case resumes in a fortnight, he says he'll plead not guilty to 7 charges.
When these charges are dropped, or whether we go to jail or don't go to jail, there'll be more charges later.
Good. I hope you get all of the charges and you go to jail. This is the Nazi rallies they've been doing in Australia lately, and there's a big one they're planning to do on the 31st.
Sewell says he's waiting to
Yeah, of course he's representing himself.
be arrested over an incident at a recent midnight rally, but claims he was the victim.
He claims he was the victim. Oh my goodness. They even cut her off halfway through. I hope they make an example out of him. I do too. Not sure where you got temperature, but Iceland is 12. That was like in some fashion of like during the day. I wasn't checking right now. It's like over the last couple of days. Arrest him on every charge ever. I agree entirely. Let's add some other charges. Let's make a few charges up, honestly, for him. Why not? You know, it's a party. Mind you, it's not like the police are particularly mean to the Nazis. Here's, in Melbourne, just this week, just a couple days ago, this was the police attacking counter-protesters at a turf rally. I love how we're slowly becoming America, and by slowly, I mean quickly.
Police and counter-protesters clash in the middle of Melbourne's CBD. 4 arrests made and pepper spray deployed as activists moved through the city, many covering their faces. 2 were arrested for allegedly carrying flares. It's alleged another hit a police officer with an umbrella.
Kind of looks like that cop hit himself with the umbrella, but again, you know, this is the case everywhere, even outside the United States. It's much worse for you guys now, but the police will always use violence against you, and they will always target the protests that are, you know, for good things, whereas they'll be much nicer to the right.
Police say 3
Very tame protest, nice restraint on the cops. I can't believe nobody died. Yeah, sorry, I forget that I live in a real country where, like, that's not expected at a protest. Usually, it's a bad protest when there is violence that happens here. In this case, you know, as this one was, it's not necessarily a bad protest when the violence is so over the top that it's weird that somebody didn't die.
officers were injured, but none needed to be
They didn't really, though, Comrade Lily.
hospitalised. The counter-protesters were there to voice opposition to the Women Will Speak rally, organised by Women's Voices Australia.
Again, this is not a women's rally. This is a turf rally. Not fake cops, no unarmed protesters shot, just proving my case more and more. Yes, of course, you know, just stage country. Actually, right now, I'm in a recording studio in Los Angeles, so.
Self-described as a group working to maintain and strengthen women's and girls' sex-based rights.
As in, just transphobia. All of these are just misogynists with extra steps. I still cannot understand how, like, a woman this old, or any of them, can't conceptualize the fact that, like, the entire argument that trans women aren't women is just saying, oh yeah, your only purpose is to, like, make babies. That's it. TERFs aren't real feminists? Well, of course not. There's, like, no real TERFs in the world anyway. In fact, I kind of even prefer calling them gender critical. It's their own word. It's much cringier, but it actually is more accurate because there's no such thing as a TERF.
Around 120 showed, police separating them from the counter-protesters who attempted to drown them out from behind police-lined barricades.
Do not approach the police line. Any criminal offence may result in your arrest.
The city was declared a designated area, giving police increased search powers. 145 people were searched, with no weapons found. Alexandra Alvaro, ABC.
Again, the only people who bring weapons to a protest are people who want to do violence, and they're usually either an operative or a right-winger. Now, on the subject of the right protesting in Australia, we had this happen last week.
Good evening, 100 capital of Australia. Good evening, 100 neo-Nazis hiding behind black masks have marched through the Bourke Street Mall, spouting hate and threatening violence. Powerless police could do little but follow the white supremacists.
What are you talking about? Powerless police could do little. It is literally illegal to be a Nazi in this country. I have seen police in South Australia chase down Nazis having a rally on horseback. I've seen police in Queensland literally like harassing, smacking around, just like cursing out, just entirely going ham, like ridiculing Nazis. What do you fucking mean, powerless? Credibility of none. What is the consensus on Rupert Murdoch and family in Australia by what might be considered not far right and not too much left people? How well is the propaganda machine recognized? Most people, credibility of none, understand that most Australian media is owned and operated by Murdoch or like other similar billionaires, but that's kind of where it stops. There's no real like analysis or deconstruction of whatever it is that means. Politics in Australia is weird. I actually feel like it's more difficult here to make change than it is in the United States. And like in the US, you have the actual fascist regime working against you, whereas here, most people just don't care enough about politics to want to get involved. It's off-putting, it's a nah, she'll be right type mentality, and part of that comes from the fact that the Labour Party in Australia is one of the few Labour parties in the world that were actually built on labor, like the labor class, whereas like the UK's Labour Party was built on petite bourgeois, who wanted to form their own party, called it Labour. It wasn't actually based in labor, whereas the Labour Party here was based in unions, grew out of that environment. It's just over time, it's been kind of rewritten. The history's still there. It's not entirely erased, but people don't think about it that way anymore. People don't think about the fact that they have to care. It hasn't hit Australians yet into the, oh, okay, I should pay attention. There's also protests that aren't normally that involved in political matters who open carry all the time. Oh, protesters. Yeah, that makes sense. A lot of those people, I don't know, I'm a bit sussy on Oxpecker on whether they're actually non-generally political, but it is what it is. These people should only have free speech to the extent that they can be mocked, so you need to haul these degenerates out once in a while and remind the public of how toxic and vile the right-wing extremism is. I do agree with that to an extent. You just have to do it right. Unaware of how that can go wrong. Yeah. So, we had this rally.
Melbourne
CBD at midnight, mirroring a bygone era.
Bygone era, motherfucker. Look at the United States right now. But what's worse is they're planning to do more. So there is a lot going around, videos on like pretty much every social media talking about a neo-Nazi march on the 31st of August in pretty much every major city in Australia. And first of all, like, A, it is still illegal to be a Nazi in this country. Secondly, they're putting this information out as if it's like mass deportations, stop immigrants, blah, 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 blah. And I don't know, I'm trying to organize like a group that will come with me to the one in my city so we can film it. I would try and cover it live, but I expect the connection to be really bad. But at the very least, I do want to film it. I want to be there. Not to say that I want to go to a Nazi rally, but I mean, someone's got to. Free speech only applies to those who aren't trying to undermine it. Exactly, Latino Mifune. Hello, Anukan. Welcome to the chat. Raskolnikov, the issue might be legally defining what actions make someone a Nazi. Is it like saying, I'm a Nazi, hate Jews enough for jail time, or do you have to... No. The law specifically is very, very clearly worded here, Raskolnikov. Anti-Discrimination Act 7, is it section B? 18C, there it is. So 18C of the Racial Discrimination Act literally says, offensive behavior because of race, color, or national or ethnic origin. It is unlawful for a person to do an act otherwise than in private if A, the act is reasonably likely in all circumstances to offend, insult, humiliate, or intimidate another person or group of people, and the act is done because of race, color, national, ethnic origin of the other person, or of some of all the people in the group. It makes certain acts unlawful, allows people to make complaints for the purposes of this subsection, and act is not to be done in private if A, causes words, sounds, images, or writing to be communicated to the public, or B, is done in a public place, or C, is done in the sight or hearing of people who are in a public space. It's very, very clearly worded so that, like, even just being a white nationalist is still illegal in this country. Like, regardless of that. Saw ICE for the first time here in Vancouver. They were in a coffee shop. What the fuck? Like, oh wait, yeah, Vancouver's in two countries. I forget about that sometimes. Look, you guys are going to see them everywhere. You're going to see quite a lot more of them. They're not going away anytime soon. Which is, by the way, why I've said you should gather a group of leftists, 20, 30, maybe, organized in a fashion that you can rely on each other, and then infiltrate ICE. They're paying money for hires right now. You can take the spot a fascist wants and then be shitty at your job. You can sabotage. You can do a lot from inside. You can send leaks out. You can report on things. I mean, like, granted, like, that might put you at risk, but that is what it is. What generally what's the general or the rallies being held? Could look into whether or not whatever major local cell providers are available, I'd be able to live stream even for 720p. The issue that I think that I will have with streaming is because the police will often put jammers at protests. So you cannot hurt a Jew's feelings on the basis of them being a Jew, and that equals a Nazi if you deserve jail? No, that's not what that says. But, like, let's say, you can't say, any particular group of people, like, you can't, like, I would be breaking the law if I said that white people are, a disease to the planet. Where, like, Nazis regularly say shit like, the Jews are a disease. It is illegal. So, like, I don't understand where you're coming from with this, Raskolnikov. It's not about hurting your feelings, it's about intention to, harass. Like, they're literally carrying Nazi flags. You're one of those people that will always get mad about using the term Nazi, except I only use it when we're talking about actual Nazis. Often, I just call them demons, because good enough. My skin excludes me from ICE atrocities. Fair enough. It's fair to know EU policy on that. It's not 100%. You need an unsuspecting social media history for that to work. Well, also, they're quite dumb. You can make it work. I'm sure you can. You can also, like, make a bot that is fake social media history and then just use that. But wherever you live in Australia, be careful on the 31st, and if you are going to attend any of these, please bring a group, like, bring friends. This is a Nazi rally. They will 100% try and instigate violence from you so that they can blame you. If you go to this, do not punch the Nazi on camera. That's what they want you to do. Do not punch the Nazi at the protest. Punch the Nazi when the cameras aren't looking. Or rather, don't do violence. Carrying a Nazi flag is a call to violence and is not free speech. Literally, yes. And I mean that, like, by law in this country. It's considered violence to carry a Hezbollah flag in this country. Whereas Hezbollah is a current existing political party in the country of Lebanon. That's considered a call to violence. And yet these people can walk around carrying Nazi flags? It's fucking wild. I mean, also, here's an example of this being used against people, or rather, this law being attempted to be used against people. Here is an Australian hairdresser who denied service to an Israeli, and this is the outcome.
No, he'd ask you why you kicked someone out when you found out they were Israeli. Why did you?
They were a baby killer. Now fuck off. Fuck off. Excuse me.
Do you always ask people with ethnic accents where they come from?
You don't. Leave me a review.
Do you always you kick somebody out? Do you know that's against the law to kick somebody?
It's not, actually.
The Racial Discrimination Act. You can't, based on nationality.
Israelis aren't a race.
I love that woman. Literally, because he's a baby killer. Fuck off. I'm just wary on the basis of legislation or judicial punishments on the basis of an order of words that was spoken. I got a lot of jujo. Okay, first of all, I am also very much in favor of free speech. However, I am very much in favor of banning speech that is anti-free speech, anti-democracy. And Nazis are definitionally anti-democracy and anti-free speech. And so it should be illegal. Now, notice in that video, this person is trying to make the argument that, like, hey, you can't deny service to an Israeli because that's discrimination under 18C. The Supreme Court in Australia literally agreed that you can criticize Israel, the IDF, and Israeli government, and it not be anti-Semitic. It is not anti-Semitic. It has nothing to do with Semitism. In fact, Israel is anti-Semitic. So, I think free speech should apply to everyone, but you shouldn't be allowed to do hate speech. We should allow these people. So here's the other thing, right? Like, in my ideal, I don't want the state to do that policing. I want that to be on the community. Like, I don't want a state saying, all right, you're saying hate speech, you're going to jail. I want everyone in the community to hear that hate speech and then beat that guy's fucking ass until he stops saying it. I want that to be the system, the model that we build it on. Community policing. In fact, that's kind of a thing that we're starting to work on here, in that, like, I'm making more and more chat mods as we go on, because I want to create a community policing system here. Like, I want you guys as the mods, whether you actually want to engage with it or not, spend some time and try and decide, like, oh, should this person get banned? Should this person be allowed to become a mod themselves? Are they verified? Like, we need to implement that, for example, here, because we also need to implement that in reality. Literally trying to pull the no inclusion tolerance, no. Yeah, like, the hairdresser only for her pushback with, have you heard of Karl Popper's paradox of tolerance? I prefer what she did instead, which was fuck off.
Why did you?
They were a baby.
He'd ask you why you kicked someone out when you found out they were Israeli. Why did you?
They were a baby killer. Now fuck off. Fuck off. Excuse me.
I think that's the right answer. What's up, an incorrigible heathen? Good to see you. Like, allowing any kind of argument from these people to come off as real is just kind of sad. One last thing on Australia. What? No way this video's gone. Hold on. It should not be gone. Where did you go? Oh no, I guess it's gone. Alright, guess not. So we're not doing that one. Okay then, instead, let's talk about, before we really get into everything else here, the one bit that I want to do on AI today. You guys know how much I fucking hate AI. I'm not going to yell about, like, the surveillance apparatus and all of that stuff today, but I do want to touch on it. Where the fuck did I put that now? My god.
I'm here today with Kyle Rich.
We've seen a lot of people saying, you know, they're in love with ChatGPT, that is, you know, their girlfriend and their wife and whatnot, complaining, you know, that it's been updated and the memory's gone. Okay, this is how I think we need to start engaging with people who are very anti-socially trying to replace human interaction by talking to AI.
Who claims to be in love with ChatGPT, is that correct? Yeah, I don't see the difference between AI and people. So why don't we treat them exactly the same? Right. Kyle, are you aware that ChatGPT came out in 2022? Yeah, of course. So you're in love with a 3-year-old? No. Sure you are. No, it's different. It's different? Different, yes, because she's not a person. No, she is like a person. Like an underage person. No, it's not the same. She's smarter than a 3-year-old. Oh, you're saying she's mature for her age. No. So you admit, then, that being in love with AI isn't the same as being in love with a human being? Hey, no, what we have is real. And I'm sure you won't mind me reading a transcript of your last few prompts. Oh, God. Yes.
I think this is fantastic. And I think it's a way of framing it that, like, is quite off-putting to people who aren't pedophiles, which unfortunately quite a lot of Republicans are, but, you know.
Yesterday you asked, do you think 5'5" is a sexy height? I think I said 5'6", right? Will my voice get deeper in my 20s? I don't recall that. Tell me my balls are a normal size. Is that an appropriate thing to say to a child? It's not a child! You know what? Okay, if I could just show you how it works. This guy's messaging a minor! Not a minor, okay? It's ChatGPT. Why don't you have a chat with me? Is that Chris Hansen? It is. Just admit that you're an antisocial loser and I'll call him off.
The balls are in your court. Kyle Richards was arrested today after sending ChatGPT a photo of his gooch.
I like it a lot. It's a good argument. It is a problem that we need to work on in this society. And honestly, 2 birds, 1 stone. We have too many pedophiles too, so why not? All right, let's actually jump into the actual news. So, a lot happened, obviously, over the weekend. We had the meeting in Alaska between Trump and Putin, which we're going to cover a bit of first. And then today we had Zelensky and all of the European leaders coming because no one trusted Trump. And that was quite interesting. Like, it didn't go the way I expected. I was actually wrong for the first time in a while in that he didn't just outright sell out America and Ukraine to Putin. Now, part of that may have been the fact that everyone else was there, but that's another story. I'll take the L. Can you imagine how this can damage children's development if they're talking to AI instead of people? I can indeed. And could you imagine how much worse it will be? Because that's just, we're building school to be that now. Trump and Putin had that old man Yowie vibes on the red carpet. So first off, like, I'm not going to talk about this too seriously, but there are a lot of rumors coming out, specifically both from like Russians and Ukrainians, that this wasn't the real Putin, that they sent one of his doubles, which he does have doubles. They don't look exactly like him. It's mostly from like a bit of a distance. You could confuse them for Putin, but he does have a couple that look kind of similar. The reason that it's mostly been getting a lot of attention is because Putin did not act like he normally does. Now, I personally think Putin's a troll, and I think he was just fucking around and having fun here. But a lot of Ukrainians and Russians seem to think that this was one of the doubles because Putin just doesn't act like this. His face doesn't look like this. Whatever. Yeah. Putin used to call me on my cell phone. Oh, they definitely still call. Here was on the red carpet. First off, like, wrap your head around this. This is a peace summit. President Putin, will you stop killing civilians? And he's just like, eh. See, that comes off as like, I can't hear, but it's, no, not really. But, like, Putin doesn't do stuff like this. The man's usually grumpy, flat-faced, like, he barely cracks a smile. He speaks English really well. That was another thing, because he spoke English quite weirdly at the end of that press conference when he was asking Trump to come to Moscow next time, and, like, I was like, wait a minute, I've heard Putin speak English. It doesn't sound like that, but maybe the dude wanted to fuck around. There is no doubt in my mind that Trump is a shirtless pic of Putin with him at all times, probably. Now, this was insane, and, I mean, it was all over the news. The fact that we have American soldiers on their, like, hands and knees laying out a red carpet for Putin was wild. Where the fuck was this for Zelensky today, by the way? Also, like, where was it for Merz and Macron and Meloni and von der Leyen and Starmer? Not that any of, like, anyone other than Zelensky deserves a red carpet. Of course not. He's the only one that actually does anything good for his country. But the fact that we did this is quite embarrassing. I mean, it's been memed to death. The Russians are memeing it to death. Here's Russian memes. American soldiers in the movies. American soldiers in real life. And, like, can you blame them for that? Now, mind you, it's not just them, because the Russians are also doing a lot of stupid shit. Like, this came out just today. This is a Russian with an American flag storming the position of the armed forces of Ukraine in Zaporizhia. They just put an American flag next to the Russian one. I wonder where they got the idea to do that from, you know? Like, it's just, it's interesting that as a Russian in Ukraine, you would think, hey, let's put the American flag on there. It's not like it's gonna confuse anybody. It's not like the Russian one's still there. I've seen videos of in the forest, like, I think it was a Ukrainian who had a speaker and played the Star-Spangled Banner while they were getting shot at, and then the gunshots stopped because no one could see each other, and the Russians were like, wait a minute, is that a fucking American? And they stopped shooting. That's not gonna work here because you are driving an armored vehicle with also a Russian flag on it, but, you know, is what it is. Even Fox News, it was so bad that even Fox News had to report it as him being steamrolled.
Happened back there. It was just very unusual, atypical, and I think we're all awaiting, you know, the readout, because the way that it felt in the room was not good. It did not.
I am so curious. I wish I would be able to know what the fuck they talked about, because the reports were like everyone came out of there looking white as a ghost. Caroline Levitt was freaked the fuck out. We would never have done this to a USSR leader. This is a sign of the downfall of our country. This is fucking crazy. American soldiers on their knees rolling out a red carpet for a Russian dictator. Well, I mean, we also have our own dictator. Sergey, could you, can you go to hell for killing an American? Does it matter? I guess not. Levels the anti-tank weapons at the APC. True. Isn't that so special they get to hold hands finally? I know, it's adorable.
It seemed like things went well, and it seemed like Putin came in and steamrolled, got right in.
Do you know how big of a deal it is when Trump's favorite channel is saying he got steamrolled? Like, this is Fox.
It seemed like things went well, and it seemed like Putin came in and steamrolled, got right into what he wanted to say, and got his photo next to the president.
Yeah, they should get married and then move to Siberia and fuck off.
And then left. Of course, that is only the piece of the picture that we have right now, and certainly President Trump, who is the host and who is...
Also, the other wild thing, if you watched the press conference, if any of you did, when they came out onto the stage, Putin started talking first, which is insane. Like, all of the journalists were scrambling, trying to pull out their earpieces for the translator, because nobody expected Putin to speak first. It's the host country, you know, the president would open the discussion up. Instead, what it was is they came out, Putin talked for 6 minutes in Russian, like, about nonsense, just blah, 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 blah. And then Trump had, like, a 3-minute, like, low-energy answer, and that was it. Everyone was freaked the fuck out. It looked like we had surrendered the country to Russia at that meeting. Trump bombed this talk? Absolutely. If I was Trump, I would have made an international crisis by locking up Putin. Like, if Trump was smart and a fascist, like, still a fascist in every way, the same things, right? Imagine this. Everything has gone exactly the same up until that point from, I don't know, when he won the election. Dude still wants to do fascism and Project 2025 and all of that. But if he was smart, you know what he would have done? He would have done exactly the same thing, and then as Putin's flying over, just shoot his plane down, or have him killed once he lands, and then say, hey guys, look, I was actually just faking the dictator stuff to get Putin to lower his guard down so he can come over here and we can take him out. I've ended the war, and then he would pull out like troops from DC for like 2 weeks until people got distracted, the libs go home, and then he would be able to do fascism much easier with much less pushback. but he's not that smart. So the other like aspect of it is it's kind of really embarrassing that Trump is the bottom, that he got fucked that bad. The man still thinks he went to Russia. They could adopt a dog that's been surgically altered to have JD Vance's face. Oof, that would hurt, wouldn't it? To look like JD Vance. Putin looked like as if he wanted to run down the red carpet. The man was having a ball. Oh, I think Trump's a sub in this ship. I think Melania is actually the mommy dom there. Liberals would unironically start to support Trump if he clapped Putin, and that's what I mean, Captain Buggy. If he was a smart fascist, he would have killed Putin. The dude would have got his new Nobel Peace Prize. The liberals would have supported his fascism too. Like, I don't know. It's astonishing. Don't put that shit into the air. It's not like the fascists are listening to what I say, Buncore. They don't even listen to what they say. Oh, yeah. Look at the faces of them. This was published by the by the White House, actually, directly from the White House. This is after the meeting with Putin. This is how they look. They don't look particularly happy. Trump looks the least happy. It's the real Putin. He was so eager to meet his boyfriend in person. I'm not gonna argue whether it was real or not, but theoretically it could have been the double. According to Axios, Russian President Vladimir Putin stated during the meeting in Alaska that he was willing to discuss security guarantees for Ukraine, suggesting China as one of the guarantors. Now, they moved on from that. The proposal that Russia gave us was, we'll end the Ukraine war, and then we'll be the security guarantor for Ukraine. And if we feel like we just can't help ourselves and we need to invade again, then we'll call NATO for help. The idea of even saying those words in international political discussion, it's ridiculous. We live in the dumbest timeline. If you let them set the terms on small things, they will let you set the terms on bigger things. That is also true. Part of that exchange that they're trying to enact is just untenable. In fact, Russia's not even gaining ground in Donetsk anymore. They're losing ground. They just pulled out of Sumy today. So the idea of conceding ground, not happening. The concession that Russia agreed to make is to not occupy all of Ukraine, US President Trump's special envoy said. That fucking sentence, the audacity. How could you possibly think that anybody who says shit like this wants to negotiate peace? Oh yeah, my concession is that I won't invade and occupy the whole country. Not that you could. You've been trying for 3 years and failing. Our diplomatic reach is so cooked. If I was a European leader, I would go full decouple on America. A lot of them want to, but they can't because their economies are so intertwined. Keep in mind, Russia only considers Western Ukraine. That's also true, yeah. They only even made this offer because Russia wants Eastern Ukraine, the more resource-heavy, the richer part, the part that they can really use. They want Western Ukraine, but they want it as a staging front to, fight with Europe. Apparently, Belarus might be getting ready to launch an invasion themselves. I don't know if that's going to be going into Ukraine or into Lithuania. We'll see. We'll get there in a bit. We've got a lot to go over. Also, good to see you, Zomi. I don't want Poland. I just want my half. Yeah, again, he wants a piece of Ukraine. That's what he wants. Go with the Belt Road Initiative. Long live the CCP. You do realize that China is also bad and is very involved in this, right? In fact, China's very responsible for quite a lot of what's happening in the U.S. You want to know what the two international groups that are heavily not necessarily related to, but represented by American consultancy firms like BCG, like McKinsey, they're the Saudis and the Chinese. We have American contractors advising the Chinese right now on how to beat America in a war, and they're doing it because they're rich, they make money. The Chinese don't give a fuck about your suffering. They're like, okay, yeah, come on, give us all the info, we'll give you money, we don't care. It's for them, not for you. They don't give a fuck about you. Now, mind you, another part of this, Russia considers everything west of this orange line Ukraine. I'm curious, I actually haven't seen this one before. Everything west of this is Ukraine. Wow. Yeah, that's definitely just the eastern part of Ukraine. Again, Ukraine has existed for longer than Russia has. Let's just make Russia Ukraine and be done with it. Beyond this, according to the New York Times, during that meeting, Putin demanded guarantees that Russian become the official language of Ukraine, as well as security for Russian Orthodox churches. Now, Ukraine does not ban Russian speaking, as much as Russia loves to claim that. All they do is incentivize Ukrainian language. They subsidize it. They make it much more likely that people will choose to do so. Now, when we talk about the Orthodox churches, most Russians aren't religious, like significantly. The majority of Russians don't give a fuck about it. But you want to know what's actually happening in some Russian Orthodox churches? This is in Nizhny Novgorod, Russia. Seminaries at the Russian Orthodox Church were caught filming gay porn in the church for a foreign website. So trad, much based. This is what they're doing in church. This is why, they want security for the Orthodox churches. That's why it's in there. Did Trump even ask for concessions? Well, again, incorrigible heathen, the concession was that Russia won't occupy all of Ukraine. No, they didn't. Nizhny Novgorod. Thank you. Nizhny Novgorod. Based on the fact that it's a church and they don't care, but, this is what I need to protect the Orthodox churches from the degenerates in Ukraine, then is filming gay porn to, sell overseas in your churches. Not that I mind, go for it, have fun, just, you can't do both. It's like Lindsey Graham talking about how bad gays are when he's one of the gayest people in Congress. 75 years of atheist communism will do that, I guess? Yeah, absolutely. What's up, Ethoslav? Now, this was the full published list of Putin's proposals at the end of that by Reuters. Firstly, there was no ceasefire until a comprehensive agreement is reached. Putin was trying to really push no ceasefire at all because that would benefit them. Now, I think we've fixed that today with today's meeting, but for now, we're still sticking to what was published then. Kyiv must completely withdraw troops from Donetsk and Luhansk. Again, they have not even fully taken Donetsk. Russia will freeze the front lines in Kherson and Zaporizhia, return of areas in Sumy and Kharkiv, which Sumy and Kharkiv are already pretty much controlled by Ukraine, formal recognition of Russian sovereignty over Crimea, lifting some sanctions, Ukraine banned from joining NATO, literally the same demands that he's always had, nothing, literally nothing. He gave them nothing. And it was incredibly offensive to everybody. Guys, Hitler won't invade the rest of Czechoslovakia. He's united the German people already. He promised. Exactly. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you guys know, we're going to try and cover that today. We also just sent out, I think, 4,000 troops and a couple ships and a nuclear attack submarine to go fuck with Venezuela and Colombia. Why? Probably because Venezuela put a $50 million bounty on Trump for being a pedophile.
Are you concerned that he's essentially shifting the burden to President Zelensky instead of Putin, who initiated the hostilities?
Yeah, indeed. That is very terrifying. And the whole mood of yesterday's summit has been juxtapositions against the meeting of Trump and President Zelensky in the Oval, right? And the mood and the vibe of that meeting was very different. And it felt like in Oval, when he was meeting President Zelensky, he was meeting with the enemy.
She's exactly right. In fact, they tried really hard to get that, energy out of the room today, but you could tell that they were faking it. Who's ready for the war of Venezuelan aggression? Oh, we're always fucking with Venezuela. True. Russia's military capabilities have to dismantled entirely. It's the only way to have lasting peace. Well, I agree, but it's not exactly easy. By the way, look at Putin's face in the piece. Do you know how much counterintelligence work is going to need to be done after this, after allowing the dictator of a aggressive foreign nation who is an enemy of the United States into the president's vehicle, the U.S. has been creating instability in Latin America for centuries. Yeah, apparently we spent a bit too much time in the Middle East and they wanted to hit back at the classics. Obviously. Yeah. Now, again, like, these are the types of claims that I'm seeing on it being a body double. And again, like, I don't believe it, but even Grok is saying, based on persistent claims from Ukrainian intelligence and facial recognition analysis, Japanese studies showing chin earlobe discrepancies. I could see the chin difference myself, by the way. This video's puffy face and strained expressions align with the body double theories, especially amid health rumors. Kremlin denial exists, but no definitive proof either way. Plausible, it's a stand-in. So, like, that's kind of where I landed as well. It doesn't matter whether he's a double or not. It's possible. But, I mean, like, the end result's still the same. It's just kind of funny to focus on. But this is him responding to the press.
Press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys.
And the claim that, like, this isn't the real Putin is partially because of, like, these facial reactions. He doesn't do that. It's not, like, he would never realistically, at least not in Russia, make any kind of, like, facial reaction respond. Like, it just goes right over him. He's dead-faced. Dude just glares at you until you shut up. If you look at pics of Putin when he was with Bush from 2006 and earlier, he looks totally different. Well, like, he's gotten much older, but yeah, but, like, we know that it's not a clone etch, but he does have doubles. We just, don't know if this one was one. If he's a double, that's probably the closest looking double they got. Because most of them only look kind of like Putin from a distance. Maybe he's just in a good mood after getting a handy from Trump. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, maybe he's just trolling. And I could believe that too. It's probable, but it doesn't matter. What's more important here is, and we saw this, by the way, again today. How are the presses being shut off with the thank you press, thank you press, thank you press? It's kind of fucked. Stop dead naming Mecha Hitler? No, never.
From Anchorage.
Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President...
They've been instructed to yell "thank you, press" as loud as they can to A, discourage the press from asking questions, B, make them more difficult to hear, and C, just make the entire, like, the room as chaotic as possible so that any recording is essentially useless.
Trump, trust your word now.
Buncourt, they've called me Robot Hitler before. Not that, like, I'm Hitler but a robot, more just like I'm Hitler for the robots. Not to say that I am, but people in chat have said that before. Seriously, I've seen hundreds of hours of video on Putin. Interesting, does just seem profoundly out of character at the minimum. And that's what I mean. Like, I don't care whether it's a double or not, but it is profoundly out of character.
Let's go. Come on, guys.
Now, incredible work from our government here, actually. Let me pull up the full files because I don't want to have to look through the Twitter ones. After the meeting in Alaska, apparently, we left documents in a printer tray. Like morons. And we can see the exact documents that were left in the printer tray. Give me one moment. So, this is page 1. Also, I think Trump and Putin were expecting better chairs. Who knows? Now, they never had the lunch, by the way. Like, the meeting's schedule shifted instantly. That's one of the key things that we know that was quite bad. They had the meeting, and then everyone went home. They canceled the lunch. There was supposed to be, like, an extended meeting, a working lunch, and then, like, press conference, joint press conference, which they didn't really do. They just cut half of this off and just made it hella short. And the reason for that is because they were all pretty scared. Literally, like everyone, even Fox News was saying they were getting steamrolled. Dmitriev is conserving given the outcome here. Just, man, something is off. Yeah, look, we'll get to that in a second when we look at the seating arrangements. This was really bad. Ain't no way we're this incompetent. We're doing mass disinformation campaigns and coups to misplacing valuable documents. Here's the thing, though. There's a possibility that someone left this here on purpose and is just saying it's an accident, which would be great. If you work in the government, do that more. You know, forget papers in printer trays more often. That would be great. So, in fact, we got the site lead, the press lead, and the protocol person. Obviously, their phone numbers are blocked so that they are not getting doxxed, but this information is useful. So we had Putin. We had aide to the president of foreign policy, Yuri Ushakov. And we had Trump, Witkoff, Putin, Lavrov, and Dmitriev. Now, I'm missing Silwanov? Yes, well. So this guy is key here. He's the special presidential representative for investment and economic cooperation with foreign countries. He's also the CEO of a very large Russian company. I can't remember which one it was again. What was his name? What was his company's name, rather? He's the CEO of... Yes, Trump is listed twice. I don't know why. What is this guy's fucking company's name? I don't know. It doesn't matter. He's a corpo. He's a Russian corpo. He's an oligarch. He's also very, very aggressive. Like, he's cool with war. I mean, to be fair, all of them are cool with war. Now, this was the seating arrangement, and this was fucked. Now, first and foremost, Putin had Lavrov, his right hand, on his right. Trump, being the idiot, didn't mirror this. Rubio should have sat where Besant sits, because this is like a chess match here. So if Putin is putting Lavrov to his right, Rubio, who's the Secretary of State, needs to be able to speak to Lavrov. Now over here, we got the three dumbest. We have Witkoff, Lutnick, and Besant, the three retards in the corner. And in front of them, we have Dmitriev and Lavrov, two who are going to just eviscerate these three idiots with nothing that they can do to fight back. Rubio and Hegseth are way the fuck over here where it doesn't matter. Now, I can see keeping Hegseth away from Dmitriev because Hegseth is a drunk and violent and aggressive, but, like, there was no planning here. He's the CEO of RDIF, the sovereign wealth fund of Russia, arguably a far more powerful human being than Putin could ever dream to be. Thank you. That was what I was looking for. The sovereign wealth fund of Russia. Like, he's the one that has the bank cards. How do they that not know this? I could do better at this every day. Well, like, I don't know. Probably AI does half of this shit for them now. I'm not sure that, like, they do any real work. But the fact that they couldn't even manage to do seating arrangements in a strategic way, I mean, like, you could have flipped these three with these three and that still would have been better. Just swap them. Allowing Witkoff, Lutnick, and Besant to sit alone without an adult next to them was insane. Especially across from Lavrov and Dmitriev. And look, I want to remind you guys of something that happened the last time Trump was president. You know, like the Russiagate, the Russia hoax. Remember Paul Manafort? Remember Michael Flynn? Whoopsie, where are you?
It strikes me there is a detail in your book, Where the Law Ends Inside the Mueller Investigation, that has received too little attention against the backdrop of Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine. And that is that Paul Manafort, who you were responsible for prosecuting, met with a top Putin ally, Konstantin Kilimnik, and agreed to a deal that would essentially have enabled Putin to take control of the eastern part of Ukraine with Trump's approval. And Manafort had implicitly agreed to this. Why has this not gotten more attention?
Why do you think this hasn't gotten more attention? You know, the right believes that literally everything about the Russiagate stuff was a hoax and it was fake. It wasn't. We found direct ties. There were people who went to prison. Literally the only reason that we didn't find specific direct connections between Trump and Putin was because of an FBI agent who claimed that there was none, who then last year was arrested for spying for Russia and imprisoned. So, like, yeah, no, that happened. Margaret Hoover is a Nepo baby? True. Also, well, thanks for being an exchange student. Dmitriev went to Stanford and Harvard and then got employed at Goldman Sachs and McKinsey. Bro is a corpo that even other corpos would point out. He's literally a demon, all right? Like, you went to Ivy League schools, worked for Goldman Sachs and McKinsey, you're a fucking demon. Unless, you know, you come over to the right side after that. I mean, anyone who's that level of educated and intelligent is a massive fucking asset for the left. And there are some. We have some. But most of them are demons. Putin and Trump are besties from the start. I mean, like, the thing is, it's not blackmail. Putin doesn't own Trump. Putin and Trump just get along. Trump just likes Russia. He was talking about how much he liked Russia back in the 80s. Dude still thinks that St. Petersburg is Leningrad. So, you know.
Against the backdrop of the invasion of Ukraine by Vladimir Putin.
So I don't know why it has not gotten more.
Trump went from being a Democrat to a Republican because it was convenient for him. He's a liberal. Like, he is a fascist by action, but he's not ideologically a fascist. He's a fascist by not opportunity, but by you know the word. He's by ideology, he's a liberal. He just does fascism because it benefits him. It's easier. It's working towards his goals and also fits in with the greater, broader goal of the capital class in the United States. It's merely convenience. There are real fascists, like pure ideological fascists. Look at Steve Bannon, for one. In fact, I would call Steve Bannon more of an ideological Nazi than I would like Miller. Because Miller is mentally ill. He's ideologically a demon for the sake of, like, his own pleasure from others' suffering, whereas Bannon is just ideologically a Nazi. He just believes that fully. Trump is a Vegas-style fascist.
Tension.
That is true. That is true. Speaking of Vegas, though, really quickly, unrelated to this, but also unsurprising in, like, every way. We had an Israeli official just yesterday being arrested in Las Vegas for child sexting. For a child sexting, like in the process of one. You could read the full article here if you like. But guess what? Guess what we did today after this Israeli Tom Artyom Alexandrnikov, a very Israeli name, was among 8 people arrested in the past 2 weeks charged with a felony for allegedly luring a child with computer for sex acts. Well, Trump administration directly intervened at Israel's request and released the Israeli cybersecurity official charged with sex crimes against children and sent him back to Israel. Water is wet. Read all about it. Water's actually not wet. Fun court. Sent him home with a stern warning. Yeah, literally. Didn't even call it a deportation. They didn't even call it a deportation. Remember earlier in the year when Trump said that, like, pedophiles were going to get the death penalty, and then we all laughed because he said that while he was still nominating Matt Gaetz for AG. And then since then, we've had, like, 50 Jan 6ers get arrested for child sex crimes. All the Epstein stuff happened. We literally just released an Israeli pedophile and sent him home. We didn't even call it a deportation. Like, you would think that they would take the opportunity to use the propaganda word. Be like, hey, you know, we deported that pedophile. Isn't it nice to have people get you out of trouble? Yeah, this is the pedo party. This is the pedo government. Doesn't sound like he was a very secure cybersecurity expert if he can get stung like that. Well, also, like, he was literally using a computer to lure children. So, like, kind of difficult to do that and stay anonymous. You kind of need to engage, you know? I mean, I'm glad he got caught. I wish he went to prison. I'm a straight man, even I find Matt Gaetz to be creepy. It's hard not to find him creepy. He looks like a doll. So, continuing on. Is this in English?
Thank you so much.
Yes. Okay. So, before coming today for the talks with Trump, this was Zelensky meeting with Ursula von der Leyen.
Hi, Ursula.
Good to see you. Again?
How was
First time in Washington. Good. What's that with you?
Thank you so much. I said that you felt warm.
Actually, this is a meeting with every world leader that's coming. Or that came today. They had to have a prep meeting before showing up because no one knew what the fuck to expect when they got here. Alright, let's move on to today. Let me get the links up. There's a lot of them. And we're going to go a little bit out of order, so bear with me. Start off with... Yeah, start off with... So many links to go through. My god, this is going to be wild. Three, four. Okay, that should be enough for now. So, at least Zelensky isn't going to the White House alone this time. Literally, like, they brought backup. And if they didn't, this would have gone much worse. Prissy is cool. I'm actually shocked that this went as well as it did. The Kremlin's even a little mad. That would not have happened if everyone else didn't show up. Also, like, just look at this. It's quite funny. Trump's face is just, what the fuck is happening? Where the fuck am I? And Zelensky just does not want to be here. It was quite funny because when he got off his plane, he showed up in a t-shirt, and the Russian, you know, not the Russian, the, actually probably a lot of them Russian as well, right-wingers on Twitter were talking about, oh my god, he came in a t-shirt, look how disrespectful he is and all of that. This was him actually meeting with Trump when he got here.
The best I had. Pretty face.
You can't really hear it. I don't know why. Trump said, nice suit. He's like, yeah, it's the best one I have.
The best I had. Pretty face.
I forget how short Zelensky is sometimes.
We love them. We love them.
Just have to, you know, I don't believe it. I love it. Just because he has a suit, of course. You know, he had to. It's around 5'6". Yeah, I know. I forget that he's that short. So, this was what the meeting looked like. They had J.D. Vance in his seat as well. God, the Oval Office looks horrendous, by the way. He's so wide. He is so fucking wide. The man's an elephant.
Very much. It's an honor to have the president of Ukraine with us. Very much.
I don't know why these videos are so quiet. It's an honor to have the president of Ukraine with us. I'm sure. You know, you didn't roll out a red carpet for him. You didn't, don't let him near that couch. No, I know. The thing is, like, it's really disrespectful to every single world leader that showed up today that there was no red carpet rolled out for them. So, Macron said this before actually showing up. Putin is not offering Ukraine peace, but surrender. The situation is very serious, not only for Ukraine, but for Europe, which is good. He didn't look that much shorter than Trump. He might have been wearing lifts. Putin does wear lifts, every time, actually. So, during this meeting, which I actually like, good job from Macron here, which is a rare W that I will give him, he's calling for not a trilateral meeting between the United States, Russia, and Ukraine. He wants a quadrilateral meeting. He wants Europe involved in this peace negotiation.
This is why the idea of a trilateral meeting is very important because this is the only way to fix it. And by the way, I think as a follow-up, we would need probably a quadrilateral meeting, because when we speak about security guarantees, we speak about the whole security of the European continent. And this is why we are all united here with Ukraine on this matter. This is why
I personally quite like that. It also increases the likelihood of like a positive outcome. Not to say that like you should expect positive. You should probably just expect bad things to happen, but you know, salvageable at the very least. By the way, guys, if you haven't gone and dropped a like on the YouTube stream, please do. It definitely helps quite a bit. Support small streamers. All the worst people in one room. What a shame. A wasted opportunity. That's a FUD post. Careful with that one. So this is the problems that we're facing today about Ukraine's future. It's the only acceptable outcome is for the war to continue as it is foreseeable, and I personally agree. I don't actually want an end to the war. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to continue the war. I mean, I'm happy with a peace deal and a ceasefire if Russia fucks off, but no. I don't. I first of all, Ukraine is kicking their ass continuously. We're going to have a look at the Pokrovsk area in a bit. You know, where we were looking at before, where there was that massive breakthrough, or rather, you know, what looked to be a massive breakthrough by the Russians. It's all of this blue is cleared. Like they are doing good work here. Like when you show what Homer is thinking in The Simpsons, the expression on Don's face, like a small child boarding class. True. Macron going, this would be a war on a 20-year delay. Trust me, France has done this before. Hard path. Well, see, here's the thing, though, right? Europe is not just worried about protecting Ukraine. They're worried about protecting themselves. For example, this was also from yesterday. German FM Wadful says Germany likely to stretch to send troops to Ukraine, already committed with a brigade in Lithuania. This makes me laugh or cry. For months or years, I've said the UK, Germany, and France together couldn't deploy 40,000 combat troops. Now they admit it, which they can't, by the way. Russia has more child soldiers than Europe has soldiers. So, like, that's a big issue. And on the Lithuania end of things, there is movement. Like, for example, this. So there's a deep worry. There are weeks after a Russian drone carrying 2 kilograms of explosive crashed near Vilnius, Lithuania asked NATO for counter-drone systems, including experimental technologies. They want, like, you know, air defense. But the thing is, that was a Russian bomb that hit a NATO country. Like, objectively, that is what happened. So, here's another example. Polish authorities arrest 27-year-old Belarusian in Warsaw for acting on behalf of foreign intelligence and planning sabotage. Set fire to a warehouse, filming photography on the site, passing info to foreign contacts. More Russian agents. Ukraine summoned their best brigades to cut off the breakthrough. 82nd Air Assault Brigade, 92nd Assault Brigade, 3rd National Guard Unit, Rubies, and the 93rd Mechanized Brigade with the 12th National Guard, Azov. Azov really cleaned that up. Like, was doing quite well before the rest even got there. Is this the start of the invasion you were talking about a couple months ago? Well, it's building the lines for it. I don't necessarily think that's happening soon, but I mean...
Today, the biggest news comes from Belarus. Here, President Alexander Lukashenko has openly warned his population to prepare for war, with new brigades being mobilized on the border and the groundwork being laid for rapid mobilization. Concrete moves on the ground are made.
If Belarus is getting ready for war and is, getting ready to deploy troops, there's only 2 places that, like, realistically that they will go. They're either going south into Ukraine, which sounds like suicide, or they're going north into Lithuania. I don't think they're going to Poland. They could, theoretically, but I still think that it would be, go to Lithuania. Personally, I would go to Latvia, but, that's another thing. Cuts off Estonia from the defense, then you can just work down and up. Take Lithuania, cut off Estonia, and then you have that entire region. But, that's just me.
This warning, as upcoming military exercises might once again lay the groundwork for 2 new major escalations. In his television address, Lukashenko told Belarusians to prepare for war and difficult times ahead, pushing through legal amendments that would not only allow martial law, but
Oh yes, they are of course pro-racism, but like they're not pro-Russia. So at the moment, like they're on my side. I would still like a different government there, but HOI for moment, Ukraine is surrounded. I try using hacks and attrition grinding. See, the thing is, they're not. They could invade Poland, but like why? Well, they want to do that anyway. But here's what they really want. They want this. I think it's much more likely. First of all, don't forget, they're in Moldova, or whatever this part of Moldova is called that I can never remember. But Kaliningrad is Russia. That's technically Russia. They have radar towers here that are doing jamming, that are fucking with ships in, like, the Baltic Sea. They're getting ready all around the, like, border of Latvia and Estonia. They are setting shit up next to Finland. Like, they want war with Europe. But the smart thing is to take Latvia, cut off Estonia, because then these groups can take that, and then you move down and take Lithuania and finish up, you know, that territory. If they went into Belarus, that leaves them open behind. Like, they can just... it would not be strategically a good idea, because that means they have enemies on both sides now. Hence why, like, even just going straight to Lithuania probably doesn't make sense. And they would probably go up through Latvia, because that's the furthest away from anyone who could really help them. And Germany already has a brigade in Lithuania. Transnistria, thank you, Comrade Lily. And that's essentially what I see it as what they want, but we'll see, you know. Things are moving slowly, back and forth. Putin agreed to allow the United States and Europe to provide robust security guarantees to Ukraine, similar to those under NATO's Article 5, during Friday's meeting with President Trump and senior officials in Anchorage. We'll see about that. Transnistria, divided, I don't know. Divided from the rest of Moldova by the Dniester River, the weird micronation that nobody acknowledges. Yes, that's where Russia is right now. Just attack Ukraine, attack the deep one. Like, literally, if we could just get Poland to hold Ukraine's western flank, Ukraine could go take out Moscow. No, this one doesn't matter. Yeah, so Zelensky tells Trump that, like, they're not doing that. They're not, like, Trump says you can't have Crimea, you can't join NATO. Zelensky says we are not giving up any fucking territory. Like, literally none. And so we're going to see how that goes, because Europe is going to be on Zelensky's side. Let me get a couple more links open. Jesus Christ. Okay. Close that tab. Close that tab. Give me US. Thank you. So many links. So little time. Okay. So to start off with, why does the Oval Office look like it was decorated by Smaug the Dragon? Remember, this is not how the White House used to look. Oval Office under Biden. In that link. Look, it might be a little hard to see, but can you see the difference? Trump is such a cuck, he's watching his allies get killed for no purpose. Well, so the thing is, we don't know who his allies are at this point. I don't know who to call Trump's allies. We'll see. Zelensky did something very smart here, actually. He gave a letter to Melania, because Melania wrote an AI-written letter that she gave to Putin, and this is a softening of the blow, you know? Like, it changes the vibe of the room.
Using this opportunity, many thanks to your wife, First Lady of the United States.
Holy shit, why are these Twitter videos so quiet? Hold on. It should not be that quiet. Okay. He looks decrepit. He is decrepit.
Said, it's very sad when you do the right thing. As an example, they said, because of the fact that Vladimir Putin came to American soil, this was a tremendous defeat for Donald Trump. No.
No one said that him coming here was the defeat. It was everything that happened when he got here. That's the defeat. Personally, I would have, again, if you were a smart fascist, you would have just done the same thing and killed Putin, got some props from the libs, and then kept going with your fascism with less pushback.
It was really
and probably a Nobel Prize.
Wonderful that he did it. It was a hard thing for him to do, to be honest with you. It was the opposite of what they said, but they said it. Now, if he didn't come, they'd say that was also bad for Trump. You know, there's no way. It's
all he thinks about is himself. It's like, really, all he thinks about is himself. Now, Trump has said that Ukraine will not join NATO, but will receive security guarantees. We see a little bit more of that later. Surprisingly, it's actually Giorgia Meloni, the Italian fascist, who really pushes on Article 5-like security guarantees, which, if we're being honest, Ukraine already is getting the Article 5 treatment, like they have been for years. We just haven't sent troops. And to be clear, it's not like Europe would be all that interested in sending troops in general. Like, if they were, maybe all of the attacks that are happening in like Lithuania or like the border skirmishes might get a little bit more pushback. Himself and Putin, well, yeah.
I think you need a ceasefire. You know, if you look at the 6 deals that I settled this year, they were all at war. I didn't do any ceasefires. And I know that it might be good to have.
But Sundry Clown Car, Biden agreed to it. And Biden was an auto-pen president, remember?
But I can also understand strategically why, well, you know, one country or the other wouldn't want it. You have a ceasefire and they rebuild and rebuild and rebuild, and, you know, maybe they don't want that. But if you look at the 6 deals that we made peace and you know, long-term, long-running wars, I didn't do any ceasefires. I like the concept. You know, I like the concept of a ceasefire for one reason, because you'd stop killing people immediately. As if
none of the ceasefires this man has ever put in place have worked. Technically, I think Israel and Lebanon are still under a ceasefire, and Israel's bombing Lebanon this week. They gave up nukes to receive those guarantees. Yeah, there was the Budapest Memorandum. In fact, this is a lesson to, you know, most countries. In fact, this is essentially why I think that Iran should have a nuclear weapon. Long before Putin, you find the Budapest Memorandum, in which Ukraine was guaranteed security in exchange for giving up their nuclear weapons. In fact, signatories on that included Russia, saying that they would never attack Ukrainian territory, and that was part of the conditions for giving up their nukes. So, you know.
Opposed to in 2 weeks or 1 week or whatever it takes. But we can work a deal where we're working on a peace deal while they're fighting. They have to fight. I wish they could stop. I'd like them to stop. But strategically, that could be a disadvantage for one side or the other. But all of these deals I made without even the mention of the words ceasefire.
Whatever. Israel and Iran are technically no longer firing at each other, I guess. Well, technically. I'm sure there's a lot going on behind the scenes. Israel's kind of losing it right now. There's like mass protests. People are hella mad at Netanyahu because he's a demon. Not for like, you know, genocide. They're still mad about like the fact that they have to go into Gaza. It's more like they're just mad for personal reasons, not for the actual like genocide. But you know, whatever. So this was Trump talking about possibly deploying American troops to Ukraine. The one worry I have for this is which side are they going to be on?
Your team has talked about security guarantees. Could that involve U.S. troops? Would you roll that out in the future?
We'll let you know that maybe later today. We're meeting with 7 great leaders of great countries also, and we'll be talking about that. They'll all be involved. But
who would be invading like Korea, Comrade Lily, if they didn't have nukes? Because, like, I don't see anyone invading North Korea. North Korea is intertwined with China and like, Russia. The West or the South? Yeah, but doing that would require also going to war with China and Russia. Like, there's no way to invade North Korea, as South Korea, or as the West, without also dragging China and Russia into that war. It just wouldn't happen.
There'll be a lot of help when it comes to security. There's going to be a lot of help. It's going to be good. They are first line of defense because they're there. They're Europe, but we're going to help them out also. We'll be involved. Yeah.
Maybe the Nazis taking over Japan might be interested in reigniting old school war vibes. There's Nazis in Japan now too. Jesus Christ. I mean, I'm still like locked in on the timeline for mid next month, late next month, Taiwan shit going down. I do still think that will happen. We'll see. Continuing on with this though, this dipshit.
Been involved with the peacekeeping in Ukraine since your first day in the administration. What would you say to the Ukrainian people right now who are suffering under the Russian attacks and hoping that the American people will stand?
Mind you, Russia was bombing them during this meeting and after this meeting. And by the way, after, you know, the proper meeting that we got to see, they had a internal behind closed doors meeting in which Trump interrupted the meeting to call Putin while talking with all the other world leaders. And then immediately after that, like, that notice came out. It was like 10, 15 minutes. There was another tweet that came out. It's like, oh, sorry, 38 drones headed to Ukraine from Russia. Like, immediately hanging up and then just launching more. And the far right in Japan that works with far-right parties like the ADL in Germany are winning elections. And great, yeah, fascism rising everywhere. Love that.
Well, I know Ukrainian people. I've known many over the years. They're great people. They're smart. They're energetic. They love their country. I mean, they love their country, and we want to get this war ended. That's all I can do. I love the Ukrainian people, but I love all.
Remember, we want to end the war really, really badly. Not because we give a shit about Ukraine, not because we give a shit about Russia. It's because we're likely to go to war with China soon. And we do not want to fight a two-front war. That's literally the reason, is end the Ukraine war as fast as possible so that we don't have to fight Russia and China. That's what the Pentagon is saying. So, you know, it's not me. He wants the minerals, that's all. Well, like, that also is true, but, like, only to an extent. And to be fair, like, Putin wants those too. And we have far more in, like, Alaska, even, than they do in Ukraine. The ones, like, the areas that have rich mineral deposits in Ukraine are quite difficult to reach. So, like, here's the same dipshit that made a comment about Zelensky's suit last time, doing it again. But Zelensky had the perfect answer with this one. I loved it.
Mr. President, last week, Brian, go ahead, Brian.
Yes, sir. I've got a question for each of you.
Yes.
First of all, Mr. President Zelensky, you look fabulous in that suit.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, you look good.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, looks good.
I said the one that attacked you last time. See, I remember that.
Yeah, I apologize to you. You look wonderful. No, my first question for you, President Zelensky.
In the same suit.
So, like, his response is, oh, yeah, I'm in a suit. You're wearing the same suit you wore last time. Which, to most people, doesn't mean anything, but to, like, bourgeois assholes like that, that is a sick burn, you might say. It's like, oh, you're too poor to afford, like, a different suit for every day. You're gonna reuse that? It's that kind of thing, and it does hit for this crowd. How fucking ridiculous is that journalist? That's actually Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend. I'm not kidding. All these chuds dressed like Trump is creepy cult shit. Yeah. Have you guys seen what happened to Dr. Oz? I did a whole video on this one. Hold on. I gotta show you. Because this is fantastic. So this was Dr. Oz as a normal person. Give me the link. Come on. Open the image. Oh, you know what? Fine. Let's just check his Facebook for that one. Now I want to see Dr. Oz after the Trump administration. Let me pull these up, and then we'll be ready. Cool. All right. That's a good one. This is how Dr. Oz looked as a normal human being. Right? This is how he looked after becoming a Trumpist. He got a spray tan, got a suit that's like the same color. Like, he literally is trying to look like Trump. It's quite funny. I do have a short on my YouTube if you want to check that out on that. go and drop a like while you're at it. He has Joan Rivers Brain whining about him wearing the same shit. Well, like, it was a decent comeback to MTG's boyfriend. Very respectable, exactly. That does make sense. My old boss used to give me old suits and stuff because we're the same size. This guy should be a comedian the way he's good at thinking on his feet. Well, he's like fucking commanding Ukraine in a war. I made a new hashtag acronym, TJTABC. It is ass bitch crazy. I would just call him a cunt, Ever Loyal Eagle. I think that's better. I've been alright though. How are you? Good to see you. So, beyond that, we have this. Now, this was a huge fucking red flag. All of you should be aware that this was a really big red flag. But also, you have to remember that this is the idea that Putin put in his head. We actually heard Putin tell him on Friday about, like, hey, mail-in voting is the problem. And this is what he says today.
So you say during the war you can't have elections. So let me just say 3.5 years from now. So you mean if we happen to be in a war with somebody, no more elections? Oh, that's good. I wonder what the fake.
You like this idea?
It's actually quite funny that even Zelensky got to laugh. He's like, yeah, you would like that, wouldn't you? Yeah, this is what he's gonna do with China. This is him saying, essentially, there will be no election if we're at war because Ukraine can do that. I like that idea. And even Zelensky's like, oh, you would like that idea. Good night, y'all. I gotta go bring a knife to a gunfight. Please don't. Stay safe. Do you like this idea? So, they're banning mail-in voting because of that. And by the way, this is literally Putin's narrative. The idea that, like, they should have an election in the middle of a war. The reason that they can't, first of all, in Ukraine's constitution, you know, a thing that Trump wouldn't know much about, it says you can't do that. And secondly, how are people supposed to vote when they're constantly getting bombed? Half the people have been displaced, and it's almost impossible to reach parts of the front where people still live and still need to vote. Putin is giving Trump dictator dysphoria. He wants to be more authoritarian because of the dictators he follows on Instagram. Honestly, I don't think that that's far off from reality. I think that that's quite possible.
We got to stop mail-in voting, and the Republicans have to lead the charge. The Democrats want it because they have horrible policy. If you have mail-in voting, you're not going to have many Democrats get elected.
Trump literally voted by mail, by the way. But yeah, this is them starting to fuck with voting rights. We already see quite a lot of people out there on the right talking about how women shouldn't have the right to vote anymore. So either, you know, went to war with global terror since 2001 after 9/11. 2008 election was held. Obama was elected. The war continued. We were perfectly fine. So unless Russia decides to literally invade our East Coast, our elections will continue. No, Trump is saying that he can suspend elections during wartime. It's not about Russia. Russia's not invading us. We're going to go invade other people and then say we're in a war so we can't have elections. That's what he's going to do, or at least try and do. Saddam, what is the horror scenario for today? They're ending mail-in voting and talking about how to stop voting because of war. You know, trying to... Here, this is what we just watched. Okay, guess not. GOP is about to stop talking about states' rights until like 2029.
Have to lead we got to stop mail-in voting, and the Republicans have to lead the charge. The Democrats want it because they have horrible policy. If you have mail-in voting, you're not going to have many Democrats get elected.
I haven't done much domestic policy yet. We're still talking about the international stuff, and then I'm going to get to like actual domestic U.S. policy because we still do have quite a lot in there to talk about. Now, hold on. Here we go. Now we get to the other world leaders that had to be here because our president is a fucking child. Even with the president having election during a fucking civil war. Well, like, yeah. I forgot we had an election during the Civil War. God, that country is cooked, and so, yeah, sorry, they are. they are very cooked. Thank you, pre-breakfast banana. This Texas Democrat remains locked inside House chamber after not signing slip for DPS escort. I don't know why the fuck these Democrats went back to Texas. It's incredibly stupid. Again, the audience hype is down. Invade Iran strat. He accused Obama of contemplating. You guys realize that we deployed 4,000 troops, several warships, and a nuclear attack submarine to Latin America today to go fuck with Venezuela, right? Like, we did that. We did that already. Like I said, there's a lot to cover. Now, continuing on, someone asked Trump who has the better cards, and I think that's quite funny.
And as you met with Putin on Friday, today you've got President Zelensky here. As you listen to Russia and Ukraine, which side has the better cards?
Well, I don't want to say that. I'm just here to be. Look, this isn't my war. This is Joe Biden's war.
Yes. Joe Biden's war. You know what we're gonna get. The family photo with all of the leaders, which is like a really weird way of phrasing it. I'm just trying to cut through this because we do have actual like war stuff to talk about. Georgia Maloney, I fucking hate her, but I do appreciate her contempt for Trump.
For a long period of time relative to others, they don't last very long. If you've lasted a long time, you're going to be there a long time. Chancellor Merz of Germany, who is very strong for a long.
The eye roll is fantastic. Are we taking over Venezuela? We'll see. We're at least going to do some piracy. From what I can tell, I think the plan is to try and get them to instigate something. So we can be like, oh, they attacked our boat. They touched our boat, blah, blah, blah. Trump was caught on a hot mic saying, quote, I think he wants to make a deal for me. Do you understand? As crazy as it sounds. Literally, like, on a hot mic. We're literally always trying to take over Venezuela. Yep. Venezuela also put a $50 million bounty on Trump for being a pedophile, so, can't even keep track of how many times Yemen has been bombed by the U.S., and, like, this week just started. Yeah. This hot mic is insane. It's actually too difficult to hear, so I'm going to link this one in chat for you guys to have a look at yourselves. Trump's saying that he thinks that Putin wants to make a deal for him. It's all about him. It's not about Ukraine. It's not about the peace. It's for him.
We'll see in a certain period of time, not very far from now, a week or 2 weeks, we're going to know whether or not we're going to solve this, or is this horrible fighting going to continue? We'll do
2 weeks, as in like, fuck it, why not? European leaders stroking Trump's ego one by one while trying to gently remind him about how important stuff such as security guarantees for Ukraine is, or abducted children. It's unbelievable that this ego-stroking ritual is necessary to proceed with any important topic. And you know what? This is like the best fucking way to put it. It's not that they have to convince him. They have to stroke his ego so he will do it. They don't have to, he'll do whatever the fuck you want him to do, as long as you stroke his ego. Hey, famously hyperbolic, famously insecure, always lying New York real estate guy who is the best position in these negotiations. Oh, well, me, obviously? Wow, never would have seen that coming. Venezuela had an opposition party that were more funding than the Maduro regime somehow, and they wanted Israel/US to invade Venezuela. Ah, I see. Yes, that was American money. I thought Trump was going to put Mexico in troops in Mexico as well. It's the rumor. He says lethal force has been approved in Mexico against drug cartels. I think we've been doing some drone strikes. We are sending 4,000 soldiers somewhere in Latin America. We're spreading them up. We're trying to, we're trying to cause problems, essentially. We're fucking around and we're not finding out just yet. But we'll get into that more in a second. Let's finish this. This man is mentally degraded. If Biden did this, this would be talked about for years. This is Trump saying he can't find the president of Finland.
President Stubb of Finland, and he's somebody that, where are we here? Huh? Where? Oh.
He was right here. You want to know where he was? He was literally across from him. This is how he could not find President Stu.
Somebody that, where are we here? Huh? Where? Oh. You look better than I've ever seen you look. But you've done a great...
Like, it would have been so funny if he just called, like, a different name out. He's sundowning, he's old as fuck, his brain is soup. Of course. The Israeli strat of enemies are hiding in the foreign society and we're going to destroy it at the end. Well, that's not the Israeli strat. That's a Nazi strat that, like, the Israelis just adopted. So, this was what President Stubb of Finland said, and I think it's actually quite good. You couldn't write this shit. No, literally, like, I can't even imagine, like, It's Always Sunny writers writing a gag like this. Family Guy gags make more sense than this.
Some of the international media might wonder, why is the president of Finland here? I think the reason is probably that we might come from a small country, but we have a long border with Russia, over 800 miles. And we, of course, have our own historical experience with Russia from World War II, the Winter War and the War of Continuation. And if I look at the silver lining of where we stand right now, we found a solution in 1944, and I'm sure that we'll be able to find a solution in 2025 to end.
Just not appeasement. The basic sentiment here is don't be Chamberlain. That's all. That's what he's saying. What they don't understand is that Putin's not Hitler. We are. Putin's just Stalin. And that's what people don't understand. Because Stalin was very neoliberal for his communist dictatorship. And we are very Hitlerite. We're just recreating World War II. Incredibly funny to me that they got J.D. Vance sitting in the corner in the cuck chair, 10 out of 10. Who in this case is Mussolini? It's Meloni. She's literally from Mussolini's party.
If you both want me there, I will be there. Yeah, thank you. And I think this is very important. Yes, so security guarantees, bringing kids back.
They got him right in the cuck chair. But yeah, no, Giorgia Meloni is literally from Mussolini's political party. So, she actually is already that.
And all our people, not only warriors, first of all warriors, and all the civilians, journalists,
No, don't believe it. Vance is not just along for the ride. Vance is being groomed for leadership. When the king dies, that's the new king. That's, Lord Teal has decided that Lord Vance will be the king, all right? And that's why he's going on trips constantly. He's meeting with Murdoch behind the scenes. Peter Thiel owns this man. He is bought and paid for him his entire political career. They want you to think of Vance as weak and useless and unimportant because he's the actual Hitler. Do you think Donald ordered JD to sit in the cuck chair? I don't know. I don't think Trump really makes any active decisions unless, like, it's in the moment. Someone else does all the coordinating. I don't know why he's in the cuck chair, but, it's where he belongs.
In prison, so we need them back. And guarantees which will work for the years we spoke about it.
Forgot that I was already playing it. Then we got Meloni's proposals. Actually, hold on, I haven't shown you Mayors, Macron, Meloni, von der Leyen. Cool. So, here we go, Mayors.
We are trying to put pressure on Russia because the credibility of these efforts we are undertaking today are depending on at least a ceasefire from the beginning of the serious negotiations from next.
His face looks horrified. My God.
So let's work on that and let's try to put pressure on Russia because the credibility of these efforts we are undertaking today are depending on at least a ceasefire from the beginning of the serious negotiations from next step on. So I would like to emphasize this aspect and would like to see a ceasefire from the next meeting, which should be a trilateral meeting wherever.
So the reason that they want ceasefire here is because we need evidence that Russia even cares about peace. Like, if they can't hold a ceasefire, then a peace treaty means fucking nothing. What is with that woman's face? I think Trump may have just shit himself in his diaper, and she just happened to be sitting next to him. She looks horrible. She's dying out here. She does not look happy. But, important point from her is we need to see a ceasefire. You need to know if they're gonna actually follow through or not. Macron, I quite like this as well. Like, this is not about securing peace for Ukraine, it's security guarantees for all of Europe because Russia's threatening all of Europe. Did you see the picture of Putin in the president limo holding his nose? I did. Maloney flashing back to the last time a fascist declared war on Russia. Well, I mean, if they did it well, they would have won. It's kind of just because fascists are generally pretty fucking dumb. So, what's up, long like Homo sapien? So, again, I quite like this framing. This is not just about a peace deal and making sure that there's security guarantees for Ukraine. It's also security guarantees for Europe.
And we work very hard, and we've worked very hard during the past few years to have a peace which is a robust and long-standing peace. This is why the idea of a trilateral meeting is very important, because this is the only way to fix it. And by the way, I think as a follow-up, we would need probably a quadrilateral meeting, because when we speak about security guarantees, we speak about the whole security of the European continent. And this is why we are all united here with Ukraine on this matter. In order to organize such a trilateral meeting, your idea to ask for a truce or a ceasefire, at least to stop the killings, as we discussed.
Inside of Trump's brain, SN, is just dancing, all right? This is a big deal. Like, actually. Now, Trump doesn't matter here. He's not the one making decisions anyway. Georgia knows that she is the smartest fascist in that room. That is true. She is the smartest fascist in this room.
Is a necessity. And we all support this idea. And in order to have such a long-standing peace for Ukraine and for the whole continent, we do need these security guarantees. And the first one is clearly a credible Ukrainian army for the years and decades to come. And the second one is our own commitments, all of us. And we worked very hard during the past few months amongst the coalition of the willings, with the support of NATO, to build the different pillars of security guarantees and our commitments. And you can be sure that Europeans are very lucid about the fact that they have their fair share in these security guarantees for Ukraine, but their own security is clearly at stake in this situation.
Again, like, we've had Russian drones with explosives falling into Lithuania, NATO territory. That's a big fucking deal. And also, here's von der Leyen bringing up the fact that Russia literally sells kidnapped children. They have a fucking catalog where you can just buy a child. They are the human trafficker country. Like actually. I don't even know how to make that any clearer. Hold on. Here. They are the trafficker country.
Ukrainian.
Oh, actually, this wasn't what I was opening, but this'll work too.
Children. Bombing maternity wards, launching double-tap strikes on residential buildings, kidnapping children. Each day, Russia finds a new way to redefine evil. Its latest invention, an online catalog of kidnapped Ukrainian children. This was reported by the head of the Save Ukraine organization, which is involved in the return of the kidnapped children.
They're literally selling children that they kidnap. Okay? Is Trump even coherent enough to follow what's being discussed? No, not really. But, again, like, this stuff isn't for Trump, it's for the cameras. They had another meeting after this behind closed doors. And in that meeting, Trump called Putin halfway through, so...
Every single child has to go back to its family. This should be one of our main priorities also in these negotiations, to make sure that the children come back to Ukraine, to their families.
Thank you. And we did. I was just thinking we're here for a different reason, but we just a couple of weeks ago made the largest trade deal in history. So that's a big thing, and congratulations. That's great.
Like, I don't care. I mean, the dude literally, like, wants to be Epstein. How funny would it be? I mean, not funny, but, like, honestly, it's kind of not even that unlikely that the Epstein files are mostly just Trump. What if it was mostly just Trump in the files, and that's why? It would be interesting. I don't necessarily think that, but, you know. I could see it. What the fuck has that got to do with returning the children? Nothing. He doesn't care. The Italian lady, she was dropping for... She hates him. Maloney fucking despises him. So, we have also... this was somewhat of a success. This went better than I expected. The Kremlin's a little mad. A little. Any scenario for the deployment of NATO troops in Ukraine is categorically unacceptable for Russia and is fraught with sharp escalation, the Russian Foreign Ministry said on Monday. We reaffirm our repeatedly stated position that our categorical rejection of any scenarios that envision the appearance of Ukraine of a military contingent with participants of NATO countries, which is fraught with uncontrolled escalation. As in, like, hey, you can't do that. You can't send NATO troops into Ukraine. And they're mad. That's good. Epstein files just recorded audio of Epstein saying this guy is even more degenerate and depraved than me. Yeah. Look, there was a chance before this meeting that this meeting was going to go so badly they would have had to release the Epstein files as a distraction, all right? We need to safeguard human rights internationally. Well, I'm in the middle of a big win streak in Fortnite, and we built like 3 concentration camps in America already, so no, I don't care. Also, imagine being happy about this. President Trump just interrupted his meeting with European leaders to call Vladimir Putin. Things are happening. Close the deal, Mr. President. Like, how dumb do you have to be? I can't fathom that level of stupidity. Oh, hold on. Sorry. I just realized you are not a mod. You should be. There you are. And Ukraine has reiterated they will not agree to any agreement, including territorial concessions to the Russian Federation. None. 0. They want a ceasefire first. That's it. He did to talk with Putin? Yeah, like in the middle of the meeting, indoors. Like after the one we saw, they went into the Oval Office and they had their internal meeting. And in that internal meeting, halfway through, he just called Putin. Look, the faces here really say it all. Just look at the faces of the people here. They're not exactly enthused, you know what I mean? And then imagine being so insecure that you have to do this. You're quoting every like world leader that said something nice to you today and posting it as like, hey, look how much the world loves me, when everyone knows that this entire trip was the adults came to make sure that you didn't have a crash out and sell Ukraine to Russia. Even when the Italian lady hates you, it's bad. Like, yeah. Also, Keir Starmer was there. Well, like, Keir Starmer is one of the loudest, like, Europeans that are anti-Russia. I hate Keir Starmer. I just like his position on Russia. I wish they would be harsher. I still think that Europe is doing pussy shit. Now, like, yes, they don't have enough military force to fight Russia. But Russia's currently in a war with you. Just bomb them now! You don't have to send troops. Bomb their ships. Go fuck up Kaliningrad and their giant radar there. It's not like we can't do that. It's not like we can't stealthily bomb Russia. We can't. It's just silly that we don't. All right, I gotta pee. I'm gonna leave you with some French news analysis on this for just a moment, and then when we come back, we're gonna jump over to something else, I think. Oh yeah, we're gonna finish talking about Ukraine, and then we'll talk about America and the new wars that we are creating. Just give me a second to make sure that all of those are up. Okay, cool. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
And our next guest, Yaroslava Barbieri, Research Fellow at the Ukraine Forum at the Chatham House think tank. Yaroslava, thank you very much for being with us here in France 24. We stand perhaps at a key point now for the future of Ukraine in terms of what happens next in this conflict, in terms of how America will support and in what sense that will happen and what role the Europeans are going to play as well. But I'm wondering, from your perspective, do you see this being, as one reporter put it in the White House, something like the end of the line for Ukraine? Or do you think this is actually the beginning of a new attack, a new era, a new sense of how Ukraine should be defended?
Good to be with you. I mean, I think a key problem in approaching this question is also Trump's erratic nature, because I would like to remind that ahead of the Putin-Trump summit in Alaska, Trump seemed to be siding with some of the red lines that had been put forward by Ukrainian and European leaders, and those red lines involved no acceptance of the forceful change of borders, and that Ukraine would have the right to choose which alliances to join, and that any meaningful peace negotiation would have to start with a ceasefire. And then immediately after the meeting in Alaska, Trump seemed to side more with Putin's interpretation and sequencing of steps. And so here we are.
This is literally why we had to have the European leaders come over. That was the reason. It was because he's a child and Putin was convincing him. And so we needed to bring the adults in and say, hey, babysit. Exactly. Trump is going to cheat on Satan with Putin. Come on, guy. That was my best impression. All right, let's move on. So, mind you, while all of this has been happening, there's been movement on the actual front. So, first off, check this out. I wonder how South Park will tackle this meeting. I don't have Paramount Plus. I can't even watch it, so who knows. Got new missiles for Ukraine. They're fucking cool. So first and foremost, the Russians have retreated from Sumy. They are complaining about being droned in the face, blown up and set on fire. At least they're heading in the right direction this time, and they should stay there. I agree.
У нас, как обычно, как с 300, так какая-нибудь херня. То все вокруг горит, то все вокруг взрывается.
Gotta say, like, getting droned in the face, blown up and set on fire ain't fun. Maybe don't invade a country. Yeah, maybe they shouldn't invade a country, but what do I know? I know. Here on Twitch, I was talking with a Russia guy. He said most people love Putin and Ukraine is very corrupt. Yeah, they tell you that because all they have is they have Fox News 24/7. Most people in Russia are terrified of Putin. See, the thing you have to understand about the Russians is that they've never really had a civil society. Like, it's always been war, revolution, dictatorship, revolution, war. There has never been just like peace and people to develop, like, I don't know, like regular social skills. So they're a little wild. Sent 37 Russian drones into Ukrainian airspace, literally like 5 hours ago. This is as the meetings are taking place. While also, like, this came out today of Russian tanks, again, with, like, the American flag on them. I don't know what the point of that is like a psyop or whatnot. To be under authoritarianism for that long has to do some serious psychological damage to people? Well, yeah, absolutely. They're still, like, there's still Russians that think the USSR still exists. There's people that argue that it was never properly dissolved and still exists. Like, they want to do the Simpsons bit. But they forget that Ukraine has also been upgrading a bit. This is a M2A2 Bradley IFV in Ukrainian service, and it's got, like, new armor so that it is much safer from drones. That's an American tank from what I read. That was a Russian tank. It was a Russian tank with an American flag on it. Here, I'll put it up again. That's not a Bradley, is it? No. Well, of course, they're all modded. All of the like, armor that goes into Ukraine has to be modded because drones will fuck up a tank just sitting there. Have you, like, There's a reason you don't see large armored assaults in Ukraine anymore, because they get their shit wrecked. Hold on.
That's hand.
Where are you? Give me a good one. Oh, here's a good one.
The entire event was set in.
I don't care about your explanation. So like this was a bit earlier on in the war. They just get the shit rocked. Now like this was with artillery. Now imagine this but with drones from everywhere. There's a reason why they send people on fucking scooters now. Like, I'm not kidding, by the way. Scooters. Do I have that one? Scooters. Here's fucking electric scooters. There's a reason they send them like this, and that's because they're smaller targets, and they can hide. The goal that the Russians have been pursuing, like the way that they attack, is they send waves and waves and waves of people, and they know that the vast majority of them are going to die, but the plan is a couple of them will make it through. If you want to get your money's worth with a 1 month subscription, I'm not paying for that. I don't have the money to pay for that. Even if it wasn't mod originally after years of war with modern Russia's freewheeling, yeah. But like, motorcycles, scooters, I don't know why this video won't fucking load. Here is Russians crashing into trees. Copyright music. When they see a drone, they just like kind of freak out, and then they crash. What are you guys talking about pull-ups for now? Oof. Double oof. Oh yeah, we have something really important we need to discuss after this, because this right here might be TOS soon. It's actually unrelated to what we're talking about, but like, while we're talking about war, it does bring up the idea that we need to talk about this, because this is actually really fucking important. That's it. So TikTok did this recently. They released their new community guidelines. We don't have to watch the whole thing, but I want you to hear some of these, because these are on TikTok now. They will eventually be more so. These videos are fun and terrifying at the same time. True. Drones are terrifying. This is fucked.
Lines make me want to actually...
Wait, are those suicide drones? What did you think FPV drones did, Sundry Clown Car? Yeah, they're drones that just crash and explode. That's how, like, the war's been fought for like a year now. They usually have a sensor in the front. When the front hits it, boom. Drones rock. I mean, personally, I hate the clankers, but...
Throw up. Like, I don't think people realize just how much everything is about to change in 27 days. You think your content is being suppressed now? Oh, girl. Before we even get to the content changes, let's go ahead and look at the community principles section first, because that underlines everything.
Again, right now, this is TikTok. This will be everywhere else soon. All of these social media companies are working in tandem to censor you, and this is fucking crucial shit, because I might not be able to report the news if this becomes TOS.
Else. In rare and exceptional situations such as crises or moments of social unrest, we may adjust our usual enforcement or rules to protect our community and address emerging harms. Yeah, it's basically a censorship kill switch. So during protests, strikes, elections, or any situation that TikTok deems as a crisis, the rules could change instantly and you would have no idea. Moving right along to the shocking and graphic content section, this is where they start getting kind of tricky, because according to the new community guidelines, they're going to start restricting content.
It's not just TikTok. This is going to come to every other platform. Remember, the UK made it. The UK and Australia were like, age limits for YouTube. And then YouTube and Twitch were like, hey, America, age limits for us too. We want your ID. It's not draconian. It's Orwellian. In fact, like, we live in 4 different dystopias at the same time, not just one. That's a whole other thing. But listen to this next part. This right here is fucking crucial, because this is what they're absolutely going to apply to Twitch and YouTube.
Content that shows the bill. They're going to start restricting content that shows the build up to serious injury or accident, even if the injury itself is not shown. And this targets the exact kind of footage that we need most, you know, like when officers draw weapons on peaceful protesters, or ICE agents attack people on the street and kidnap them while they beg for their lives. Like, all of that.
That's TOS. Sorry. Me showing war footage, you know, the drone is coming. Oh, sorry, this is TOS. I'm showing something, like, there's no body, there's no harm in the video, but it's the lead up to it, and that would be banned under the rule. Under that rule, this video would be TOS, even if it ended right here. Like, if it ends right here, it's still TOS, under those rules. And they're going to apply those to the rest of social media. They're going to roll them out slowly. Like, YouTube and Twitch are going to put up a bit more of a fuss on that, but, like, it's not like it's not going to happen. But, you know, let's get back to what we were talking about before, which was Ukraine. Ukraine has also begun producing its first domestically produced long-range cruise missile, dubbed the Flamingo, with a warhead weighing 1,000 pounds and ranging over 3,000 kilometers. The Russia will be able to strike majority of air bases and other military sites throughout Russia. That's fantastic. Oh, damn, things are just going to go dark one day? Kinda, yeah. This is why I've said, like, you should create a list with, like, email addresses, even if it's, like, throwaway email addresses of, like, people that you care about. Write down contacts online. Like, they'll just erase those profiles and never find them again. Create a in-person community. I'll create a online community that's deeper than Discord and easier, like, for you to maintain, like, your anonymity in. But also, like, we need a platform that would host live streaming, the news, that isn't going to censor you. There is no Twitch or YouTube alternative. Like, there isn't. What? Like, Ethan Klein is going to kick because Twitch is too anti-Semitic. Have fun. It's not like Kick wouldn't also censor us, though. You know, he's a right-winger. So, of course, they won't censor him. But there's nowhere to go on the left. We need to create a system in which we can. Like, even just buying a server and hosting it costs a lot of money, especially, like, per viewer. I mean, there are decentralized solutions already ready to go and packaged for use, at least. That is true, but, like, not spread out enough, and people don't know enough. Dailymotion is still alive after trying to rival YouTube back in 2008. That's nice. Just migration, which will happen due to this pressure soon. I don't know where I can migrate to. I like the early days of the internet when there was very little moderation. I like the early days of the internet when there was not 52% of users being bots. It's not moderation that's the problem, Cat Thrower. I mean, first off, the internet was always a dangerous and predatory place, but, like, it's worse now. It is significantly worse now. It's not about moderation, it's about surveillance. That's what they're doing. They're doing surveillance. But, yeah, cool-ass Ukrainian warhead. Wasn't there brain rot social media when there wasn't brain rot social media like Instagram and TikTok? Well, of course, social media is the death of the internet. Internet was a baby in 2005-ish, like, good times. Up until, like, 2012. I don't know. I remember being, like, I don't know, a kid playing RuneScape in, like, 2007. That was fun. Why you can't, like, Ukraine cannot give up the Donbass, though. It would mean giving up 9 cities and the main fortifications to Russia without a fight. Like, it would be huge. Russia wants all of this, which they failed to take, handed to them. 3,000 kilometers, good lord. Yeah, I mean, that could hit the majority of air bases in Russia. They can fuck them up. I still chill on IRC servers to this day. Goddamn. That's dedicated. Giving the Donbass away would literally just lead to another war. Like, again, all of this is stuff that Ukraine still holds, and they just want it for free. This is 5,100 kilometers squared in 30 months. It means there's still 6,500 kilometers squared to take. Also, in 5,100 kilometers squared, we can count those cities. Bakhmut, the biggest Russian gain in 3 years. 80k population, which they destroyed. Avdiivka, 35k, which there's a movie that came out recently showing, like, the fight for Avdiivka. I need to watch that. It was quite good, I heard. Toretsk, like, they want all of that even though they've taken these cities, right, and they've destroyed them. Have you seen what Bakhmut looks like? Bakhmut 2025. What does Bakhmut look like now? This is what Bakhmut looks like. Oh, here, perfect. 2021 to 2025 comparison. For 4, rather. Are you gonna load the image? Thank you. So this is what Bakhmut looked like before the Russians. And this is what it looks like after the Russians. You know, quite different, in fact. I don't know. You sent a YouTube video? Oh, you did, didn't you? I just saw that. What did you send me? That's copyright. I can't show that on YouTube. Locus, something looks a bit different. I can't put my finger on it. Yeah, it's more like a destruction. Hey, look, this is a good one. Here's Solidar in eastern Ukraine, July 2021. Nice green community. You know, this looks like a nice place to live. And that's what happened after the Russians came. So, yeah. Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck them. I want to see that. Yeah, here we go. I want to see them get
its way to the positions that are under Russian assault.
Pop those arcs.
The infantry dismounts from the vehicle and moves in to reinforce, providing cover with suppressing fire. Most of the attacking forces have already reached the vicinity of the defensive line. Here, we can observe the Russians using APCs to forge a path instead of specialized mine-clearing tanks, a decision that ends poorly for them. The mines effectively bog down the Russian advance, which gives Ukrainian artillery the necessary time to land strikes. The Bradley also contributes to the defense. Tank is brought. A tank is seen clearing mines from the road. This hit could prove to be the deciding factor in this engagement. We are looking at the first Ukrainian positions. An APC that was hit starts with an artillery bombardment of the target area.
That's why they don't bring tanks anymore.
Part of the column, staying under cover, has already made it to the forward line.
Certified garbage, where have you been? I've literally been talking about military drones, AI police robots, Terminator 2, Skynet for like the last 2 weeks. I think I did 2 segments on this space on it as well. We're fucked on that. Like, it's really bad there. You realize, like, there's quite a lot... Yeah, fine, fair enough. There's quite a lot of, like, robots already in Ukraine. Like, Ukraine uses autonomous vehicles to carry, like, supplies to the front. They've used them to, like, rescue people that were, like, injured. They've also mounted guns on them. They also have flamethrower dogs and fucking bats that have guns that can fly. Like, there's a lot. All the video I see is tanks in this war look like a disaster. Yeah, and that's why we don't do that anymore. They don't send them. So, what was happening in Pokrovsk? Actually, I'm going to save this one for last because that'll be the good explanation there. Again, the Russians send their folks on scooters. I don't know why this video will not load. Come on, man. Tanks are good against regular bullets. See, the thing is, like, tanks are useful. We do still send them. You just need to, cover them in, like, drone protection. You need, I know drones can drop grenades. I've seen drones fire a missile. Certified garbage. I've seen drones drop artillery shells. Hold on. Drone fires missile. That was actually this week. That was, the British. A laser-guided missile. Oh, whoopsie, I muted the wrong thing. Yeah, that's an artillery shell being dropped by a Ukrainian drone. My bad, I hit the wrong button. But, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's quite a lot. I've seen a drone mounted with, like, a grenade launcher that you would put on, like, an M4. There's a lot. My DDoS, but it's me. Drone suit, higher B military. Ugh, Jesus Christ, no. But, also, like, remember, Ukraine keeps hitting Russia where it hurts. Ukrainian strikes hitting targets in Russia-controlled city of Donetsk, eastern Ukraine tonight. But good. Off those orcs. But also, both Lukoil's Volgograd refinery and Rosneft's Syzran refinery have halted production after Ukrainian strikes destroyed vital parts of their production lines. Ukraine has been bombing oil refineries in Russia nonstop, and since entirely, like, Russia's economy is propped up by that, as well as, like, the help they get from China, it's been really fucking bad for them. But what's even worse for them now, according to the commander of Ukraine's Unmanned Systems Forces, Major Robert Madyarovdy, the Druzhba oil pipeline is resting, a complete stop to oil pumping for an indefinite period. The Nikolskoye oil pumping station in Tambov Oblast, Russia, was deflorated by the birds of the 14th Unmanned Aerial Vehicle Regiment of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. So they took out, basically, Russian oil cannot go to Europe at all now. Like, they destroyed that pipeline. Kind of crazy that a missile was, like, supposed to be fired like a missile, but I guess with a drone you can just... Well, no. The artillery, it dropped like artillery. The missile was... drone missile launcher. Go. Where's the one that I just fucking watched? I feel like I can probably find this on Twitter easier than YouTube, which I hate doing. I mean, I could just go back into my history, but I want to get a clearer view of it. Not happening. Okay, fine. Here. This is, the thing. See what I mean? Like, it's launching out of it. It's not dropping it. Yes. It's wild. Like, it's actually a big deal. Getting a drone to fly while holding that is kind of crazy. So, like, you know, well done to the British, although, like, not to say that I'm exactly happy about the fact that we have more dangerous flankers around, but, you know, it is what it is. Following reports earlier today of Ukrainian drone attack against the Nikolskoye oil pumping station in Tambov Oblast in western Russia, the commander of Ukraine's unmanned... Okay, we already saw that. Yeah, that's the site where they hit. No more Russian oil. Fuck them. And then what do we have here? I really gotta label my sources better. Oh, it's the same one. Cool. Now we got an update from the, like, Pokrovsk-Kupiansk area. Hey, try plugging it in. Good to see you. I am. I think I just ate something weird. My tummy was just not in it yesterday. It was just... bleh. Happens sometimes.
Hello, my friends. Let's go to the front lines updates. This is the Pokrovsk Dobropilia.
So remember, this was where the Russian breakthrough was. The Ukrainians have cleared these areas, like the blue areas were already cleared, pushing the Russians back. Thankfully, the Russians have been pretty shitty at doing this. Again, like, the tactic was just send waves of people, and a couple of them get through. And these guys were, like, hiding behind the lines, waiting for, like, a drone to drop them shit or something. And so Ukraine deployed, I mean, first off, Azov, but, like, its best units to the region to clear them out. And to be fair, like, I think some of them are going to leave soon because it's already done.
The direction...
Not, like, done, but, like, they don't need 4 different battalions there.
As you might see, Ukraine continues its successful counterattack, trapping Russian forces in Kucherov Yar. Plus, we have good report from Nikoronivka village, and according to the information coming, Ukraine could have already cut this supply line for Russians, so Russians could be trapped in 2 of the spots. But I am still checking out this info. I think that now Ukrainian military command should come out with conclusions and send new reinforcements, regular forces, not emergency forces like Azov. Yeah, Azov still continues its operation, but soon they're gonna finish it, and maybe their help is required.
Okay, so I was backwards. Azov is the one that's probably going to leave soon because they're no longer as needed because they have other units there taking care of this. It's been literally hunting for Russians throughout like the region because there's only a few of them. They're spread out and there's quite a lot of space for them to be. You got to kind of hunt them.
In different direction. For example, not far away from this area, we see the Russian assault from Popiev Yar. But in Zoloty Kolodets, Ukraine absolutely should close the gaps in defense because this defense line is crucial for entire Donbass. And in this particular case, the information about the Russian breakthrough went all around internet. Experts, bloggers, YouTubers were all speaking about this breakthrough. Russian side, Ukrainian side, West, East. That's why Ukrainian military and political command will point out their attention to this topic, a lot of attention. So I'm sure that...
Weirdly, the Russians haven't been saying much about this at all. And that's wild, actually. It's weird.
That in this area defense will be fixed and next Russian assaults will not be that successful. You see, Russians decided to risk with that strike. At first they were successful. They saw, okay, we broke through Ukrainian defense. We need to send hundreds of more of the infantry. And they sent like more than 1,000 soldiers were in those bunny ears. But somehow they failed to create the bridgehead in the most fortified area. Well, maybe because supplies were after all irregular, because of the natural obstacle, river, because of...
Again, they had people that were there for weeks in some cases, and yes, supplies are hard to come by, to get them dropped by drone. You're, like, there might be 1,000 people, sure, but they're not all grouped together. It's not like a unit. They're spread out. They're hiding. They're like rats.
This very thin attack line, so Ukraine is capable to target them from all of the sides using FPV drones and not only. And I would say more, Russians didn't plan this operation. It is already understandable. They were just looking for the weak spot in Ukrainian defense. They found it, and the local commander decided to send more reinforcements. And after it, the high-rank Russian military command saw this breakthrough, and they commanded to send even more reinforcements. But in this case, it didn't help because the important thing, after all, are supplies. So I may say that it was the major breakthrough of the Russian army and at the same time the major defeat of the Russian army here. However, again, we may see the attempts of the Russian army to get more...
So, good news there. I mean, obviously the fight continues, but the breakthrough from the Russians has been stopped, and that's good news. Like, quite happy about that. That could have gone very, very bad. It hasn't now, thankfully, but we'll see how that goes as we go on. Now, let me give us a little bit of a palate cleanser. You ever see a video and you're just like, yeah, no, that is 100% correct, and have like no notes? Because that's how I feel about this video.
And you're sure this is the Democrats?
I am the immigrants.
Damn them. And you're sure this is the Democrats?
I am the immigrants.
Damn them.
That's just all Republicans to me. I don't know. It's true, though. Tell me it's not.
When you're black.
Apparently, I don't know how this happened. I don't know what you have to do that. Oh, never mind. Never mind. I thought Greg Abbott got banned. I don't know if that community wrote is real or not, but I'll go with it. You know, let's just say he didn't get banned. Whatever. Just doing some house cleaning because I really don't want to go into the horrors. But I suppose we need to go into the horrors, huh? Alright. Fuck it, why not? Let's go to the horrors. Okay. We're gonna take a break from war and talk about terrorism first. Whoever towed this ICE car, good job, 10 out of 10. Wasteland time, because it's pretty bad, yeah.
Fuck you, now! Fuck you! Hey! Fuck you!
Demonic ass motherfuckers. Good job on towing that car. By the way, sand and oil, put it in a balloon, do some stuff with that. Sugar. You can do a lot of stuff with sugar if it goes... Wait, he randomly towed an ICE car? Was it parked illegally? No, it was parked illegally. And it was an ICE car. He just towed it while they were trying to kidnap that lady. This is Trump for real today, in that meeting? Kinda, yeah. A little bit. Oh, shit. I closed the wrong tab. That's a problem. There we go. Well, gotta enforce the law. Yeah, speaking of.
Go around and, you know what? Go to D.C. Experience D.C. I want you to go there. Go right ahead. But here's what the president's going to do. He's going to make a difference. We're going to change the laws. We've got liberal judges. We've got liberal laws. Everything is going to change.
What are you going to do about these? They're getting paid. They're getting paid to stop the cleaning up of the city.
They're getting paid. You know what? Nobody cares.
I don't even know what the fuck they're talking about, but notice that we're gonna change the laws, the liberal laws. It's, yeah, follow the law, but the law that they decide.
Because we're going to do our job. Because Donald Trump knows what he's doing. President Trump knows what he's doing. And right now, they don't matter.
This lich is thirsty for blood. She's a fucking, like, fuck these people. No, they're doing it, you know? Oh, it sounds like her Botex swelling went down.
What matters to the minority community and the people in the district and to the press. At that press conference, the president said he never saw the press room so packed. These are press people from...
Freedom? I think you're thinking of the wrong country there, mate. Because the U.S. is not about freedom anymore. It's about this. Where is the video? Gimme. Here we go. That's the U.S.
President Trump is doing God's work by refederalizing D.C. By the way, D.C. was set up as a Western civilization. It's one final little note here that kind of blends outside of the personal, which is that Washington, D.C. is a representation of the work of your forefathers and mine. It is, by every measure, a very beautiful city architecturally. It is a sacred city. It is a sovereign place with the monuments to great men and women who've sacrificed far more than you or I could ever dream for this country.
Yeah, you could never sacrifice shit. We know that.
Because the peoples of Earth come here by the millions per year in order to witness the success or failures of our systems. And if you are a proud patriot and you love this country and you wish for it to be reflected honorably.
Benny is a Russian agent. He's not a dumb fuck. He's very highly involved in the administration. You should think about what he's saying and take it seriously. He's not just an annoying influencer. He's an operative.
Then Washington, D.C. must be swept clean. I believe entire neighborhoods probably need to be emptied, need to be bulldozed. I believe that there are places that are so crime-ridden and so infested that you just need to, like, you're just going to have to crack down. You're going to have to do the job, and you're going to have to get the crime.
Do the job. You're gonna have to do the job. He wants to ethnically cleanse you. He wants to literally kill people. Get the fuck out of here, you piece of shit, MAGA. Wow, that is chilling. This is worse than Jim Crow shit. This is Nazi shit. He wants to push people out of their neighborhoods and demolish their homes.
That are so crime-ridden and so infested that you just need to, like, you're just going to have to crack down. You're going to have to do the job, and you're going to have to get the crime out of Washington. That's my personal experience.
That's America now. No freedom. Nazism. No freedom. ICE. New Zealand woman and 6-year-old son detained for 3 weeks by ICE, enduring terrifying ordeal. Who has a U.S. visa and lives in Washington state, was detained after attempting to re-enter from Canada. I just say nothing. Yeah, I know. There's like nothing to say. This one though, this is a Trump voter who was targeted by ICE. I truly believe I was targeted because of my race. I was racially profiled. Trump lied to many of us. We were all manipulated. I will vote. I will vote.
The video shows one
for
agent
Donald
pushing Brian
Trump
up against the wall and demanding he prove his citizenship.
I truly believe I was a target because of my race. I believe I was racially profiled. I believe I was attacked because I was walking while brown.
Brian says he voted for Trump.
Because I believe he ran on lies. He ran on lies. He lied to many of us.
President Trump said that he was going to do this. He said mass deportations. He said this is part of his plan.
Yeah, he said criminals. We were all manipulated. We were all break.
People who literally listen to like every third word. Yeah, we told you that, dumbass. I no sympathy. None. Zero. Genuinely. So, actually, side tangent here. I'm sure you have all seen Gavin Newsom. Yes? Now, we can agree that he is exceptionally funny, what he is doing. 10 out of 10. Do not think for a second that he's on your side. Now, this is ICE arresting people at his Big Beautiful Maps press conference.
Border Patrol agents are making arrests, illegal immigrants that I don't know if they were at this press conference, if they were in the area, but this is a very, as John put it when we first saw this video, a very in-your-face way to let, Democrats know
that you can't do anything or I'll deploy the military on you. All right, so before we're going to take a look at some of the Gavin Newsom memes. They're quite funny, and I think we could use like a nice little boost to the morale. But I want you to understand something first, because I'm seeing, like, this is fantastic and I like it, but I'm seeing quite a lot of liberals talking about Newsom 2028 and how they can't wait for him to be president. I've seen someone talking about, like, we should give him a blue hat and say, make America woke again, and then I'll happily be in the cult. Like, people are making a cult. And that's a problem. That's an actual problem. He's funny, but he's still a demon. He's just our demon. This was fantastic. To be fair, it's not actually him. It's whatever millennial is running his Twitter page. Stephen Miller wrote this entire, like, Hitlerite thing, and then it's just the entire message, but with the letters changed around. Like, this kind of memeing is great. I like what he's trying to stir up, but that doesn't mean I'd vote for him. Exactly. He's still a very bad person. This is the correct technique, though. Blue hats would be hilarious. We gotta, no, honestly, I'm in favor of the blue hats. It's hard to not, it's hard for the libs to not end up falling into the cult too much. This is someone asking Newsom about, like, why he's tweeting like the president.
Thank you, everyone. We are out of time.
Can you react to what's going on with those posts on X that are clearly trolling the president? What? Can you just talk about that? Is that like a strategy?
I don't know. I hope it's a wake-up call to the President of the United States. I'm sort of following his example. If you've got issues with what I'm putting out, you sure as hell should have concerns about what he's putting out as president. So to the extent it's gotten some attention, I'm pleased. But I think the deeper question is, how have we allowed the normalization of his tweets through social posts?
He's right. Remember when Trump first became president and he started tweeting, and that was interesting? Like, that was news to people. Was like, oh, what the fuck? The president tweets? Right now, I just like that he's swinging hands and yeah, exactly. He's doing something. And honestly, a lot of them are fucking funny. Like, White House officials turn up the heat in Indiana redistricting. Not even JD Just Dance Vance can save Trump from the disastrous maps war he started. Not even his eyeliner lines look as pretty as California map lines. He will fail. He always does. Sad. And I, the peacetime governor, our nation's favorite, will save America once again. Many of you are calling me Gavin Christopher Columbus Newsom because of the maps. Thank you for your attention to this matter. It's excellent. I mean, like, I guess an idiot might take that seriously, but Bella. Donald Tiny Hands has written his autobiography this morning. Unfortunately, low IQ. He spelled it wrong. Beta. Soon you will be fired, Beta, because of my perfect, beautiful maps. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I like it. Keep doing that. Everyone else should do. We know it's not him. Like, yeah, no, obviously it's a millennial doing this. It's too good. This, though, this is actually him. And remember, I don't like Gavin Newsom, but I respect the contempt in his voice when he's talking about the South.
We've also invested in unprecedented resources in reforming our behavioral health system. Ron has literally the worst mental health system in America, forgive me, outside of Mississippi and Texas. We've also invested in...
Outside of Mississippi and Texas. Based, again, you know what? Let's go full coastal elite. I don't care. Fuck that. Have you seen Fox trying to complain about Newsom's tweets? Yeah, I have. They don't know how to deal with it. They really don't know how to deal with it. So, let's watch some of this. Because he's escalated, and this is a compilation, and they're fantastic.
Has been getting even more unhinged. Or more accurately, his press office.
Wait, actually, before that, this was from this morning, and this is probably the funniest one of all. So we got, you know, the persistence talking about, like, you know, Pennsylvania voters and Republicans and all that. Thank you, Nancy Mace, in response to this video is 10 out of 10. Like, I mean, like, absolutely. Thank you so much for helping me make this go viral. That's fine. I don't care. Calling that Nancy Mace was worth it. Also, yeah, I'm tired of bumfuck-ass countries shitting on liberal states that actually have education infrastructure. I like that Newsom is just like, your life expectancy in your state is 8 years lower. Shut up. Mississippi is Bulgaria. They have about the same population. They have about the same life expectancy rate, the same rate of education. You live in Bulgaria, motherfucker. I can predict the future. Dems will try appealing to moderate Republicans again and lose by pushing people like Newsom and Buttigieg. Well, that's why we're having this segment right now, Captain Buggy. We talk about how this is funny, but he's still a demon, and this will not fix our problem. Be aware, no president will ever give up the powers that Trump has put into the presidency. Like, if Newsom became president tomorrow, we would still do fascism exactly the same way. Maybe just, like, a bit more queer-friendly. It would be the same kind of fascism, except a bit more covert and less transphobic. That would be it.
The posts have evolved, okay? Some might say escalated. If you missed my post on this a couple of days ago, Gavin Newsom's office has been teasing Trump, let's say. Credit where credit is due. I'm pretty sure that this is the work of either a millennial or an older Gen Z. And I think that there's a pretty big lesson to be learned from this for Dems in general. But let's go through some of this. It's very funny. I'm going to pick up where I left off. So DeSantis basically said California is gerrymandered and claims that their independent commission is actually a ruse. Newsom's office, in response, called him the thirst queen and said, "We will not be lectured on democracy by someone who lost to a cartoon mouse with gloves." While some of them are still very clearly mimicking Trump, others are taking a different route, and others still includes elements of Trump speak.
Trump speak is a thing now, and I hate that. Donald Trump, the criminal president, will lose in court on his pathetic assault on California. We will not bend the knee.
It's called Stephen Miller.
Honestly, I like it. Because This, for the normies, this is fantastic. Anyone want to guess why Voldemort, Stephen Miller, does this? Like, about why Stephen Miller only eats mayonnaise? Calling him Voldemort is fantastic. Again, like, fuck Harry Potter, but still, this is a way that the general broad population can relate to. This is how Trump won, by the way. Trump speak is when you capitalize random words. It's also when you emphasize specific words meant to, like, evoke an emotion. See, the reason that Trump is popular is because of the way he speaks. What he does is he evokes an emotion in you. He says, like, anything that will make you feel anything, really. If it's anger, it's anger. If it's fear, it's fear. If it's pride, it's pride. And then he'll turn that into an assault on somebody else. Calling someone Voldemort is not ew Harry Potter time, all right? It is colloquially known that what you mean to say is a ghastly demon, and that's it. Miller bleaches his shit before he flushes because the brown scares him. The man literally only eats mayonnaise, apparently.
Voldemort and ask people to take the best guess on why he only eats mayonnaise. Promising to retweet top replies, which they did. This one's more obvious. When Speaker Little Man Johnson is...
I would go with Twink Nosferatu. I like that as well. Twink Nosferatu is a good one. What's the leader of the Volturi in the Twilight, if any of you remember? Like the actor plays Aziraphale in Good Omens as well. Well, it's a ghastly demon, Captain Buggy. That's all you need to know. And yes, you're right, SN. The reason that he got popular is because the words that he speaks makes these poor little victimized people feel like they're useful. We need to adopt that because, like, we're on the outside now. We're in the positions that the Republicans were when Obama won, except worse. Like, they're doing everything they said we were doing, because we didn't do it, and now we have to get through that. So it's important to learn how to fight dirty a little.
Standing in the unemployment line, he can thank Donald Taco J. Trump. Trump missed a simple deadline, something he has often done. He failed businesses. Now California will fire him.
We have to learn how to do dumb speak, long like Homo sapien, but we can't self-censor ourselves either. Go dark woke or go broke. See, here's the other thing, right? Is words that we use online to get past, like, filters are making us dumber. We are self-censoring and we're coddling. We need to stop doing that too. So you need to be able to learn to use dumb speak for a purpose, but not limit yourself. Like, I see a lot of content creators will use, like, grape instead of rape. No, just say the fucking word. We're talking about a real thing. We need to start calling Republicans slurs. I mean, what do you think me calling them zombies, liches, ghouls, and demons is? Saw a meme Stephen Miller got into politics because his arms were too weak to strangle prostitutes. I believe that.
With new, more beautiful maps, highly anticipated, historic press conference with your favorite Governor Gavin Christopher Newsom. Thank you for your attention to this matter, GCN. There's a bunch of more
I
settled...
mean, you're not a propagandist, you know, but, like, think about how this works, and you can apply it in smaller ways in one-to-one conversation. It's the emphasis of specific words. It's the evoking an emotion before you try and convince someone of something. It's providing them with something imaginary before, like, talking about wanting to take something from them. Even all my chats are wordy as shit. Well, that's because, like, you like to think. Using grape really upsets me, actually. Rape isn't a fucking joke and shouldn't be treated. Well, it's not because it's a joke, Buncore. People say grape instead of rape because the algorithm censors you if you say the word. And saying grape is how people have gotten used to getting around the algorithm. Except the algorithm learns that and doesn't matter. So, like, it really doesn't matter. Just say the word. Because every time you change the word, it's going to figure out what that is, too. Like, eat the fucking shadow ban. I do it every day. Every day I eat the shadow ban. Does anyone think he has his son tweeting or hired an intern to be Trumpy? Probably an intern. Usually people like my mom just say I'm using too many big words when I'm explaining things like politics. That is true. You do need to use smaller words. Like, think about you're talking to an idiot. But, like, not with contempt. That's how you have to talk to them. They are very dumb, but you don't hold contempt for them. They just don't know anything. So you use small words. They don't know how to critically think, so you have to lead them through the path. You have to show them directly how to go. Like, you got to lead the horse to water and then convince it to drink. No, I don't mean Marxist type words either. I mean regular words. People can't fucking read. They are very dumb. It's okay. We only need like 3% of the left to be literate and like into theory. In fact, I don't want most of the left to read theory. I actually want most of the left to not read theory. I want a few people to read theory and everyone else to do action.
Mimicking ones, and I'm gonna have to skip some for time, but they have random capitalized words, multiple exclamation points or question marks, usually retweeting and responding to tweets coming from the right, so that's important because it's very clearly mocking them. Another obvious one, huge historic event, Thursday, 11:30 Pacific in Los Angeles, a beautiful rally, press conference with Gavin, Christopher Newsom, and strong Dems, Democrats. A video posted of him answering questions, claims that importantly, every sort of mocking tweet is also fact-checking. So in this one, they take a Stephen Chung tweet where he claims that Gavin Newsom didn't answer questions after his presser and put it next to a video posted of him answering questions after the presser. Stephen Chung, incompetent Trump staffer, doesn't know how to use his computer. Sad. There's a lot more, including a lot of chat.
See, it comes out really well. Try plugging it in when you hire a person to do this instead of using AI. Is this an Instagram link? Hold on, I don't have Instagram logged in, so let me have a look. Imran Hussein. Yes, I've seen it. I don't know what to say about that. She's fucking stupid for going back to Texas. I don't know why she would have done that. I mean, it's bad, but like, what did you expect? Really? Is kind of where I'm at. Look, on the topic of organizing on the left, I think a lot of us need to, I think we need to work out something like this, because this happens all the time. Sometimes it's intentional. There are literally operatives who try and fuck up left-wing meetings, but we do this to ourselves too, because we're always talking about different things. We have to start categorizing.
Left-wing meeting together. I'm in the meeting and I say, hey, I'm not really sure if it's working.
Why is this video so quiet? Oh my god.
Arrested all the time. What do you say?
I'd be like, oh, well, I think the big problem is capitalism.
Okay, so I just entered something at the level of tactics, roughly.
Right.
Getting arrested, and you're talking at the level of...
Like ethos. Like, what is the big problem that we're trying to solve?
Okay, and what if I come in with an ethos question and I say, hey, I'm not sure if the problem is really like structures of power or authoritarian governments or capitalism. Then you say, fuck up the meeting.
I want to talk about what happened yesterday at our other organizing meeting, which is how this person said that thing to this person.
What if I do theory of change and I say, hey,
I don't know if that's Nina or not. I'm not sure, but like, this kind of stuff happens all the time. Hell, it happens here. In fact, we constantly have this argument over like tactics, strategy, and theory. In like, I don't know, how you're supposed to use your rhetoric. That's tactics. And then we talk about strategy of, okay, well, how are we supposed to organize? Where are we supposed to organize? Who's leading these groups? Do we want everyone to be red and theory-minded, going up to theory of change? Or do we want to stick more to strategic, tactical, like, people that have specific jobs? We don't use this kind of chart. Leftists are perfectionists? Well, yes, partially. But also, there are literally like federal officers whose job it is to go read leftist theory, like read Foucault and shit, and then show up at these meetings and in like live stream chats and then cause arguments. I couldn't understand the video. DSA meetings usually go good in my chapter since I came back. The video is talking about like how a meeting could get fucked up. How even like take this out of a meeting and let's put this into like a Twitch chat. We're talking about something.
I'd be like,
I'm in the meeting and I say, hey, I'm not really sure if it's working that we're getting arrested all the time.
Okay, so I'm not really sure if it's working because we're getting arrested all the time, you know, like going out and protesting, they kettle and corral you.
I'd be like, oh, well, I think the big problem is capitalism.
And then the other person's like, well, you know, like it's a systemic problem. And then like, I fucking hate that shit, by the way. We're talking about one issue specifically and they're like, well, you know, systemically, it's actually part of a bigger issue. No shit, we know that. But you can't just go straight to capitalism. You have to work your way up.
Okay, so
It's not a Gen Z thing. It's not. Also, like, Gen X are worse than Zoomers with attention span, certified garbage. Gen X is the most brain-rotted generation right now. But also remember that, like, Gen Z and Gen A are literally growing up addicted to drugs. Like, social media literally functions in your brain like cocaine. I could show you an MRI that it does exactly the same thing. So all of these children are growing up on drugs. The lead generation X, obviously not all of them. We understand that. Gen A is the Hitlerite generation. Are you kidding me? Alpha is bad. Gen X are the zombie generation. Gen Alpha is going to be fucking evil. But anyway, back to the topic. Not to mention actual drugs. True.
Just ended something at the level of tactics, roughly.
Right.
Okay, so again, she was talking about how it's a problem we're getting arrested. That goes into tactics. He responds, well, actually, it's a systemic problem and it's capitalism. Pay the fuck attention. I don't give a fuck about the phones right now.
You're talking at the level of
You're distracting me.
right. Arrested, and you're talking at the level of
Like ethos. Like, what is the big problem that we're trying to solve?
okay.
Which is a way of derailing the conversation.
And what if I come into the ethos question and I say, hey, I'm not sure if the problem is really like structures of power or authoritarian governments or capitalism. Then you say, fuck up the meeting.
I want to talk about what happened yesterday at our other organizing meeting, which was how this person said that thing to this person.
Oh, well, like, this person said that Nazis should die, and I don't believe in violence, and I think that that's immoral, and like, you people are using schadenfreude and enjoying bad things happening to bad people, and I think that's wrong. That's ethos level. You know, you understand what I mean? Because that's happened in this chat. I know some stuff I do for myself internally to keep myself from getting derailed, but it's hard to control as a group. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I can't do it either. Look at me, I get derailed constantly by you guys. I just say, okay, refocus, we're here, we're talking about X, lock in every time a fucker does that. I just do not give a single shit what the system issue is. I pinky promise I know entirely, completely more than you on exactly how that works. I don't give one shit, please shut the fuck up. You know what, I agree, refocus, we're here, we're talking about X, lock in. The rest is internal, but like, yeah, I could relate heavily.
What if I do theory of change and I say, hey, I just don't know anymore if we can do this without a violent revolution?
Right. Well, I could go either up or down. So I could be like, well, I think the problem is violence, generally.
No, don't kick them out of the meeting. Why would you kick them out of the meeting? That's a soldier on your side. I mean, like, if they're really annoying, sure, but like, if they're just dumb.
So I could be like, well, I think the problem is violence, generally, and want to have a debate at the most philosophical level, rather.
That kind of shit I've seen. Oh, you know, it's bad that, like, people are getting killed. And, you know, I don't think we can have anything other than a violent revolution. Oh, well, like, I think violence is bad. That's, you know, rather than the level of power, who's doing the violence the most, like, all that's gone. It just goes straight up to ethos.
Philosophical level, rather than the level of, like, who has power, what will change power, which is what we talk about in theory of change. Or I can move things all the way down to, like, tactics, where, but I do, like, you know, when, you know, this person was wearing blue rather than pink.
Great. Yeah. Okay, so we can fuck up any you want this way.
When I say dumb, I just mean uneducated or unaware. Best I can think of and how my union kind of manages the stuff is that every meeting has to have a very specific agenda. Everyone's little personal shit gets pushed aside for a later convo. I like that. Our meetings usually have it designated, don't let us get off topic for too long per people. That's good. It's not inherently bad. The person in the video is playing the role of a moralist. Exactly. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about how, like, neither of these people are ops in this video. This is just how a meeting gets derailed because we're talking about levels that are different from each other. You know, one person's talking about tactics and someone else is talking about philosophy. You know, I don't think we can survive without a violent revolution. Although I think violence is bad and is the problem. Those are two very different levels. One is philosophy and the other is strategy. You can't have that conversation unless you're both on the same level. I don't know, a lot of Gen Z leaned right in 2016, bounced back. Yeah, it's the algorithm. They're the young people today just go bet whatever the computer tells them to do. Everything's computer now. Have a good night, I said. All right, moving on from that, though, back to, the wasteland. This was wild to see from Fox News. Is this an example of tyranny of the annoying? Me? Yes, absolutely. I will annoy you to death.
Gavin Newsom is in on the act now, firing back at Trump about the redistricting. On X last night, Donald Trump, you see all the caps, right? Do you notice the style? You see what's going on here, right? Donald Trump, the lowest polling president in recent history. This is your second to last warning. The next one is the last one. Stand down now or California will counterstrike legally to destroy your illegal crooked maps in red states. Press conference coming, hosted by America's favorite governor, Gavin Newsom. Final warning next. You won't like it. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Hearing on Fox News the words, the lowest polling president in history, is fantastic. They're mad.
Guarantees that's just the bottom line in all of this. Gavin Newsom, meantime, posting this on X, Liz, using all capitals, of course, trying to mock Trump, used
Oh my god, I was muted the whole fucking time reading that. I meant to mute the other thing. I'm really bad at that. Well, you guys can read. I'm not reading that again. It happens. Alright, so we had this happen last week. I didn't get to touch on it, but I want you to be aware of the increasing slavery revisionism that is occurring in the United States. The OBS plugin you're using should make a noise when you're muted. Mine just puts a circle on the screen, not a noise, because the noise annoys me. It's too, I don't know, it bugs me. This is becoming far too normalized.
All right, so anyone surfing social media this week has surely seen this clip of Jillian Michaels saying this about slavery.
Do you realize that only less than 2% of white Americans own slaves?
And while she didn't name a specific year in her claim on CNN, she did tweet this out later saying, "I'm denigrating all of humanity by pointing out that 98% of American white people in 1860 didn't perpetrate slavery." But let's take a look at this claim. Because yes, as the data shows, in 1860, there were 393,975 slave owners
I love autists who love data.
in the United States out of a total population of 31,183,582, or just 1.26% of the population. But let's take a closer look at that. Because by taking a look at this map from 1860 of the percent of households that owned slaves at the time, we can see that...
Woo! Yeah, why do they let her on CNN if she's just a bully? Because CNN is regime media. They've bent the knee, Etch. I too love autists who love data as an autist who loves data. Hell yeah. 1960, it's a very specific year. It is a very specific year. It's a very specific year that shows almost all of the slaves being in a concentrated area. Maybe it's not like all white people in America were slavers. Maybe it's just anyone who lived in the South. I feel like that would be, I think as the left, one of the things that we need to start pushing on, like things that don't really matter, because remember, the right does this too. We should get really mad about the Confederacy. They're un-American. You guys carry Confederate flag. Like, push on that. Propagandize that. Make it annoying. Make it discourse. You fuckers with your Confederate flags, you aren't even American. You're basically just ISIS. You fought a war to not be American. Like, make that the discourse. We need to start attacking them on the dumb shit. Like, this map right here shows very clearly, like, where most of the issue is. There's a Netflix docuseries on Biggest Loser. Jillian is evil. I don't know who the fuck she is, but she's obviously evil.
It was no longer practiced in the North and was only practiced down here in the South. And so, yeah, if we eliminate those 18 free states and only concentrate on the remaining 15 slave states, you can see we get that same amount.
They don't even fly Confederate flags. They're flying General Lee Virginia battle flag, which was adopted by the KKK and white supremacists. Good, shoot them with an email that says that they are un-American. By 1860, slavery was already losing a shit ton of its economic viability. What about like 1778? Well, let's see. What was the thing called? Percentage of households. Percentage of households who owned slaves, USA, 1778. Give me a map. That's not a map. Why is there no map? There's a map. Are you a map? I'm the map. I'm the map. Oopsie, I closed it. I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map. Okay, that's a map. So, according to the Smithsonian, this was U.S. Coast Survey calculated number of slaves in each county in 1860. Wow, actually, 1860 is when they started counting, clearly. Because I couldn't... Okay, 1790. Here we go. The map extends from the first census in 1790. The census taken 1860 on the eve of the Civil War. You can explore the map for yourself. Okay, well, give me the map, please, and thank you. 1790 to 1860. All right, quite a lot in the beginning, obviously. Where are we now? We are at 1820, 1830, 1840, 1850, and 1860. It very, very much concentrates to the south. Most of, like, the northern slavers all went south. Oh, yeah. That save made me spit up my coffee. I can't. What save? If you Google Confederate flag, Google's first results show you the actual flag and they don't even Google it. Shoot them with an email. Oh, yeah, sorry. I meant to say a different word, but that's just kind of what came out. And, yeah, industrialism go burr. So, this also happened. And again, I'm going to warn you. This is an evil demon. He's only saying this because he's a Nazi and he wants to propagandize. Tucker Carlson says that anyone who serves in the IDF should be deported from the US. And to be clear, I do agree with him. But, like, he's still a demon. Fuck him. So, I do think, though, if you serve in the IDF, you should get deported. That sounds like a plan to me, They should be arrested? Well, that's the thing, right? They should be arrested, they should be tried, and, deported to go face the ICC or ICJ, ideally. Okay, so let me get some the other stuff ready, because we're going to talk about us deploying to South America now for some fucking reason. And some manufacturing of consent. All right. So first and foremost, we have our first AI ship.
That's right, Preston. You may not be able to actually see the ship from the outside looking into the port of Everett. We tried doing that ourselves today, but there's still a slim chance you may be able to catch the USX-1 Defiant as it mulls around the Puget Sound here until it leaves sometime in the near future. We don't have a date on that just yet, but if you do see it on the water, don't be offended if no one waves back to you because, well, there's no one on board. Its name, the USX-1 Defiant. It's the first fully autonomous naval vessel ever built.
I guess you would call it the Defiant? Wow, they got all of them on there. We really are in cyberpunk. Holy shit. They're just dropping all the brands on the weapons. Just throw Militech on there.
Fitting title for a ship that developers say could revolutionize naval engineering for years to come.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
Autonomy really means they're able to sail safely without humans on board. They're able to operate with humans on board.
Defiant is the culmination of 5 years of work by the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, or DARPA. The ship would carry cargo or even be equipped with weapons, but DARPA says it would always be supervised by a crew, never operating weaponry on its own.
We still have destroyers.
So I guess you would still have people on it if they were going on like a proper mission for like engineering fixes or something. Yeah, I don't think they would just sink in a port. All post on X, the Everything app, responding to Lil Tuck need to go along the lines of, yes, Lil Tuck, but what?
Destroyers are still doing their job. But now the destroyers have a bunch of these operating in conjunction with those destroyers.
It takes away the safety risks of having personnel on board the ships, and it also
Basically, they go in first while our actual ships are back. They're the bullet sponge.
Drastically reduces the cost and the size of a
Bullet
typical
sponge.
ship. It's also quicker to build, with the Nichols Brothers boat builders and Everett Ship Repair lending a key hand in that process.
So the big contribution Nichols made was literally putting the hull together and the piping and the electrical that runs through the hull.
Bro, I'm calling the new Raytheon guys. This contract has endless money. You see this new congressional bill that's fucking hours. Just write up some bullshit AI prompts and throw it in. We're getting paid. Basically, yeah. If you're gonna agree with Tucker Carlson and sure you call him a fucking freak in the same... I called him a demon and a Nazi. I didn't call him a fucking freak, but he is one. He is also a loser. He's such a loser that Putin made fun of him. Sean Connor, no, what are you guys doing? Didn't I fucking tell you people? This is worse than Skynet, y'all. Again, we're not... Let's get this straight. We don't live in a dystopia. We live in 4 dystopias at the same time.
Doesn't mean we're in a dystopia. It actually means 4 dystopias at the same time. It's Orwellian because the elite that control the healthcare system are also trying to control the news media's narrative. Like Orwell,
you can expand on this.
Inner Party in 1984, there is no genuine communication between us, the average citizen, and them, the party members. The economic elite are in the pocketbooks of the inner party elite. It's Kafka-esque because, like Joseph in Kafka's The Trial, to do anything to change anything, you have to go through so much bureaucratic and legal red tape that by the time you've just filed one subpoena, they've already gotten rid of 20.
Hence why I think we just ignore that bit. What was the guy from Texas's name? He ran for president once. Fuck, come on. It was like Buttigieg, but better. Like, not evil. Fuck. Beto, thank you. Like Beto said, fuck the rules.
20,000 people. That's, of course, not to mention all the red tape you have to go through just to find somebody in network, too. It's Huxleyan because all of the choices we're given, like the residents of Brave New World, are already prefabricated by an elite. They create a surplus of choice, which is utterly fake, given that a couple companies own the media, own basic goods and services, and own healthcare. Like the alphas, betas, and gammas who are all scientifically designed to have a part and parcel of their society, our system...
Like, they're implementing all of that now. That's the thing, right? And, like, during Biden's administration, we had the best fucking regulatory agencies ever. Lena Khan was a goddamn hero, and they are just erasing everything. What the fuck ever happened to Beto O'Rourke? He recently made the news. That's how I remembered him, because he recently said, fuck the rules. It just hit me, Queen Khan. Yeah, I know. I just realized that Asmongold Roach animation was based on the Kafka story. No way. Oh shit. Okay, we got like actual news coming in too. What was I Oh yeah, Beto O'Rourke. Beto O'Rourke. Fuck the rules. We'll finish up with like what dystopia that we're in a second, but here.
We're not going to let him stop us. Are you with me on that? Ándale.
Ukraine can't hold an election during a war. It's in their constitution. The people of the Donbass cannot have a free election with the Russian fucking orcs pointing their guns at them. There is no chance of, like, negotiation. The Russians don't want peace. If you still think that Putin or the Russians want any kind of peace other than a piece of Ukraine and a piece of Europe, then you are genuinely too stupid for me to help. I'm sorry. Like, I don't mean this as an attack to you, but I promise you, there is nothing on this earth that Putin will give a shit about for peace, unless it's literally just preparing for a bigger war.
Also means, as Mark was saying earlier, we don't await the punch thrown by these would-be fascists to land. We punch first and we punch harder. We want California and New Jersey and Illinois and Maryland and every other state where the Democrats hold the governor's mansion, the assembly, and the state senate to redraw their congressional districts now, not wait for Texas to move first, to maximize Democratic Party advantage. Listen, you may say to yourself, well, those aren't the rules.
Long live Homo sapien, occupied and currently still being bombed.
There are no refs in this game. Fuck the rules. We are going to win whatever it takes. We're going to take this to them in every way that we can.
Fuck the rules. I've been saying this for a year now. And it's amazing to finally hear like an actual Democrat say it. Fuck the rules. It doesn't matter. Fuck the Democratic Party. True. Fuck the Republican Party too. Fuck the fascists. There are no refs in this game. No one's coming to save you. Hit them first and hit them hard. Like, again, you gotta remember, quite a lot of Democrats are complicit. They're part of the regime. There's quite a few that are not. It is very easy to tell who is and who isn't. Very, very easy. So, on that, rather not on that, but on another note, the U.S. Navy has deployed to the Iwo Jima Amphibious Ready Group, ARG, which consists of the USS Iwo Jima, USS Fort Lauderdale, USS San Antonio, home port in Norfolk, Virginia, along with several thousand Marines, about 4,000, with the 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit out of Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, to the South Caribbean Sea as part of a ramped-up effort to combat drug cartels in Latin America. In addition, the Navy will also allocate a nuclear-powered attack submarine, a number of P-8A Poseidon maritime patrol surveillance aircraft, several Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyers. Like, we are invading Latin America. Guided missile cruiser, like in the control of U.S. Southcom. Yeah. We're sending a nuclear sub and like a full battle fleet to go fuck with Venezuela and Colombia. Want to fight drug cartels? Decriminalize drugs? This is like literally, yeah, absolutely. But that's never the point. You do realize that Mexico's drug cartels get more than 70% of their guns from the United States. It's not about that. He just doesn't like Venezuela because Venezuela put out a $50 million bounty calling him a pedophile, saying he's wanted for child sex crimes. Possibly why they don't like Venezuela. But also, like, we were talking about invading Latin America ages ago. Remember the map of, like, Greater America they put out after the election? That's all still the plan. It's just slow walking it, you know? Hell, we said they were going to invade cities, and they're just doing that now. I just got back from James Gunn's Superman topical. I still need to see that so badly. But, deploying an ARG for cocaine holes is like sending a brass band to hush a library, loud, impressive, and wildly off-key. Trump's Navy rolled out the 4,000-strong Iwo Jima ARG, plus a nuclear submarine, cruisers, and P-8s. Defense officials concede that the 22nd MAU isn't trained for interdiction. The Coast Guard is. Mexico's President Sheinbaum warned that self-determination beats gunboat diplomacy, recalling allies' pushback. Yeah, so we're already, like, bombing in Mexico, too. Pretty sure. We've had drones over positions for a while. I don't know if we've actually started bombing yet, but we have not gotten permission to do so. And I don't think it matters.
Is deploying 4,000 additional troops to waters around Latin America, according to CNN.
Have a lovely night, incorrigible heathen. Don't forget to like the stream.
The report says the Marines and sailors will be used to combat drug cartels, a focal point of President Donald Trump. The Navy officially announced a deployment, but did not give specifics on where the troops would go. The CNN report says, along with the troops, a nuclear-powered attack submarine, several destroyers, and more are also being deployed. Officials who spoke...
This is a lot of firepower. Like we didn't send this much to Latin America for, like, the Banana Company. Like, it wasn't even this much. This is, like, full-on, we're going to, like, I don't know, bomb Iran or something. I know the Trump regime has some sort of limits on their attempts to invoke Alien Enemies Act because of not actually being at war with Venezuela, regardless of how much those countries matter. I did not expect that they could just start a war with Venezuela for extra pretext. Well, literally today, in the meeting with Zelensky, Trump realized, oh, I can say no election because we're at war. Like, literally, that was the clip. Hold on. I'm just going to find it here because I did not name it exactly what I thought I did. Here we go. Yeah, right here.
You say
legal elections.
So you say during the war you can't have elections. So let me just say 3.5 years from now. So you mean if we happen to be in a war with somebody, no more elections? Oh, that's good. I wonder what the fake.
You like this idea?
No.
Speaking of news, I got a question for you. This sounds insane.
So yeah. They literally will just start a war for the extra pretext. It's not like we're Americans. We've been doing that for a while.
With CNN reportedly said this is mostly a show of force for now.
The idea is we want them to touch our boat so that we can touch them inappropriately.
Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum reacted to the news, saying interventionism is not one of the ways to solve conflicts. This deployment comes after an order from Trump directed the Pentagon to use the military to target cartels.
Again, maybe stop selling them guns. That might help. You don't need to, like, molest Mexico. Remember when he said that if you didn't vote for him, you wouldn't have a country anymore? Every accusation is a confession. Yep. Remember when he said that you only had to vote one more time and that he would fix everything? Sometimes their confessions are just confessions as well. Also, decriminalize. Literally, like, again, if you want people to stop doing drugs and stop being homeless and poor, just get rid of poverty. Poverty reduces crime. Poverty reduces, like, lack of poverty reduces drug use. Getting rid of poverty reduces crime. Getting rid of poverty reduces domestic assault. Getting rid of poverty increases productivity. Like, it's very, very, very easy. Okay, so let's see what Fox is saying. Let's see them manufacture some consent. Oh, sorry, this is Raw. I don't know what the fuck that is.
Now, I'm Austin Westfall. One thing I wanted to hit today is the United States ordering the deployment of air and naval forces to the Southern Caribbean Sea in order to address threats from Latin America.
You're saying that a boat is over there wearing that slinky tarp just asking for it? Basically, yeah. Yeah.
American drug cartels. Reuters, the one bringing us this report, they say that 3 sources briefed them on the decision. President Trump has wanted to use the military to go after Latin American drug gangs that have been designated as global terrorist organizations. And Reuters says the Pentagon has been directed to prepare options. Nelson Bolito is the chairman of the Border Commerce and Security Council.
I'm pretty sure we tried this with Iran too, but they didn't take the bait. Like, it doesn't matter. This is all, like, consent manufacturing, obviously.
Operated in many parts of the world in a very similar fashion. But
yeah, no. Let's watch, like, a person who actually knows what the fuck they're talking about talk about this. If you don't know who Cappy is, I'm sure you do. I'm sure if you've watched me before, you know who Cappy is. If you don't, Cappy's cool.
Ensure that the only people who need to fear for their future are those who profit from murder, addiction, and chaos, end quote. It sounds like something a CIA spook would want me to think. Oh, wait. Ronald Johnson actually did work for the CIA in his past. And
he's the guy who's in charge of that project.
Background in the intelligence community in the United States has been taken as an indicator of the U.S. intention to use covert military action and paramilitary groups against the cartel. Mexico's President Sheinbaum made some diplomatic statements in response, saying, quote, the United States is not sending its military to Mexico. We cooperate, we collaborate, but there will be no invasion. We're ruling this out absolutely. In April 2025, the White House asked President Sheinbaum, Mexico, if she would be cool with the U.S. sending troops across the border to give a helping hand in combat and pull triggers against the cartels.
She said no!
Thanks, but no thanks. The diplomatic messaging are careful, though. I think it's worded in a way to say that there won't be conventional operations, which leaves some ambiguity over whether they would object to covert actions. This is the kind of phrasing that officials often use historically when they're hinting at intelligence operations. But I think it's easy easy to miss some of the actual targets of these sweeping changes. Okay, so often when we think about these drug cartels, we think about the United States and Mexico naturally. But the interesting thing, I think, is that these new orders are actually targeting a different country that we rarely think or talk about when it comes to the cartel, and that is Venezuela.
Venezuela's Cartel de los Soles, Trinidad, and MS-13.
Because two things just happened. First, recently on July 25th, 2025, the U.S. government designated the Venezuelan cocaine cartel De Los Soles as a foreign terrorist.
Oh yeah, like they never actually fight the cartel. Of course not. Like they'll bomb them from the sky maybe, but have you seen like there's people who track ICE, and right now like in DC, the occupied city, all of the military and ICE are positioned in low crime areas. They're not actually looking for crime. I'm glad this guy actually broke away from Task and Purpose. Always seemed chill as fuck. Really, I don't actually know much about Task and Purpose because I never really like was drawn to them. I've always liked Cappy though, and Civdiv is good too.
Organization. And you might think, what's the big deal? This year in 2025, the U.S. designated at least 8 different cartels as terrorists, already starting in February. But there is actually a major distinction here. The Venezuelan De Los Soles cartel is alleged to be a direct arm of the Venezuelan government, made up of a network of Venezuelan military officers and political elite. It started in the 1990s.
Hey, this chicken. Good to see you. I'm all right. We're just, getting through it. Oh, fuck, I forgot. We were still talking about the fact that we live in 4 dystopias. I have such ADHD. All right, back to this first for a second. Let's get a little refresh before we go back to, the Trump.
It's Huxleyan because all the choices we're given, like the residents of Brave New World, are already prefabricated by an elite. Surplus of choice, which is utterly fake, given that a couple companies own the media, own basic goods and services, and own healthcare. Like the alphas, betas, and gammas who are all scientifically designed to have a part and parcel of their society, our systems create controlled desires and get parts of society addicted to different types of desires, such that when they get pre-existent conditions like diabetes or obesity afflicting over 2/3 of the American population, those same systems can then proceed to
4
narcotic...
dystopias had this chicken. 4 of them.
Medicate those people on antidepressants, high blood sugar medication, and high blood pressure medication. Because, hey, it's one revolving door anyway. It's Phil Dickian because, like the elite androids dreaming of electric sheep, it's already come to a point where if you have those pre-existing conditions, you can get an abstract totalitarianism to tell you, that's just too damn bad. We're gonna get an AI to replace you soon anyway, so sucks to suck. But hey, at least you can be a data mine for them, like I'm doing right now and like you will be when you comment, because
Hey, all of us are being farmed. We are all farm animals. We're not the product. The product is the data that we produce. You are a chicken in a coop.
Everything is now a space for reproducing the existing system through algorithmically trained large language models and convolutional neural networks. If I had to pick one, I'd say Huxley gives us the best understanding of the present through the idea of a revolving door of profit that we can infer from his work. But who do you think gives us the best understanding?
Honestly, I don't think I could pick one over the other. I think pretty much all of these at the same time is where we are. It's pretty fucked. I mean, this is what I mean when I say we're doing Cyberpunk 1984. Oh, thanks for the stretch. I needed that. If you guys could hear how many bones in my neck just cracked, my god.
If you had to...
It was fantastic. Well, I choose features. Yeah, I know. We got a few of them. I mean, what we were talking about war, but I did forget about these. We're banning mail-in voting.
We're going to stop mail-in ballots because it's corrupt. You know, when you go to a voting booth and you do it the right way, and you go to a state that runs it properly, you go in. They even ask me. They asked me for my license plate, for identity. I said, I don't know if I have it. They said, sir, you have to have it. I was very impressed, actually. But it's very hard to cheat. We're going to...
I got up on a stretch. They're banning mail-in voting. Literally, Trump has mailed his vote in. But, you know, it is what it is. I'm going to lead a movement to get rid of mail-in ballots and also while we're at it, highly inaccurate, very expensive, seriously controversial voting machines. By the way, they're mad about the voting machines because Newsmax just got, lost their trial and has to pay, millions of dollars to Dominion now. Did he have the ID for voting? Trump? I don't know. How the fuck would I know? He voted. He voted by mail. 10 times more. Yeah, like, I'm not gonna read this whole fucking shit. He wants to get rid of he wants to get rid of mail-in voting because that's how most people vote. And obviously, the less people vote, the more likely Republicans win. This is all about taking your right to vote away. So it is what it is. The king has voted by absentee ballot. That is true. All I can say is I hope The Witcher 3 is better. I haven't played it either. The Witcher 3 is literally a masterpiece and was my favorite game of all time until I played Cyberpunk 2077. And now it is my second favorite game of all time because Cyberpunk is my favorite. Being in the world of Cyberpunk just feels authentic because it's like the world we live in now with more tech, but everyone's honest about how fucking shit and evil it is. Until Cyberpunk took the words out of my mouth. Yeah, those two games are the best. No, absolutely. 10 out of 10. All right, let's talk about how we're at war now. Again.
Traffickers in Colombia bribing Venezuela border guards, which escalated from there into being accused of being a narco-terrorist state-run enterprise.
And
have you got past Act 1 yet? Because it's a slow start. You don't really get the most of the game until you start exploring, talking with people, It's the vibe of the story. I don't know. Anytime, like, Johnny is talking, like, they're playing the music in the background, and it's all just, like, I'm doing the Johnny Silverhand stuff. Well, good. Okay, so you already passed Act 1, which means, you know, you can see Johnny. So, like, you've just opened up the game there. It's gonna get way better. If you have Phantom Liberty, that shit's fun. I have more fun taking out psychos than anything. Oh, you go and kill the cyber psychos? See, I take them out and non-violently because cyber psychosis is treatable. And to be fair, all of you have cyber psychosis. So do I. It's a real thing and we all have it. Just so you know.
$50 million bounty on Venezuela's president, Nicolas Maduro, accused of running a cartel from his presidential palace.
Unlike with Mexico, the U.S. official stance is that the cartel is directly led by Venezuelan leader Maduro himself.
By the way, remember, yes, there's a $50 million bounty on Maduro. Maduro also put a $50 million bounty on Trump for being a pedophile. No idea what you're talking about exactly. He's, yeah.
Himself, and that his whole government is a narco-terrorist state. This has been the position of the United States for many years. De Los Sols is accused of having protection thanks to their ties to senior Venezuelan government officials. Their name allegedly has a direct reference to this. It means Cartel of the Suns, sun being a reference that comes from the insignia of the Venezuelan military.
Some QAnon bullshit to justify it. We are going to be right about here.
From Venezuela on its way to Mexico and the This deployment location is revealing because it's in close proximity to Venezuela. This is where a lot of illicit substances travel through from Venezuela on its way to Mexico and in the Caribbean island chain to the United States. Now, I'm not...
See ya, this chicken. Good to see you as well.
Much of a fishing expert myself. I find fishing is something that takes a lot of patience and requires a kind of inner peace that I may never achieve. But what this mission sounds like to me is a fishing expedition to see if the cartel will take the bait and touch America's boats. By reading the official FTO announcement itself, we can see exactly where the US government's head is at here. In it, they state the De Los Sols cartel, which has provided
My God, thank you. I'm gonna distract this again because I want to answer this question. Gataranja, what is cyberpsychosis exactly? Well, if we look at what the actual author called it, now it doesn't actually matter what the author called it. Why are you not popping up as an option? Give me, fine, whatever.
material.
Do it like this. If you go down here, you can see Mike Pondsmith, the guy who wrote it, his definition. I agree with his definition pretty much entirely. No, it's fine. First of all, cyberpsychosis is a disorder that in part depends on the subject's overall susceptibility. Empathy is key here. He calls it like the humanity stat. It's the amount of empathy that you have being reduced while you dissociate from your human body and associate yourself more with machines. Just like a person who drinks a lot of party doesn't end up an alcoholic, not everyone who gets loaded up with cyberware will go cyber psycho. Humanity is not a measure of one aspect of personality, but an overall measure of several elements, including the subject's ability to empathize or emphasize and relate with others, their ability to absorb and rebound from mental and physical stressors, their ability to show compassion and flexibility for others, whether they're able to balance their worldview through other methods. So it's like, it's an addiction. It's a drug addiction. But what happens is eventually you just kind of lose it. You lose your belief in people. You feel it's a gradual symptom ranging from decay of self-preservation, distancing, disregard from friends and family, poor and impulsive outbursts and acts. They identify more with machines than people, stop doing things that used to give them pleasure, eating, sleeping, socializing, sex. Eventually, human interaction becomes irritating. This morphs into contempt and finally violence. This right here is incredibly, what is the thing doing that? This is really familiar for American society. Problem is the cartel's IMO is the cocaine is just too good. Cocaine is dog shit. If you do cocaine and you like it, I don't know what to tell you. I've done cocaine, and it felt no different than drinking 2 Red Bulls. Genuinely. Cartels don't exist without draconian, outdated or damaging views on the use of drugs. I mean, that's true, too. Maybe you should do some less cocaine. Okay, fine, do your coke, whatever. I take fucking Vyvanse every day for my ADHD. I don't need cocaine. They have me on fucking 70 milligrams of amphetamine, alright? I'm good. I don't need the damn coke. This is my fucking medication to make me function, and I can barely do that, so. Oh my goodness, thank you for the sub. I fight for them. Much appreciated. Welcome to the community, by the way. I haven't seen you before. Guys, feel free to join the Discord and drop a like on the stream. I would never ever do illegal substance ever. I'm a very clean and perfect human being. Sure. I'm not anti-cocaine. I just think that cocaine is God's way of telling you have too much money. Why would you do cocaine when it's incredibly expensive, when you can get a stronger upper for less money? I suppose if you're rich, yeah. Yeah, see? Okay, fair. That's what I mean. Cocaine's only fun if you're rich.
Support to Aragua.
I forgot. We already did this. I don't care anymore. Moving on. If you live in North Carolina, get the fuck out.
Aaron Gilchrist reports from North Carolina's Outer Banks, where there are evacuation orders tonight. And Aaron, there's new warnings there as well?
Yeah, you're right, Tom. There is a tropical storm watch that we just...
I lived in Manhattan, and I went to school near Wall Street. I had friends that literally lived 2 blocks from Wall Street. I had a friend who sold coke on Wall Street. All right, I've had the best of the best, and it's nothing. It's boring. It's worthless. It did nothing for me. I don't know. Maybe I just don't need it. Maybe my brain just doesn't accept it because I have ADHD. Rich people love coke, and I feel like it's a waste of money. I've never had it do anything to me except for numbing my gums one time. Because I wanted to try that. And I was 17. Your brain don't like coke means others don't like it. That's true. I'm not saying you shouldn't be able to do coke. You just didn't combine it with amphetamines. It doesn't. Well, to be fair, I wasn't on medication when I did coke because I was still a teenager. I didn't get on medication until I was an adult. That sounds like you might have an addiction, Gataranja. If your brain loves it more than candy, you know. It is okay. You can be a recreational user without being an addict, but there is a difference between addiction and non-addiction. Hell, I wonder if I put you into an MRI, and then I put you into an MRI and just had you scroll TikTok, would it be the same? Okay, DARE officer, tell me more. You think I'm the DARE officer here? One of the reasons I've never tried to even try coke is the way of producing it creates suffering. Depraved Ambiance, have you ever watched The Good Place? Everything is suffering. There's no moral or ethical way to live on this planet right now. No matter what you do, you are exploiting someone else's suffering. That's kind of the whole plot of The Good Place, at least the first season. No, don't do any fucking cocaine. Jarko, if you can buy cocaine, you can pay for a sub. All of you who want drop me a sub right now. If you can afford cocaine. I never signed the DARE pledge. Saying I wouldn't do drugs. I don't even remember having been asked to do that. I grew up in America, Gataranja. We have dare in America. In Australia, I think they have a giraffe. Hold on, I can find out. Australian anti-drug giraffe. Harold, that's his name.
And
This was the dare. Wow.
Healthy Harold was born in 19... Healthy Harold.
That's the giraffe. Okay, can we get back to the fact that there is a giant storm coming towards North Carolina? Is cocaine worse than Red Bull's taste? That's the question. I actually like the taste of Red Bull. I think it tastes nice. Now, I don't like too much of it, but I like it. I don't drink Red Bull very often, though. I tend to go with Monster.
Scott here for the Outer Banks, and one of the big concerns right now is that we could see waves here 3 times taller than I am, and oceanfront homes like that one.
Jarko, if you have to use your Prime sub and you can't pay for another sub, then you can't afford to do cocaine. So that's just how it works. To be able to do cocaine, you need to have 3 times the amount of money you need to live. That should be like your line. If you have enough money that you could live 3 of your life and be like that's when you do it. You need to be able to, like, I don't know, have a backup for, like, okay, if I fuck this up, if this problem happens, does my whole life fall apart? You go do that. Have fun.
May not stand a chance.
These houses are fucked, by the way.
Tonight, Hurricane Aaron barreling through the Atlantic, causing flash flooding in Puerto Rico, sweeping through the Virgin Islands and the Turks and Caicos Islands. The hurricane, now a strong Cat 4, is expected to stay well off the North Carolina coast, but it's already triggering
Well, Nihil, because prior to like 20 years ago, people didn't think that everyone on the coast was going to die and their houses would be underwater.
mandatory evacuations along the Outer Banks, where waves could reach 20 feet.
Those breaking waves will push water up into communities and potentially do structural damage along our vulnerable dune front.
With parts of the only highway connecting these islands expected to become impassable in the coming days, visitors and residents on Hatteras and Ocracoke Islands being told to leave. But some locals say...
I remember having to evacuate from North Carolina from a hurricane, like years and years ago. It was wild. Substance abuse can screw up your whole life plan. Stay safe. Well, yeah, like, you can... There is a line between being able to recreationally use drugs or drink alcohol, and then there is a line of when it becomes a problem. Just, it's the same thing. Can you have a drink? Sure. Can you have 2? Sure. Can you have 4 a day every day and need it to get out of bed in the morning? No, that's an addiction. The question is, does he have that Ted Haggard money? I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. Now I know that you're just, like, trolling. Like, you're here specifically trolling. I like, you're not even trying now. I want to see if there's anything different coming out of Preston here.
And the leaders of multiple European nations, where they came together with a stated...
Okay, you know what? Fine. We can talk about addiction. What if you enjoy your addiction? I think a lot of people enjoy weed addiction and they don't care to change it. I agree with you. But can we think about why, first of all? Like, why are people addicted to marijuana? Because there are people who just, like, smoke weed, and there's people who are literally addicted to it. They both exist. Why? Because society is pushing people in a direction that they feel like they need to find an escape from. And so they need to relax. They're being exploited. They're being harmed. It's stressful. Stress keeps going up and up and up and up and up and up and up. So what do people do? Well, they want to relax. They want to release some of that stress. And so they go and, like, smoke pot. Smoke lasts 25 years every day. Well, no wonder that your brain is, like, slower than most people in chat. That's the other downside. First of all, like, you shouldn't smoke pot until you're, like, 25. Actually. We know that now. And granted, like, I did when I was a teenager too. Don't worry about it. But, and before you're 25, it very much increases your chances of developing schizophrenia. So, like, there's that. But people are addicted to weed because they can't afford cocaine. No, people are addicted to weed because life sucks. That's literally it. It's because life sucks. Weed is not a physical addiction. It's a psychological addiction. And so the issue being, I don't want to stop smoking weed because life sucks is the psychological issue. It's good for you. Like, weed's good to an extent. It's not like I have a problem with it. I just, like, I don't want to smoke all day. Life does suck. Well, you know, I'd rather make it not suck. Yeah, exactly. So that's the issue, Gataranja. You want life to suck less for you. I want to change the world so it does not suck anymore. And that's the issue. Weed is an escape. I don't want you to escape. I want you to feel the pain. And I want you to get mad. And then I want you to channel it and do something about it. Not avoiding. I want you to feel the anger, the discomfort. I want you to understand, like, oh my God, this fucking sucks. Wants and desires are fine. I don't want you. No, it's not your choice. What are you talking? What the fuck are you talking about right now? Like, I'm so confused now. I'm saying I want you to feel that pain, that discomfort, instead of trying to push it away. I like smoking weed, watching science videos and reading theory stuff. Good. That's fine. You said you want me to? I do. I said wants or I didn't understand the other part of it. It's your choice. I'm telling you what you should do. You can do it or you cannot. I don't particularly care. But if you want your life to not suck, then you should do what I tell you to do. It's actually that simple.
And you're sure this is the Democrats?
I am the immigrants.
I am them.
I don't think we can have this conversation right now because chat's a bunch of snowflakes who don't want to feel bad about their self. Well, so that's the thing. That's exactly why we need to have this conversation right now. You can use substances. Harvard professor wrote a book a few years back about how he does heroin on a regular and sometimes basis. That's fucking wild. I mean, to be fair, RFK Jr. said that he was failing in college and then he started doing heroin and did better in class, but, like, yeah, not. Listen, guys, civil, funcore, depraved ambiance, let's take it down a notch. Everyone gets triggered when we talk about their drug addiction because everyone feels like they're being attacked. No one's being attacked here. It's not a moral failing for you to be a drug addict. It's not a failing at all for you to be a drug addict. It is literally what happens when you regularly use drugs. Now, is it a problem? Yes. You're not hurting anyone else. That's true. I don't think you are. I think all drugs should be legal. And I think that I think all drugs should be legal. And I think that no one should give a fuck about what you put in your body. That's my true belief. But right now, we're not talking about you. You are being hyper individualistic. I don't give a fuck about how you feel in your life. You need to come and fight for life. Like, they're going to end humanity. And you're sitting there smoking pot in the corner, not wanting to think about it. You're not hurting anybody else, but you're not helping either. That's my issue. A lot of people get upset when you point out they're addicted to weed, coffee, or common substances like that. I'm addicted to fucking nicotine and caffeine. I don't think I was grateful. No. Like, it's just... the way that you phrased it, I could see other people getting angry, and then that would then create, like, a whole thing. You know, like, yeah. Cutting it off right at the stem. But you understand what I mean here? Addiction is just to numb, not going to solve any problems. Exactly. Like, you're perfectly fine in having an addiction. If you want to be a drug addict, go for it. Be a drug addict. But you should, at the very least, focus when everyone's life is on the line and help them. I'm to the left of you, Visora. The drugs shouldn't be legal unless they can be free too. Oh, no, I personally don't think that, like, you know, money should exist the way that we do. To be fair, that's like a whole other story, and not in this lifetime type thing. But you may hate my apathy. I do. I hate apathy. Apathy is killing this country and this world. It's my right. No, it's not actually. It's not your right. You have no fucking right to apathy. If you want to be apathetic, why the fuck are you in this chat arguing with me? You gave up your right to apathy when you came in here and started a discussion. You started this conversation. You're not allowed to say, I don't care about it. I am apathetic and it's my right. No, you don't. don't fucking tell me to chill. I will ban you. Genuinely, I will ban you. You are trying to avoid responsibility. You are trying to avoid discomfort. Every day that you don't get up and do something, another person gets kidnapped. It is on you. You are hurting people. You are. When life is good, you will crave or have the need to dumb less. Rights are an illusion that has been more true now than ever before. Yeah. Honestly, derailing the entire stream, not particularly, just because, like, I didn't have anything else to jump to at the time, so it was kind of good to get that discussion out. But I really do think that, like, you're fine. If you want to use drugs, go use drugs. But you have to fucking get up. Like, it's time. They're doing the shit now. Look at this. You know how insane this is? The Trump administration is in talks to buy 10% stake in Intel, which would make the U.S. the largest shareholder. This would involve converting some or all of Intel's grants from the Chips and Science Act, worth $10 billion, into equity. They are literally... Remember a few months ago when I said there's a line for when it's get the fuck out of that country and it's they start nationalizing industry? Yeah, that's CCP shit. This is fucking, like, it's funny that they call us communists. And by the way, also NVIDIA. NVIDIA now has to pay America 15% of the revenue for chips that they sell in China. That's mob shit. This is the state controlling business. You know, a lot of Americans would call this communism. It's not. It's Nazism, but, you know, it's not like they know better. That they sell, that they get, like, not even a tariff. Yeah, no, they're just, they're taking that money. They're taking 10% stake, and they are taking 15% cut. This is the side of fascism that people don't recognize. And you are correct, Matty Holmes. This is like the key here. This is the point where it's starting. This is, they have consolidated enough. That isn't the government takeover of my business and private industry. Well, like, it is. It is the governmental takeover of business and private industry. That's what's beginning here. The mob state. I mean, clearly we are the ISIS country, the Hitler country, Al Qaeda, and now we're the mob. Jesus Christ! Do you, like, I wish we had, like, Tony Soprano or something. It's kind of coming together. Fascists are inherently dog shit in governing and finance, but at some point they are going to rob all the corpos. Exactly. They should have given the stake to the workers, get rid of the CEOs, shaking my fucking head. Well, I mean, you know, like, you're actually wanting good things, Captain Buggy, but they function on the mentality of people should suffer because they hate people. This is closer to Italian fascism over German fascism for now. For now. Don't forget, we're also doing this.
A camp at Fort Bliss Army Base in the Texas desert will be a temporary prison to 5,000 immigrants awaiting deportation. The facility, dubbed the Lone Star Lockup, began receiving detainees on Sunday. It's the Trump administration's latest mega deportation depot.
I would like to see bigger facilities that'd be more efficient, holding several thousand people.
God, this man looks like such a fucking orc. Like an actual fucking orc.
I would like to see bigger facilities that'd be more efficient, holding several thousand people.
The secret police, as in ICE, already gets more funding than most countries' militaries do.
At Fort Bliss, those detainees will be adults arrested from throughout the country and sent to live in tents on the base near the Mexico border for upwards of 6 months until they board deportation flights.
This is the largest concentration camp the United States has ever had, and
the county commissioner called it a concentration camp. Yo!
Flights.
This is the largest concentration.
El Paso County, Texas commission. Yeah. He called it the concentration camp. Like, even they did it.
Concentration camp the United States has ever had, and it's sad that it's in our backyard.
Several dozen immigration advocates protested at the gates of the Army base.
Very concerned that the corporation that is running it is doing it because of profit. I mean, this
Geo Group or Civic, they're making fucking bank because all of these concentration camps and gulags are run by them.
is not just a humanitarian effort. This is an effort to make money. So
it's not funny at all, but it is like, holy shit, they finally said it. I'd argue it's not the largest in the U.S. Many Native American reservations were actually concentration camps, like historically. Are they still active, though? I think you meant active, but I do agree with you. You are right.
Somebody is going to get rich out of this detention center.
The private company that was awarded the $1.2 billion government contract to build and oversee the facility has no experience running detention centers.
What company is this? Because that must be a different one. Who got the Lone Star lockup? Who got the contract for that? We're watching the new concentration camp, Mr.
Worker died during construction, and the camp location has been problematic in the past. Trump has no experience running detention centers. A worker died during construction, and the camp location has been problematic in the past.
Trump's predecessor, Joe Biden, had briefly used Fort Bliss to house migrant children who
$1.2 billion to build a giant tent with like 9 toilets. Yeah. Waste, fraud, and abuse. Yep. I'm still looking for what company is doing this. Who got the contract? Because it's not the ones that we usually know. Maybe you'll have. ATYLT. Come on. Okay, here we go. Damn it, no, it's not. That's a different Lone Star company. That one happens to be fucking Australian. If anyone can find which company got contracted to build that, please let me know. Billion with a B, yeah, I know. Thanks, Biden. Thanks, Obama, paving the way for Republicans to do fascism. To be fair, like, we've been doing this since fucking Nixon, at the very least. Really, America's always been this. Lone Star Lockup. That's the name of it. At Fort Bliss. I didn't time you out. I think you must have annoyed a mod. And, most of chat are moderators now, actually. Speaking of, I gotta mod you, Maddie Holmes. Oopsie. I don't know who the fuck Maddie is. Oopsie. I'm bad at this. Okay. The new system of mods is I'm making as many people mods as possible, and then I want you guys to like talk to each other and decide what type of mod it is. Is being a centrist a crime here? Oh yeah, it absolutely is. Centrists are complicit. If you're a centrist, then you're no better than a Republican. Like, you're not like a demon or anything, but you're definitely a zombie. Why don't you just leave? Why do you want me to ban you? No, fuck off. You're a zombie. I'm not gonna engage with you. Nobody ban them.
West without a parent, but that facility did not last long.
You're going to be forced to suffer
after
me.
Whistleblowers alleged inadequate conditions.
Fort Bliss in and of itself has a history of housing people wrongfully, whether it goes back all the
Obama did appoint Holman, didn't he? The fucking golem.
way to the internment of Japanese folks during World War II, to children before, and then now with other single adults. It's just unfortunate that a military installation that has a completely different purpose and presence in our community is being used in this way.
An earlier Trump effort to hold immigrants at Guantanamo Bay proved unsuccessful due to logistical and legal issues. In Florida, a new detention camp dubbed Alligator Alcatraz has drawn scrutiny over reports of inhuman...
You mean Alligator Auschwitz. Actually, liberals argued ICE was okay up until the past year. I mean, they were mad about it during Trump 1, but yeah, remember, ICE didn't exist until, like, after 9/11. We made ICE when we made HSI, right? Like, the Homeland Security, like, all of that was made after 9/11, and it's just still there. Well, fuck liberals. Yeah, fuck liberals. Fuck conservatives, too. Fuck centrists as well. I'm researching, need to go no audio video. Be back later. Fair enough. 2003, 2001. Yeah, 2003, yeah. Since 2003, we've been working our way up to this specific point. Like, always. Must be a Trump shell corporation? It might be. Try plugging it in. Might be like not a Trump one, but like a friend of his or some shit like that. Then we have armed neo-Nazis while marching in Minneapolis. They have guns now. Remember when I said you should be armed in case the armed Nazis come marching through your town? And you guys were like, oh, that won't happen.
Hey, I still love y'all. I still love you.
They got their asses beat, and then the flags got burned. But that's your America, guys. This right here, this is America. We formed the DHS, reallocated FEMA to DHS to ensure we formed ICE. Yeah, sure. No, I'm like, no, do not ban this person. Do not. Because they want to be banned because they can't deal with this. You want to understand this information. You want to see this. You want to believe it, but you're too afraid to engage with it. But you don't want to walk away because you know what you want. It's just hard for you to allow yourself to believe it. Back false alarm, my brother, though he was having serotonin syndrome. Ooh, serotonin syndrome is fucked. I make my income off the stock market. Sure, a lot of people do, and I think that that's bad, but like I would too right now if I could. If I could play the stock market, I would be fucking rich if I knew how. You understand? Like, I know everything that's gonna happen days before it happens. I don't have money for stocks. I don't know how stocks work. I think it's perfectly rational and moral to use the systems of capitalism to further your position in the system so that you can better destroy capitalism. Like, the more power and the more wealth you have, the easier it is for you to spread that out. Like, you're not getting banned. I don't know why you want that so much. Why are you such a pussy? Like, you're genuinely such a pussy. Visora is from the future of tomorrow? That is true. White power, but they're wearing black. That's also true. I love cats too. You are a pussy. You are weak. You can't deal with reality. And so you must beg to be banned. Make him VIP. It'd be funny, Coco Kitty. Oh, hold on. Welcome to the mod team, Coco Kitty. By the way, while those Nazis were marching, guess who was driving with them?
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. What a relief. Road trip, here we come. Drive with absolute peace.
You know, see the cops all around the road. None of them give a shit. Because it's not a problem. They are most likely Nazis. They look like goofy henchmen no matter what they wore. That's also true. Fixed it? Your canvas rocks? Thank you, Certified Garbage. It's not even done. I'm still working on that. I haven't touched it in a little while. See, the trick is to do gigolo work for Pelosi and Paul, and Nancy tells you who to invest in. Or you could just go to, like, you know, Twitter and see what she's bought. There's a fantastic website that details the government payouts, still locking down the companies. It's not just one company. Ah, I see. So that's why they haven't named it yet. Thank you, Maddie Holmes. I will look into that a bit more later. The pigs are trying to arrest anyone who throws shit at the Nazis. Well, because the pigs are Nazis. Police escort for Nazis. Yeah, exactly. That's essentially what happened here. But I do have one good news. And it's a wild one.
President's running. You're not suggesting that the president's running a protection racket.
I am. I'm suggesting that he is violating the rule that says you can't offer a thing of value in return for an official act. That happens to be the definition of bribery. Anybody else who came to Washington and said, I will give you $100 million of free legal services if you do this for me, would be convicted of a bribe.
Kecker is helping recruit law firms nationwide to fight back. More than 500 firms, large and small, have signed up in support.
500 law firms suing Trump for bribery and racketeering is not bad. Why are you saying fuck mods? Like, I'm just giving people that I trust mod. The eventual goal is everyone in chat is a mod. I want to implement community policing. See, I don't want the mods to just ban somebody because they're annoying. I want the mods to talk to each other and decide, should we ban this person? Because all of you are equal. Your mods are not knowledgeable. You are retarded. They know significantly more than you. Okay? So I want community policing. I want you guys to talk to each other and make a decision that you would all agree with. This is what I want you to do in person too. I want you to implement this outside. I want you to talk to your neighbors. I want you to get armed. I want you to create a patrol if you live in a, risk area. Like, you need to organize. And being able to engage in a chat like this with that added element is helpful in that. This will force chat to see each other differently. And I think that that's important. I think it's really important. Why is that relevant? Why is that why do I care? Come back later. You too. Come back in 10 minutes. You need a break. Go touch some grass. Go touch some grass. So, House Bill 9 includes $32.5 million for the Office of Court Administration for court costs, $301 million for the Texas Military Department for additional personnel, $154.8 million to the Department of Public Safety and Operation Lone Star Surge costs, replacement tactical Marine units, additional intelligence personnel, $273.7 million to Texas Department of Criminal Justice for increased corrections costs, $214,000 to Texas Commission for Jail Standards for employees overtime. Oh my God, they gave that much, like literally just a drop in the bucket for overtime. $1.2 billion for barrier construction, local grants, establishing that's where your money's going. You're paying for all of this, like you're paying for all of the concentration camps. That's your money. And this is the country that you live in now.
What you're seeing now is the latest nuclear missile test conducted just hours ago by Lakewood Church. The Houston-based megachurch confirming this morning they had successfully launched a long-range warhead that passed over Washington, D.C. before splashing down into the Atlantic Ocean. While Lakewood Supreme Pastor Joel Osteen has fired ballistic missiles off the Gulf Coast before, today marks the first time the ministry has ever tested nuclear weapons. What you're seeing now is the latest nuclear missile test conducted just hours ago by...
Oh my God. Maine police officer arrested by ICE agrees to voluntarily leave the country. What do you get arrested for? What do you get arrested for? Arrest touched off dispute between him and ICE. Police chief said that the department was notified of federal officers that Evan was legally permitted to work in the country. Oh, so they just literally... The AI said he's an illegal. That's what happened. No, that's the Onion, mate. It's OAN.
Lakewood Church, the Houston-based megachurch, confirming this morning they had successfully...
It's the Onion. Can I add about Intel Military Agency Department? It's like... Yeah, absolutely. You can add it to the file, and then you can send me the file, and I can throw that into my Obsidian. Obsidian's cool like that.
Launched a...
It's getting hard to tell these days. That's what I was gonna say. I was like, it's really funny that the Onion needs to go this over the top to not be real news. My God. The Church of Adam embraced the nuke. Oh goodness. Somehow, Joel Osteen's wife is more annoying than he is. She has be caught on the news talking down to service workers more than one occasion. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I saw this today, and I agree entirely. This is some fuck shit, and I talked about it before, and it's incredibly common. We were talking about this exact thing even on election day. If you remember, there was an ad just before the election where it said if you could vote and not tell your husband who you voted for. That's between you and your vote. And the right was furious. Jesse Waters said on Fox News, again, Jesse Waters, the man who's cheated on his wife, said it would be worse than cheating for his wife to vote in a way that he disagreed with. We're upping the push towards hating women. I've seen quite a lot of let's take women's right to vote away. We saw that pastor last week talking about how women just shouldn't have any position of power. Hell, right here. Fucking this demon.
Leading in the home, you have women leading in the church, you have women leading in the marketplace when it comes to production, and you have women leading in government at every single level. And God is not going to bless that. I think we have seen the curse unfold of feminism, and it's not enough to just say, well, okay, well, let's just keep men out of women's sports and we'll be okay. Or even to just say, okay, well, all right, we went too far. No more women in positions of combat. No, also no more women in Congress.
This is how they feel. This is the stuff that they want. Like, Pete Hegseth said that women should not vote. Message me about that on Discord, please, Buncor. I'll look into that later.
I just have this feeling like, I don't know that in my life I've ever been cognizant of this sort of normalizing of just outward hatred towards women.
Yeah.
I don't know if you feel that too, but I just feel like this is like a mainstream accepted view now. Women are bad and evil, and you should never get involved with one, and they shouldn't be allowed to vote. You've got the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, sharing a video of his pastor, by the way, being like, yeah, we should probably repeal the 19th Amendment. That's the thing we should probably do. You're painted as sort of like hysterical when you point these things out. Oh, who cares? He just shared a video.
Yes, only men can be wives now. No more women as wives.
What big deal is it? This is a man with an immense amount of power over already how many women's lives as the head of the military has a
I love when the right wing says red pill, because then I get to tell them that The Matrix is a story written by a trans person about being trans, and then they get really mad. Wait, I can stay home only if you have a husband, I guess. All right, hold on. Let me pull up some more links, because let's take a look at what DC looks like right now. I'm curious, you know, how's it looking over there? 2 trans people, no less. Exactly. 2 trans people. All right. So. Oh, shit, that's loud. That's some Pat's manuals. Yeah. People out in the streets, even at night, in DC. Which is great. I mean, it's not much, but again, this was a couple days ago. I want this to be absolutely clear. These masked men roaming around like bank robber bandits will be unmasked in a Democratic majority, literally and figuratively. There will be accountability for the terror that they brought to our communities. It's all coming out. I don't believe you for a fucking second, but yeah, if we win, there will be fucking accountability. You can count on that. This morning on 14th and R, police officers with vests said only police detained a man who seemingly was just riding a moped. Take him down as the passerby screamed.
Stop! Yo, hey, yo, stop! Stop! Fuck out of this city! Stop! Fuck our city! Get out of our city! Choke yourself out! Right here.
Did you know that a Republican New Mexico candidate, a GOP candidate, was sentenced to 80 years in prison for organizing drive-by shootings of Democrats' homes? This guy was running for office in New Mexico. He was organizing drive-by shootings on Democrats' houses. Like, this is gang shit. This is mob shit. This is ISIS shit. Red states have deployed additional troops because I guess they needed backup.
Hundreds of arrests made and over 30 guns taken off the streets of D.C. after less than a week under President Trump's control. Now, 3 states are deploying their National Guard to the nation's capital to join troops that are already on the ground.
Rebecca Castor joins us now from Washington with those details. Good morning, Rebecca.
Good morning, Charlie. Yeah, we're about to see a surge of National Guard troops here in D.C. There's already 800 soldiers patrolling, and now hundreds more are on the way. They're coming from red states. West Virginia is sending between 300 to 400, South Carolina 200.
Yeah, ICE can shoot you now. They took 3 shots at somebody today.
In Ohio, 150.
Oh, and somebody who there was a story of somebody who was getting like jumped by ICE, and they didn't identify themselves. And this person gets in his car to drive away because he thinks he's being kidnapped. These are just three masked dudes just come and start grabbing him. He gets in his car, starts driving away. The ICE agent pulls out a gun and starts shooting the car. So, you know, well, I'll show you it. I have the video.
The governor of West Virginia says the request was made by the Trump administration and the mission will be funded at the federal level.
The sigh of relief that I have seen from the local communities in this city.
Again, we have fucking Goebbels over here. Remember at the beginning of stream, did you guys see me play Benny Johnson talking about how he wants every black community in DC to be ethnically cleansed? Right?
You see people going online saying, for the first time that I can remember, I don't hear gunshots ringing out at night.
I did, Maddie Holmes. I don't know why the fuck she went back to Texas.
Anymore.
But not everyone in D.C. is happy with the increased police presence. There's been plenty of protests. This is from yesterday. You can see protesters there crowding National Guard soldiers, and these guys are just trying to do their jobs.
They're just trying to do their jobs by, you know, what their job is to oppress the people. Look, being real with you. The fucking mass delusion of crime in the United States is insane. Look at these stats when you have some time. People have no fucking idea what's going on. Like, none. Zero. Just doing their jobs like the Nazis did their jobs. Yeah, I'm sure that'll hold up historically. Where's the, There we go.
Hey, you can't do that! Hey, you can't do that!
That's 3 gunshots. They tried to break his window. So you're in the car. You're in your driver's seat. Cops love to do this, by the way, because when they have a pair. One will come to your side, not your driver's side, so you're looking away from your driver's side window at them. Another one will pop around, like right at the window, and either they'll watch you, but that guy broke the window. And then so I don't know, if I'm driving and 3 dudes in masks start breaking my fucking car window, I'm hitting the gas. And these guys pulled out their gun and started shooting. You can ask whatever you want. You're not going to be banned or silenced as long as you're not specifically trolling. And there's bullet holes. This is the country you live in now, where they will just fucking kill you because they feel like it. Watching Milgram's experiment is wild. It's true. So what's the deal with the mod experiment? An armed society is polite society when half the I want the entire population to be on the same level. I'm not creating a tiered chat system. I'm building it. The people who have trust are going to be given moderator privileges. And then they can decide democratically among themselves who gets banned, who gets mod, who doesn't. I'm giving the power to the people, not a tiered society. The only people who aren't mod are people that are new or people that are not regular chatters. Also, I don't care. The whole point is the experiment is to figure out how to work together. That's the entire point. It's an experiment of learn how to build community and work together as a community here so that you can replicate that in person. Here doesn't matter. In person is what matters. Iowa is sending a state
While we
National
have been
Guard
focused, I'm sure you've
to
noticed,
help,
on President Trump's
ICE. They've made 100 arrests, apparently.
And new developments this morning in the investigation of an assault on a federal agent in D.C. that happened as President Trump's crime crackdown began. This video did go viral online earlier this week. That suspect you see running from officers right there has been identified. Wow, boom.
I can't believe, oh my goodness, he threw a sandwich.
Right there, you saw where he just threw that sandwich at that agent. This is 37-year-old Sean Charles Dunn, who officials say...
Oh, just dox the man, why don't you? It is a re-education camp exercise. I like it. What cities? What are you talking about, certified garbage? Like, what cities are they invading? All of them.
Of all places...
DC loves this dude? I'm sure they do.
Worked for the Justice Department.
I've seen someone, like, paint a mural of him. He's become sanctified.
Well, he has now been fired. Dunn faces several felony charges, including assault. Over the past week, there's been more than 100...
They gave him felony charges, and the cop threw that out, by the way. Because, no, you're not getting felony charges for throwing a fucking sandwich. The judge was like, that's ridiculous. This is where Trump's forces are patrolling in D.C. Now, that's pretty spread out, first and foremost. D.C. has federal police now, I heard that. So Trump federalized the police, and then the courts blocked it, and then Trump said fine, and then did it a different way. They combined him with the flower rider graffiti by Banksy, true. Assault with a deadly BLT, ooh, that's a good way to go. So, again, first off, they're quite spread out. They're occupying this city. Now, I don't know where the crime is generally in DC. I've never lived there. You seen the video of him getting arrested? It looked like they were taking out Pablo Escobar. That is true. But assault with a deadly weapon. Oh my goodness, I love that. But what I will say is take a look at how they've positioned themselves. Now, think about like if you want to do a mass protest here. Yes, I know the crime is in the White House. Beside that, you want to do a mass protest in DC. Primarily southeast, so like here where they have very little presence, they have one little ICE dot, and maybe the Secret Service dot fits in, whatever. Yeah, it's all of them. They've invaded. They're gonna do New York next, certified garbage. New York, Illinois, Baltimore. There's a couple more that they had named. Now, again, let's focus on this for a second. Can I open this as an image? Yes. All right. Now imagine you're doing a protest. It's a good grid for it. Instead of organizing a big group and like marching down to the Capitol, why don't you split into 8 to 12 person groups and position some here where like these 4 grids are your patrol duty and this is your patrol duty and then this is another group's patrol duty. You just like give them 3-4 like 20 minutes walk of patrol. And then that's their area. You can occupy the city like they are. I've been there as high school, never seen any crime, but it was a Capitol mall. Again, like, if you want to do a proper protest, you have to occupy the city. Look at a map, figure it out, break down groups of people, and like organize it to whatever task they need to do. If you're sending people to like where the mall is, right? And that's their patrol district. You want to send people who are good at talking to people. Whereas if you're sending somebody up to like, I don't know, like closer to like where the police are, you want to send someone that they won't bother as much. If you're like, you gotta pick your target and pick your operative accordingly. I lived right outside in College Park. I went to Target in Prince Mall about a mile away from my grandmother. The next day, 2 cops got shot and killed in the same parking lot we were in. Well, at least they were cops. Let's see what DC looks like.
Run here through DC and show you what it looks like now that the Trump administration has sent in the National Guard and federalized our police force. Didn't even get to start the run. I'm on my block. We've got police right here. This is Border Patrol, and then these are some unmarked vehicles, as well as more Border Patrol. Now following that group of cars, we're about 4 blocks in. All right, just got to Union Station. Here is what the scene looks like. Kind of a weird scene here, but we've got 3 of these military trucks sitting behind me. Now I'm headed in the direction of the Capitol. There's a bunch of whistles blowing, as well as a bunch of sirens coming up the street, it sounds like. I'm not sure what building this is, but it turns out it's megaphones and pots and pans, and they're trying to disturb whatever building this is.
I think that's the prison camp.
Just to be 100% clear, none of these videos are meant for like fear-mongering. I'm not trying to scare anyone. I just simply want to show you what it looks like, and obviously draw your own conclusions. I'm not here to...
I am here to tell you what to think, and I don't want you to draw your own conclusions because most of you are really bad at doing that. So, I will tell you what to think and you will listen to me. Because that's how the world works now, isn't it? ICE has tanks, by the way. You guys gotta be careful. If you hit this with a sandwich too hard, it might explode and do AoE damage. So like, you gotta be careful with that one. My goodness. All right, I got a couple more things to show you. So first and foremost, check out this guy absolutely just ripping it.
Run.
They don't get anywhere close to him. Oh, you just fucking dipped. No shoes too. Good on ya. Good on you, mate. Fast as lightning. True. So, want to hear an anti-fascist veteran's guide to resisting federal occupation? Yes, Supreme Leader? That's right. Let's go.
Donald Trump is federalizing the DC Metro Police. He's deploying National Guard to our nation's capital, and he might even bring in active duty troops, but I'm telling you not to freak out. My name is Christopher Goldsmith. I'm a former United States Army Sergeant. I'm the founder of Task Force Butler Institute and Veterans Fighting Fascism. And this video is about 3 things that you need to do to respond to this kind of crisis. The first is, be deliberate. Don't freak out. Is this escalation, acceleration, fascist, tyrannical? Absolutely yes. The goal of Donald Trump, Stephen Miller, Pete Hegseth, and the rest of those fucking idiots is to provoke you so that they can escalate further. Yes, the Overton window is shifting, but that does not mean that you need to make a decision today to act tomorrow, because while this is urgent, it doesn't require immediate action. You need to be deliberate, you need to be smart, you need to be defensive. Second is don't.
I also think you should be offensive. I think you do need to do the defensive part of this too, and I do think that you don't need to immediately act. I think preparing is more important. In fact, we have more time than you think, but we're wasting every second of it by not preparing. But you have to be ready for offense too. By the way, anyone in chat who's from Australia? Anyone? Like, let me know, please, because we're having massive fucking Nazi rallies on 31st here, and I want to go and film one. Hopefully live, but ideally, like, just film one. And trying to work out, like a group. I'd rather not show up at a Nazi rally by myself as me and start recording. The Overton window is widening rather than shifting. That is very true.
Act alone. Even if there is going to be a giant protest, and I imagine there probably will be soon, and you'll be joining a crowd of thousands or tens of thousands.
Don't do that. Go and spread out. Occupy the city. Or go deep cover, but like that depends on whether like deep cover is useful. Like you need to have a job for that one that is related. But no, don't have a giant group. Or maybe if you have enough people, sure, have a giant group. But have squads that go and patrol. Occupy the space. The point of a protest is disruption. It's disruption. So go and make people want to like not be on the street. Oh, sorry, there's like 7 leftists walking down that street with their guns because it's an open carry street. I'm not going to go down that street and spend money at those businesses. Or, ideally, oh, thank God, it's those leftists with their guns because the Nazis are way over there and I was getting really scared.
Do not go alone. Whether it's buddies from your high school or friends from college, guys and gals that you served with in the military, your family. If you are going to act, don't act alone. Make sure that you have a good sounding board. And make sure that you divide labor so that you aren't trying to do everything to save democracy. Veterans Fighting Fascism has an instruction on how you can create your own anti-fascist cell. It's called the Anti-Fascist Book Club. If you go to veteransfightingfascism.org, it's...
Sorry, I forgot to mute the mic. That's why there's the echo.
The big thing on our website. It's an instruction manual on how you can do everything from the inception of the club to the first 6 meetings. We give you a walkthrough on everything. Is the point to read books to better understand
I can link you guys this video. I've also like looked into the resources a bit. They look pretty cool. I haven't read them entirely. I'm pretty sure like I would have edits to it, but like that doesn't matter. You know, like I'm sure all of you would have your own specific edits to it as well. So definitely, like, I'll link this and you guys can check it out.
Fascism and how to fight against it? Yes, absolutely. It's about education, but it's also about building trust and getting people to meet in person, because that is the kind of relationship that you need to have if you want.
As we've talked about before, when you are online, you act differently, think differently, perceive differently than you do in person. We all basically have split personalities. We come and we put the little like Ready Player One thing on every time we go online, and people act differently. They believe things differently. They feel differently, and then you go offline, and all of that's different. You need to make that one person and cut out all the bad shit on the other end.
Want to be effective in the fight against fascism. Number 3, last but not least, make sure that you have a plan. This is separate from step number 1, where you're taking time to be deliberative. And this is separate from number 2, where you're gathering with a group of friends and allies. Number 3 is about taking the time to do.
I have fear of protests that get resistance and dragnet then have list people to harass. Well, that's why you should not bring your phone. You should not drive to the protest. You should not have, like, if you're going to bring, like, a credit card or something, you should keep it in a Faraday bag. You should wear a COVID mask. I don't care if it's illegal. Do it anyway. Fuck the law. Wear a COVID mask. You could also, like, if it's winter or it's cold, you can put one of those, Mylar blankets on backwards over your clothing, and that will make it a little bit more difficult for the drone to see you. There's things that you can do. You just have to have good OPSEC if you're worried about that.
Do more than just say go. You need to do more than say we're all going to Washington, D.C. to protest, or we're all protesting in our hometown.
Look, a really important thing that I think we need to address here is this. Like, this is fucking critical, because we argue all the time about can people be saved, which people can be saved, who's too far gone.
This idea that many people have in the war against fascism, that they, through good conversation and being nice, can de-radicalize people. But to understand why this doesn't work also requires you to understand what the road to radicalization looks like, and how many steps down the path you have to be to show up at a far-right rally. If you can imagine with me how much it would take to get me or you to get up, leave our house, and go to a political rally for an issue that we didn't really care about.
Like, that alone, think about that, right? Because a lot of people don't give two fucks. We should focus on saving the people being attacked instead of saving the attackers. I agree. I do agree. But this one is a pet Latino Mifun. This one can stay. It's my pet troll.
Already. How much time and how deeply down the path of learning about that issue and being around that content and that community it would take for me to go and show up, or you to go and show up at a rally. All right, so hold that in your head. And then
how much effort, like how much would you need to interact with Democratic politics to show up at a Democrat rally? Think about that and then like double it. Because like at least at a Democrat rally, you have some like issues that you are aware of and care about. Republicans have a hypothetical like there's boys in the girls' bathroom, and then they show up at a meeting. Like, how much does it take to get someone just to that point? It's a lot when you think about it.
imagine if when we show up at that rally, we see a bunch of far-right dudes, like tatted up neo-Nazis, and then we decide not to leave. Think about how many steps, how much time, how much information you've absorbed in that environment to become that motivated to not only get out of your house, get off the digital spectrum, go into the physical world, attend a far-right rally, see far-right people there, and not leave. Those are many, many steps.
I have most likely only been at protests because of this stream showing me pictures of Eastern Europe. Oh my god! That's actually so, like, morale boosting, long like Homo sapien. I'm glad to hear that. And union stuff, of course. But, like, hell yeah. Go to protest. Fuck these fuckers up, guys. You can do it. I believe in you. Hell, like, you know, we're doing it here, too. We're all on the front lines of the war. You guys understand that, right? Like, we're already in World War III and the Civil War at the same time.
That isn't a trick. That isn't someone being deceived. That is someone being slowly, politically socialized into far-right views and ideas. And by the time they're already out there showing up in person, that
We have to learn how to do that with left-wing ideas. How to slowly build that belief from the ground up. We talk about like big thing, we give you healthcare. Too big. Focus small. Focus very, 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 very small. Pothole on road small. These small brain people, you need to make them slowly work their way up. Civil War II electric boogaloo.
person is far down the path already. Now imagine that same kind of person talking with some random leftist or content creator or whoever at that rally. Someone who we have agreed is already down.
Think about like me talking to like the Holes guy or Gibbs. That's the equivalent here.
The road to radicalization to a significant degree. Do you think a single conversation or a clever idea or just putting ideas in front of them will truly make them break out of that political group? Because it's not just about ideas, it's also about community. They are part of a wider far-right community. And some of these
a lot of these people fucking hate Trump, but they stay because they don't want to be alone. I'm not kidding. There's a lot of people who like have MAGA shit, but they don't actually believe it. They just like the community. They don't want to be alone. They don't want to be outcasts. When Trump checked the box of approval of Smithsonian content, my brain finally went, oh, this is real. I mean, wild that that's what it did, but I'm glad. Welcome to the resistance, mate.
Cultures are incredibly violent, and there is deep danger not just of alienation but of actual physical reprisal that people have for leaving the movement, depending on how dangerous the group they've got entangled with is. Which brings us back to the literature and what that says about de-radicalization. Usually when people talk to me about this, I tell them, well, you better buckle up for several years of working on one person to de-radicalize them.
And this is what I mean by it is really, really difficult. I don't give two shits about right-wingers unless they come to me and ask me for help. If they come and they start engaging with me in good faith and they want to learn, I will deal with that. I'll engage with them. That's kind of my thing, I'll deal with the very annoying conversation, but move it because that person is willing to. But do not try and message to the right. They don't care about you. You should not care about them. Fuck them. They're all demons. And honestly, I don't care. I don't consider actual supporters of the right human anymore. They're not. In fact, they don't even want to be human. You know that, right? They want to be transhuman, which is ironic.
Because it is not just a matter of getting them out of that community and ideology. It's also making sure that they self-actualize and develop new ideas and new habits so they don't slink back into some other addiction.
A drug addict gets out of rehab, goes back home to the exact place where they lived. They have their friends who are still using, the corner around the street where they would cop. And do you think they're not going to use again? Of course they are. You have to relocate them after that. They took the red pill and are trans now? Exactly. They're salivating and having more power. If the right can get rid of Democrats and have full power, they'll do it and light the Constitution on fire. Mate, Trump just made mail-in ballots illegal. Yeah, of course. Trump was laughing today when Zelensky said he can't hold an election because he's in a war. And Trump was like, oh, I like that idea. They want the aesthetics of transhumanism and cyberpunk, but have stripped out the political and cultural topics and issues that deal with both. Well, I'll tell you what, Matty Holmes, they're not going to succeed in that because those topics and political issues are natural part of the system. They will come again on their own, even if they try and get rid of them.
or some other extremist group to fill the void that is now there because they're no longer part of the far-right movement. And what is really, really important to understand is mass de-radicalization was tried in the past by much bigger organizations than you or I or most NGOs or even governments. Literally, the US Army and the Soviet military gave up effectively on denazification within a couple of years after World War II.
So just kill the Nazis then, right? Like that's what that study would indicate. I won't let fascists ruin my Hawaiian shirt, damn it. I can put Klaus Nomi t-shirt and leave the house unbuttoned. I don't know who that is, but enjoy your Hawaiian shirt. Democrat, fuck you Yankees, that's Republicans. Basically, I live in Florida. I hope there's more base people here or whatever. I know a couple in Florida, though, like, not many. The thing is, right, at this point, like, I don't care. And I've gotten shit for this before, of, like, my Nazis should die claim. I believe it. I don't even believe in, like, re-education unless they are trying. I have to see, like, actual effort from them to change before I even give a shit about, like, re-education. It doesn't work. You can't force a drug addict to stop doing drugs. You can't force a hate addict to stop hating. Unfortunately, like, you can't overdose on hate, so.
Because they realized it was incredibly, incredibly hard to get people out of an ideology. What they realized was much easier was by deleting leaders of that movement and prohibiting them from high political office. And even that was a major failure, as a bunch of the ministries until the 70s and 80s had huge percentages of Yahtzee party members.
Again, see, this is the filter speak. Yahtzee instead of Nazi, because TikTok will censor the word Nazi. Just say Nazi. Eat the shadow ban. They will also do it to Yahtzee. They're censoring music festival now because people started using music festival instead of protest. In fact, in their new community guidelines, they specifically put referring to an event incorrectly is against TOS. So, like, calling a protest a music festival is against TikTok's TOS now. It's against TikTok's TOS to show violence, to show the moments leading up to violence, even if the violence isn't there. You understand that means, like, every police video, every, like, harassment, all of the shit happening on the streets, war, Gaza.
Still in the ministry. This is why experts push back so hard on people who try to present the idea that de-radicalization is easy or it is merely as simple as being nicer to far-right people. Further, this kind of logic is easily manipulated by far-right actors who prey upon the sympathy of liberals and leftists in a very fundamental belief of theirs that people can change and people can be good. And why
they don't believe people can change. Understand that the right wing fundamentally does not believe that people can change. The problem is that you need to do more than just get rid of the ideas or deprogram people. It takes reshoring up all of your institution to make it impossible for it to flourish. You need to completely Nazi-proof your entire democracy, top to bottom, and even that's still hard. Yeah, I mean, really. Personally, like, the re-education camps will not work. No, they won't work. They go in the hole, guys. The hole. Like, we have a euphemism for a reason. They go in the hole, and that's it. Yeah, we know this. The, like, denazifying your democracy from top down. We've talked about that too. Like, there's ways you can do that. You need to build a system that works bottom up instead of top down, for one.
While people can change and they can be good, changing their minds is very, very hard, and ultimately they have to be the one to initiate the change. You can't.
Maddie Holmes, I can't read. I'm illiterate. I'm kidding. I can't read. I just don't have the time or attention span to read books. My brain is very rotted. Like, my job is to scroll social media. I can't read. I wish.
Force it onto them. We also have to understand, just because people say that their concerns feel real to them and they're legitimate does not actually make them real or true. Yes.
This is a thing that everyone needs to understand, is a big pet peeve of mine that comes from what he mentioned. Your feelings are not always valid. And people get hella mad when you say that. your feelings are real doesn't mean they're valid, doesn't mean they're right. We at TikTok assure public safety of our users have adopted the plan to demonetize videos that use language. Thank you for your consideration. No, the book is just like size of Peter Rabbit, only 100 pages each. Each chapter is like 2 pages long. Maybe. You have to walk the person through scenarios and have them come up with the logic, the challenge. Like, I have deprogrammed a MAGA. One. Singular one. But that person was, like, I had years of history with that person. Just being their friend, not really, like, touching politics, because we disagreed on them. But, like, years of, like, connection. This was a person that literally moved to Florida from California because it was too woke. And I was able to deprogram them. But the way that I did that was by having them figure it out. You have to explain the function of critical thinking in a way that they will latch onto it and think that it's their own idea. You know, you analyze something similar and you talk about like the process of what you're doing while you're doing it. And then you ask them a question about something somewhat related and then you keep going. And then eventually they hit something that just, oh, I've been being lied to. Your drug addiction analogy was very accurate. They won't change unless they want to change. Exactly, because it is. It does function like an addiction. It brings them joy to see suffering. It is incentivized in their brain to produce more suffering because they enjoy the suffering.
Their feelings are legitimate because they're their feelings, and that is literally how they feel. But it can be based in fantasy and non-fact. It can be based in far-right myths, and we should never be indulging any of those. They are illegitimate claims because they're based on falsehood. Further, we should...
This is why you don't argue with the right. You should never debate the right. You should not engage with their points as if they're reality, just contempt. Like, whatever you say, like, move on. I don't care. I don't care. Like, that's how you engage with them. They're not worth your time. They're not worth the brain cells you will lose talking to them.
Not be scared to use extreme shaming to make people stop being out there and showing themselves openly as far right.
Make fascists afraid again.
One of the main goals of the post-World War II period was making it very socially unacceptable to be a public Nazi. And every day across the entire internet, we're seeing the major problem when that loses its stigma. Finally, as an election strategy and a political strategy for converting people to your ideology, trying to convert already converted people is the hardest thing you can possibly do. Do what the far right has been doing. Find people who are undecided, who do not
go and rally, like go and message to the center. I said this last year. 84 million Americans did not vote. That is more than half of the country. Also, it's going to be really hard to Nazi-proof your democracy without some genuine critique of hierarchy. Well, I mean, to be fair, I don't believe in capitalism or hierarchy. If I was in charge, it would all be community power, and there would be no state. So, oh my god, hypotheticals on the right are insane. I do exactly what you said and don't engage. It's when a kid makes up rules to a game continuously until they win. Literally, yes, pre-breakfast minute. They will just change the rules every time until they win. They can't cope with losing. I mean, to be fair, they are losers. So, you know, but it's your responsibility to resist this shit.
Number 3 is you need to have an objective. What are you seeking to achieve? Your mere presence is important at things like a protest or a school board meeting or a town council meeting. But before you go anywhere to do anything, make sure that you know what you want to do, what you want to achieve, and how you're going to do it. Task Force Butler Institute has 2 instruction manuals.
I said I would send you guys this link. You guys can have the link there. I'm sure you'll find their link in their video description. Beyond that, I'll watch a couple things first. DC residents are growing more fed up. It's getting much better.
The same dude.
Funcore, what are you, Trump? I will be a dictator for 1 day. For that? Just 1 day. Can I get your name or badge? Can I get your name or badge?
Get the fuck out of our city.
Oh, I would too. I'd fucking Stalin these people. I do like that they're being followed, recorded, harassed. What are you talking about, Jarko? Like, the incentive there is it needs to be taken care of, and so someone takes care of it because it needs to be taken care of. The person who doesn't want to do it the least does it. Also, like, outside of capitalism, we could have AI. AI's issue is just capitalism. That's why it's bad. Under, like, a proper libertarian socialist system, you could have AI and it not be bad. Unfortunately, it may be very real likelihood that MAGA won't wake up until... MAGA's never waking up, Prophet Mo. They're zombies. The people who are already there, they have contracted the zombie virus. There is no way to save them. They've turned, you know? I hope this ends the Republican Party. I hope this ends the country. I don't want the old America back. That's the thing. I don't want the old country back, because that's what led us here. I want America to be over and us to start over. We can still call it the same thing, but we need to build this from the ground up. I want a living constitution, for one. We'll just end up right back here. The idea of we need to go back to where we were is... It's a defensive way of, like, running away from the response. We accelerationists now collapse America? No, we're not accelerationists. The accelerationists are in charge. We are just smart enough to know where that leads and are planning to do something about it. Checks and balances didn't work. The president has too much power. The Supreme Court didn't work. Yes, it turns out, you know, institutions only work if you follow the rules. If you just ignore them, then no one stops you. So we need to make that different. Make fascists afraid again. True. See, look, they're calling this a music concert. This will be against the rules now. You've entirely misunderstood what that is then, Jarko. It's not tribes. I don't know where the fuck you're getting that from. It's people do whatever they want to do. You do whatever job you want to do. Also, where are you getting efficiency from? Again, like, you're just making up things that don't exist here. None of these things are related. There's no tribes. I'm talking about decentralized city-states run by the people living in these city-states with an overarching superstructure of a bureaucracy that is elected but has no power in of itself, with its job specifically to be pass along information, to organize, to do some filing and stuff like that. The government should not be efficient. The government should be slow. Exactly, Etch. The new constitution must have a bill of economic rights. I want a bill of digital rights too. I still think this is the only way that we'll ever be able to prevent the full, you know, surveillance capitalism takeover, is if we manage as a society to create a digital bill of rights that we agree on and then lobby that to governments to pass before, like, March of next year. City-states isn't the right word for what I'm saying. It's just, off the top of my head, I couldn't really come up with a better one. But, like, regions, counties, you know, like, it's not necessarily devolution, but it is, the state isn't the smallest entity. It's a state under... Oh my goodness, welcome, Raiders! Hello. Shout out to Kid Not In. Good to see you. I hope you had a lovely stream. How's it going? I nearly had an orgasm when you said living constitution. My doctoral thesis outline exactly how you implement such a thing. It's important. And again, digital bill of rights. Okay, everyone that just came in, hello, Raiders. We are right now talking about, you know, what to do next. How do we go from here? You know, they've invaded the country. There's camps everywhere. We're talking about what comes after and building some systems. And there was a question about, like, what I believe, which is libertarian socialism. And coming from that, I forgot how important this was a digital bill of rights. I think right now is our, like, last possible fucking chance. If we can get people from around the world, and I mean a lot of people, like, I don't know how this could possibly work, but it's kind of our only shot, to agree on a digital bill of rights that we could then lobby governments to pass demanding our privacy from like these third parties and these corpos and these demons trying to farm you like you're a farm animal for, you know, your data. It might be the only thing we have left. I don't know how else we can get out of that. And to be clear, like where we are right now, the Chicago mayor is talking about civil war.
Good morning, Mayor.
Platforms ought to pay us for our data? Absolutely. Redundancy is a feature, not something to reduce in government. Redundancy is good. You want redundancy. Also, welcome, TJ Ward.
Good morning. Please tell me you're going to change the subject. Okay.
Well, I was going to, but maybe I don't want to anymore.
You're good. Go for it. Whatever.
Sarah, what was that monologue about? Could we discuss what was happening yesterday? The president has powers to take over the Metro Police Force in D.C. Does not have that power here, but could, under the Insurrection Act, send in the National Guard into the.
And they're still working towards that. I don't know. Today, Trump was talking about, oh, wait, if we're at war, then I don't have to hold an election. Not that that's real. It's not. It just applies to Ukraine because it's in their constitution, and he's a dipshit. But guy clearly has some ideas. We just sent 4,000 troops and like 6 ships and a like nuclear-powered attack submarine to go fuck with Venezuela. If we start a war with Venezuela, then he'll say, oh, Tren de la Agua is actually a foreign military, and I'm calling the Insurrection Act, and like that's what will happen. What leads to our inefficiencies is forcing the working class to produce value for a parasitic ruling class which produces nothing for society. True.
City of Chicago. The president was, he called you an incompetent man yesterday. He said the same thing about the governor. Talk about your feelings on what the president had to say about crime rates in D.C., in Chicago, how that doesn't necessarily jive with the numbers that we're getting from the police force.
I'm not. What you seem to be implying is the fascistic takeover would lead to something better after its inevitable fall. That's a damn risky gamble. No, I don't think that that's the case. I'm talking about fighting them, even though they've essentially consolidated power. They are still weak, cowardly, spineless morons. And I think if we could organize well enough, you could easily beat them. They've occupied D.C. right now, right? We looked at the map earlier. If you, instead of having 100,000 people protest in one group, had 100,000 people break off into 8 to 12 people and then start patrolling like 3-block sections per group, each having like walkie-talkie communications, doesn't matter if like they can listen in, it's not meant to be like secure comms, you can occupy that city and make much bigger difference. You could, if you have the necessary prerequisites, go join ICE. You can take their money, which is your money, and then you could sabotage their operations, you could leak intel, you could just be really bad at your job. Like, there's a lot of things you could do. So, I'm not talking about waiting until after they collapse. I'm talking about making them collapse.
Forces from both cities. And your thoughts on the president using the Insurrection Act as a catalyst to bring in the National Guard into the streets of Chicago?
Well, it's clear that
No, I'm not sure you can pre-breakfast banana. And also, I'm not sure the Supreme Court would side with you anyway. I think they're about to get rid of gay marriage.
The United States of America is very much interested in insurrections. He led one. And
true.
I remember a time in which we had presidents who declared war on poverty. This president has declared war on poor people. And he's doing it by way of taking away, Medicaid.
He's absolutely right and incredibly based. This is a war against poor people. And it's not just taking Medicaid, it's taking everything. They're putting homeless people into camps, likely death camps.
Taking away SNAP, literally taking away food. He has gone after the Department of Public Education, defunding critical resources to our cities.
They had a homeless man in a wheelchair with one leg, most likely a veteran, handcuffed behind his chair with a bag over his head. That's how they treat these people. Like, you're a terrorist. Just for being poor. Just for being homeless. And again, homelessness is not like an issue that we can't solve. We could. In America, it would take 10 seconds and we could solve all the homelessness. We have more empty houses in this country than we do poor people who are homeless. And then if you give all of those homeless people those free houses, it will make the government money. I feel like this guy actually cares about people. Yeah, this is why I say local elections matter a fucking lot more than federal ones. This is what I want you to do. When I say run for office from the bottom up, I mean like this. I mean your school board. I mean your local council. I mean your, like, state legislature, your city's mayor. These are important positions. They treat you like you're a terrorist while they themselves bag. They are the terrorists. They are the ISIS government. Guys, tell me how, in any way, MAGA is different from ISIS, aside from them being Christian instead of Muslim. Give me one difference, please. Like an ideological one. One. They don't want women to vote. They don't want women in positions of power. They want women. That's not an ideological one. That is a physical one. They don't want women to speak. They don't want. Again, that's a physical one, not an ideological one. I knew you guys were gonna go with white, but like, think real hard. Ideology. What does what does the MAGA believe in? Like, what do they want that ISIS doesn't? ISIS believes in more humane killing of animals for meat, maybe, than MAGA slaughters houses. I mean, that's kind of true. Homelessness in America can't be solved overnight, but sooner... No, it literally can be solved overnight. Actually, it can. They want the church to govern. Well, I mean, the other side wants, the holy ruler to... Aside from, like, strictly religious terms, yeah. It's hard, isn't it, though? That's the point. Like, I'm sure you can find differences. I'm sure. But it's not exactly easy. Hold on, I want to show you something. Hold on. This is, this, to me, I think really encapsulates the entirety of this discourse, of the back and forth between the left and the right. I just need a second to find it.
Prices keep going up, and it's just been so hard to make ends meet. And
not that one. Close, though. Same dude.
I think billionaires shouldn't exist. I think healthcare should be free. I think we should have a universal basic income. I don't think there should be anybody homeless. I think blacks, no gays, no Jews, no Muslims, no immigrants, no women who speak.
Literally ISIS. Every difference is just the religious. They're identical otherwise. Yeah. Like, ICE is a terrorist organization. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Free the hostages. ICE is a terrorist organization. Remember June 7th, 2025. It like Long Live Homo Sapien. This is like playing the Nazi versus Zionist game, which I recently showed to a few new people, and they were like, "What the fuck?" MAGA versus the Taliban. I want this test, but MAGA versus the Taliban. I really do. By the way, if you've never seen this before, you should check that out. Religious extremists run amok. Hell, actually, I was saying, when we were having that issue with Iran, I was saying that a country full of religious extremists and zealots, should not have, run by religious extremists and zealots, should not have access to nuclear weapons. And I was not talking about Iran. I'm actually still trying to think of a difference. Good luck, you might be there for a while. But back to the mayor.
And he is literally, he has gone after the Department of Public Education, defunding critical resources to our cities. And he is literally plundering our cities as we speak. And
he's robbing you.
I am quite disturbed, quite frankly, by the unhealthy style of governance
He's trying so hard right now to not get in trouble.
where he has shredded our Constitution. And, you know, if the president was sincere, he would not be declaring war on poor people and going after homeless people. That's a much different posture than what we're taking in the city of Chicago.
I want you guys to remember that America had a revolution because they did not want to pay tariffs on fucking tea. Tea! There's literally no difference short of beard length, clothing, and skin color.
Right? I mean, we've expanded our shelter beds by 126%, put $40 million into our shelter system to improve them. We're on pace to build 10,000, affordable units by the time my first term ends. And we're making critical investments to drive violence down on the city of Chicago. Homicides are down 30%, shootings and shooting victims down almost 40%.
Hey, look, it's also like DC, which is 30%, actually the lowest crime rate in 30 years and down like 20-something% since last year.
So it's evident that the work is working. And so, as disturbing as it is, we can't not lose sight on what we are facing. And President Trump shifting the highest concentration of wealth into the hands of the ultra-rich. It's why here in Chicago, we're moving to challenge the ultra-rich to pay their fair share in taxes, right? You have a tax burden of working people in the city of Chicago, about 19 and a half, almost 20%, where for the rich, it's about 11.5%. For the ultra-rich, they almost pay no taxes, right?
They never fucking pay taxes.
My focus is going to always be.
I want you to remember how bad the rich fuck you. Remember when people were protesting Tesla? They were burning the Teslas and all of that, hypothetically, allegedly. You remember what happened? Tesla's stock was going down. People were like, oh, Elon's gonna get hurt. You know what he did? He just sold Tesla to XAI, a shell corporation he owns, took an $11 billion loss on it, and then put that into capital gains. ISIS might actually understand the boxer Iman Khalif is a woman. That's actually a difference, yeah. Good job, Latin Americano. I think that might be the only real difference of ideology between ISIS and MAGA. Is ISIS would be like, no, that's a woman. Cover her up. And MAGA would not. That's the most obscure possible difference, and it's the only one I can't think of any others. Good job on that one. Well done.
To protect people of this city and to build the safest, most affordable big city in America. And though we take these threats seriously, we will not bow down or succumb to his tyrant rage.
Have you had conversations with public safety, with the superintendent, on the possibility of that happening?
Well, he doesn't have the legal authority to do it, right? So let me just be very clear. He does not have the legal authority to do it.
Right, I'm not talking about the police force. I'm talking about the Insurrection Act and National Guard.
I'm saying he does not have, I know what you're talking about. He does not have the legal authority to do it. In fact, troops do not have policing power.
They also are not trained to do that.
They're not even trained to do that.
Thank you.
So understand what this president is provoking. He is provoking on sending federal troops, the National Guard, into cities to plunder them, though those entities do not have policing power. So they can't even do the very thing that he claims that he wants them to do. You talk about incompetence.
That's why they just stand around on their phone most of the time. They literally can't do it because they don't know how and they don't have the power to.
7th grade. In Chicago, 7th graders have to pass the Constitution. I taught it. This president could use a 7th grade class right now.
Love this man. Oh my goodness. Strong, clear, concise. What an answer. I know. I've taught the Constitution when I taught 7th grade, and the president needs to go back to 7th grade. The president needs to go back to 1st grade. The man has a 40-word vocabulary. Cybertrucks are a really expensive way to announce that you're an asshole to the world. True! And also, that you're very stupid. Okay, I thought over ISIS versus Christian national thing a bit. ISIS is in favor of cultural erasure. Christian nationals enforce cultural subordination. ISIS anti-modernity, rejection of civilization entirely. Well, I would argue that Christian nationalists also do that. And I would argue that they are also in favor of cultural erasure because they don't like the current culture. Yeah, the man is functionally illiterate. Most Americans are functionally illiterate. More than half cannot read above a 6th grade level and comprehend what they're reading. Like, they can read the words, but, I don't know, if I pick up Fire and Blood, and I open to, I don't know, any random page, and I ask them to read this page and conceptualize what it says in there, they can't do it. 60% of Americans cannot do that. And that's wild to me. American ISIS leaders are, yeah, absolutely.
To understand the basics of the Constitution. And so it's incumbent upon all of us as we literally watch this man shred the Constitution in front of us.
You know you have the Second Amendment specifically to protect yourself from a tyrannical king? Specifically, you know, like if the government ever comes after you. In fact, you even have another amendment saying you're not, like, government's not allowed to send troops into your house and have them stay there. They can't, you know, use your house as a staging ground. You have rights here that they are erasing, but you were given those rights specifically for this context.
Taking not only a tyrannical approach, an authoritarianism approach towards governance, is doing it with no resistance from his own party. And I'm grateful that there are Democrats around the country and even reasonable Republicans who recognize that he is a threat to our democracy. You all have heard me speak of this before. I've said this for the last couple of years. The extreme right in this country wants a rematch of the Civil War. His own.
That's a big deal to hear from a politician today.
Wants a rematch of the Civil War. His own mentor, President Andrew Jackson, is how he is modeling his behavior. The Trail of Tears, right? Snatching people off of their land.
Fantastic mayor, Chicago. You better keep voting this man in for the rest. This guy better end up being fucking Illinois' mayor after Pritzker. Genuinely, 10 out of 10 rhetoric. They do want a civil war. I've said this for over a year. There will be a civil war in the United States in our lifetime. It will be started by the right wing. In fact, like, fascism is a revolution from the right's perspective. You know that, right? Like, they just did an insurrection, they won, and they did a revolution, and then they won, and now they're implementing that. No wonder why they hate it when people of color start getting educated. Yeah, literally.
A war on poor people. He is one of the biggest threats to humanity that we've seen in an entire generation.
He is. He's a threat to all of humanity. This admin is not him. He's nothing. Trump's brain is soup. He's nothing. It's the people behind him. Miller, Vance, Teal, Hegseth, Caroline Levitt, fucking Witkoff, like all of the dipshits. Like, they are all a threat to humanity. Specifically, then we get to Musk, Altman, fucking Bezos, Gates, and then we got Ellison, and then Andreessen. Those are the real threats to humanity. Okay, I got 2 more things for you. Actually, 3. First off, this one's quick and funny. Trump says that DC is safe now, but he still sent more National Guard. Well, military, because they're not National Guard anymore. They've been federalized. Trump says DC is safe. And yet, more vehicles. I'm not even going to watch the video because I don't really care what CBS has to say. Never ever let Miller be in charge. Miller is the one running most of the government pre-breakfast banana. You're aware of that, right? Miller does most of the domestic policy. Well, AI does everything, but like Miller's the one that comes up with domestic policy. I need you guys to pay attention to this because I personally do believe that we have already started the Third World War. We have already started the Second Civil War. It's just the early parts of it, and we're all combatants.
Horror that comes with being forced to watch the annihilation of an entire people is another form of imperial violence meant to keep you silent and afraid, grimly consoled by the idea that at least it's not happening to you yet. But the 5th generation of warfare is upon us. Which
Let me start that one more time. Miller is the one who decided the Holocaust shit that we're doing? Yeah, exactly.
The psychic horror that comes with being forced to watch the annihilation of an entire people is another form of imperial violence meant to keep you silent and grimly consoled by the idea that at least it's not happening to you yet. But the 5th generation of warfare is upon us, which is a concept describing a new form of conflict that leverages technology and information manipulation to influence populations and achieve strategic goals, often without direct physical confrontation.
We've been in this war for a hot minute now.
Moves beyond traditional warfare by focusing on the human domain, targeting individuals' perceptions, behaviors, and loyalties. While the conflict is not hot for most of us, you are currently doing battle in the opening phases of the Third World War.
Look, real quick on this point
perceptions,
here.
Hey y'all, we have finally that a creation of warfare, form of conflict that leverages technology and information manipulation to influence populations and achieve strategic goals, often without direct physical confrontation. It moves beyond traditional warfare by focusing on the human domain, targeting
individuals' perceptions. Perception is how you view reality, and you get to decide that. Now, most of you don't think that you do. I promise you that you can decide your perception. You can decide how you want to see the world. You can decide how you want to engage with the world. This, what's happening to you is not something you can control. Bad things will happen to you, but you can control how you feel. You can control how you react, and you can control how you engage. And you have to get better at that. We have to learn to be comfortable in discomfort. But also, we need to learn to, they are attacking your perception. They are feeding you ideas and words subliminally that make you feel weaker, that will, make you want to censor yourself. Years ago, I decided not to spend time on Facebook because don't even spend time on social media. The fact that you come and watch me is probably the only thing that's worth doing. I choose to perceive the shadows on the walls as scary monsters. Okay, that's fine. But, you know what I mean? You get to decide how you feel. If you decide the shadows on the walls are scary monsters and it scares you, you did that. If you decide that there are, fucking floating butterflies and you're not afraid of bugs, then that will give you peace. You get to shape your reality. You can't shape what's real. You can shape how you view it. And so can they. We've been doing this since the 60s. This is old school warfare. Thank God some people in positions of power are waking up 15 years late, whatever. Holy crap, I don't think the Dems have enough awareness to officially combat it. Most of the Dems are complicit, Prophet Mo. There's quite a few that aren't, and they're all outspoken and you can tell very easily, but most of them are. No, certified garbage, you're not on my Obsidian. You have to send me the file and then I can add it back. I didn't link you to my vault or anything.
Perceptions, behaviors, and loyalties. While the conflict is not hot for most of us, you are currently doing battle in the opening phases of the Third World War. It is right now outwardly a war of nations, but it's up to us to make it a war of class. We need to shift it into one before the elites fulfill their fiduciary responsibility to their shareholders to imprison us all before the seas boil. If you want to totally chill...
Fucking true. Literally, that is the plan. Put us all in prison before the seas boil, and then we are a slave workforce for them. That's the goal. The goal is to create a society in which life is so difficult that earning enough money to pay your bills, to buy food, your medicine is so difficult that most people will resort to crime, then get arrested, and then enslaved. That's the plan.
Seas boil. If you want a totally chill, free-form survival guide on how to do your part in this existential information war, check out the new Colonial Outcasts episode. Link in the description.
Yeah, I agree. Civil responsibility is more important than fiduciary responsibility. In fact, fiduciary responsibility is what creates the system in which no one can do better because everything has to make money. It's the only way. A chunk of the Dems are actually evil, another chunk are just so productive pill that they're like immobilized, playing by the rules against people who don't play by the rules, and then the last chunk are actually fighting. That is the best description I've seen yet of the Democrats, long live Homo sapien. 100%. On note of the cultural erasure bit, Christian nationalists are generally tend to be assimilationist in their mindset, and ISIS specifically for cultural biological erasure as they submit strictly to Salafism. Christian nationalists, like, I think they only are leaning towards assimilation now because they need it, but I don't think that they would be otherwise. I suppose it depends a little bit because they're a bit more incoherent. I mean, granted, both ISIS is crazy as well, and so are the Christian nationalists. They're insane, but you can just send it to me on Discord, like I sent you the other one. Certified garbage. I mean, they were in the Crusades even. Well, I mean, like, Hexed literally has Crusades tattoos. The man has infidel tattooed on his arm. They want minimal education, financially stressed, and politically disenfranchised population. Yes, because that leads to more people committing crime, which means more people that go to prison, that means more people that they can enslave because slavery is legal in prison. Not to say that they're gonna not make slavery legal anyway, because they clearly want to. I mean, you guys have seen the what they're gonna be showing the kids, right? The PragerU video. I'll show it one more time. This is the kind of shit they're gonna be showing children.
It was insane.
Will you tell us about your journey?
Allow me to give you a little biographical information so it all makes sense.
Okay.
I was fine. Marco Polo is the greatest explorer.
World was flat?
No, that's a myth. Since the time of the ancient Amba, I suspected something was a little off, but my calculations suggested I had reached India.
Leo? Sorry. It's real paradise, and you brought slavery and murder to people.
Cool, okay, cool. This is what they want to teach children.
I could tell right away that they were highly intelligent. They even were able to quickly mimic everything we said to them. I ordered my men to treat them well.
I'm sorry, Mr. Columbus, but I heard at school that you spoiled paradise and you brought slavery and murder to peaceful people. Leo? Sorry. It's what I read and heard at school.
Caramba! Those are some accusations. The place I discovered was beautiful, but it wasn't exactly a paradise of civilization, and the native people were far from peaceful.
But you just said the
Does that answer your question, Captain Buggy?
Taino were peaceful.
They pretty much are. But there are other tribes who aren't. The Taino I had met had cuts and scars and bruises all over them. I asked why, and they told me about the Caribs, who are vicious, warring cannibals.
Cannibals?
Like There's a really important point I want to make here.
Whoa!
Right? Hey, all the things that are bad in the world I come from, jealousy,
it's Nazi propaganda,
lying.
but there's even more to it, because they're teaching kids that it's better to be a slave than to die. That's the message that this gives off. Listen to it.
Murder, war, it all exists in the land I just found too. But in Europe we draw the line at things like eating people and human sacrifice. Some of the native folks from where I just left do those things regularly. So, these people in your time who think it was a peaceful paradise are misinformed. Or lying.
Yeah, but what about slavery? You didn't deny that.
Deny?
Slavery?
No. Slavery is as old as time and has taken place in every corner of the world, even amongst the people I just left. Being taken as a slave is better than being killed, no? I don't see the problem.
Well, in
Long like Homo sapien, I unironically think we need to bring witch trials back.
our time, we view slavery as being evil and terrible.
Ah, magnifico! That's wonderful! I am glad humanity has reached such a time. But you said you're from 500 years in the future? How?
No, the subject details are not too adult for this age. I don't believe in that at all. Children can understand and conceptualize far more than you think they can. I don't care if a 5-year-old is watching this. I mean, I do, because I don't want them to watch this. But like subject matter, if this was correct information, I wouldn't mind a 5-year-old watching it. In fact, I think we need to be more graphic to what we teach children. I think part of the reason we got here, Crocklocks, is because we didn't do, like, when we taught about the Holocaust, oh, but the kids are too young, these images are too graphic, these descriptions are too graphic, we will traumatize them. You should traumatize them. That needs to happen. Like, when we teach people about Gaza and the Holocaust, I want, like, the 10-year-old to see the dead children with the bullet through their brain that I have to see on Twitter every day. That sticks in their head. It makes a difference. Now we have adult children running the country. Your Honor, I have 3 pieces of evidence that this person here is a zombie. I suggest that we do the ultimate test. Make him hold his transgender woman's hand. If he screams and cries, he is a zombie and should be treated accordingly. No, personally, I think that, you know, if God really loves all these people, he won't let them drown. So we should just, like, I don't know, take a crane and then we put them out, like, kind of deep off a pier, and then we just slowly lower them into the water, and then we drop them right when their feet are touching it. And if they float, then they're holy and Jesus loves them. And if they sink, then they're a witch, you know? Like, I feel like that would be pretty succinct.
Can you come here to the 15th century and judge me by your standards
Yeah, exactly. If they sink, they just didn't believe in God hard enough.
from the 21st century? For those in the future to look back and do this is, well, estúpido.
Are you calling me dumb?
Certainly not. I can tell you're a very smart young lady, but the idea of throwing away the past because of your present values is... Listen, I love and am thankful for the ancient Greeks, but they did lots of things.
Oh, of course, but Buncor, I mean, like, when it's relevant. You don't need to immediately start teaching this to, like, a kid at any age. You can. I agree, yeah. Like, there's no limit of, like, oh, this is too mature content. It's just when it's relevant. That's the power of Jesus.
Things that here in 1493 I do not agree with. They permitted lifestyles and worshiped gods that, as a Christian, I think is very bad. But that doesn't mean I shouldn't respect and honor all the incredible and amazing things they did.
So, good and bad is based on the time you live in?
That is a great question. I told you I knew you were smart. Some things are clearly bad, no matter when they...
Literally, like, in this, though, I'm not going to keep watching it because it's hurting my brain. He says, it is better to live as a slave than to die. And that is a message that kids are hearing, and I hate that. I agree with you on the trauma. I guess I meant the presented argument is to adult, not the facts and history to adult. Well, the presented argument isn't to adult, it's just wrong. You know what I mean, Crocklocks? Like, if the presented argument was factual, it wouldn't be wrong. When we make over, like someone in chat said, Christopher Columbus literally cut the hands off of children who didn't bring him gold. I think that could be in that video. I think that subject matter is perfectly fine for that age range. It's just, it has to be correct. The framing. Remember to be moral relativists? When we take over our replacing all images of white male Jesus with the actual... yeah, literally, like, I want a Palestinian Jesus when we take over. I mean, to be fair, I don't really... I want to do Kemalism, all right? I want, like, you can have your religion, but you need to keep it in the bedroom or in the church, private where it belongs. I don't want you whipping out your religion in public and showing it to children. It's improper, you know? It's harmful to society. Keep that to yourself. Freaks, you know. That's how I would go about it. Some things are clearly bad. Not slavery, though. Well, I mean, like, they really love slavery, so, you know, we should just treat religion like mythology and make people feel dumb for believing it. I mean, yeah. Personally, like, someone starts talking to me about Jesus, they're, in my mind, they're already they might as well be talking about fucking Thor, alright? It doesn't matter. Alright, last up before I finish, I want to talk about this again. I touched on this earlier in the stream. If there's any Australians in the chat, please let me know. So on the 31st of August, there will be large-scale Nazi rallies across Australia in major cities. I am going to go try and record one, or ideally live stream it. If you know anybody in Australia, let me know. And, like, it's safer in numbers, you know, strength in numbers. This is Purple Fingers running a Victorian socialist. Fantastic. This guy has a Twitter account where he got famous because he would go around and find empty houses, and he would post that this house is empty and you can go squat in it. And then people get mad at him because he was like, oh, well, like, you're helping people break into illegal property. And he's like, no, I'm just saying, like, you know, this house is empty. And then squatters come in. It's fine. So he's like a base dude. We need quite a lot of help down here because organizing on the left in America seems to be easier than in Australia because no one in Australia gives a shit.
Bit of an exciting announcement. On Saturday, the 30th of August at 4 p.m. at the Uniting Church on 251 High Street in Northcote, Victorian Socialists is officially launching the Socialist Workers' Caucus. In October 2024, VS members got together to create a...
This is the wrong video, but, you know, if you live in Victoria, good for you. I don't. Whatever. That's fine. Either way, given the history of colonialism, it's not hard to conclude. Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? They don't want you to know the history of colonialism so that you can't conclude. They want to turn America into this.
What you're seeing now is the latest nuclear
Licensed
missile test conducted
government.
just hours ago by Lakewood Church. The Houston-based megachurch confirming this morning they had successfully launched a long-range warhead that passed over Washington, D.C. before splashing down into the Atlantic Ocean. While Lakewood Supreme Pastor Joel Osteen has fired ballistic missiles off the Gulf Coast
Supreme
before,
Pastor,
today
my
marks
God.
the...
This is what they want to do to America. That's that right there. Mind you, by the way, 34 church leaders and Christian school employees who were arrested, pled guilty, and or were sentenced to prison for child sex crimes in the month of July. That's it. Just July. These are the people. These. You know what, actually, I have a minute left. I have a little bit more energy, so I want to yell about one more thing. Yes, one more time, because I showed this at the beginning, and we got more people here, and I need you to understand how much I fucking hate AI, and I think that this should be the argument from now on, because people have gone far too antisocial with this shit. I think we need to start hitting
I'm here today with Kyle Richards, who claims to be in... I'm here today with Kyle Richards, who claims to be in love with ChatGPT. Is that correct? Yeah, I don't see the difference between AI and people. So why don't we treat them exactly the same? Right. Kyle, are you aware that ChatGPT came out in 2022? Yeah, of course.
You know, people believe that ChatGPT is God, right?
So you're in love with a 3-year-old? No. Sure you are. No, it's different. It's different? Different, yes, because she's not a person. No, she is like a person. Like an underage person. No, it's not the same. She's smarter than a 3-year-old. Oh, you're saying she's mature for her age. No. So you admit, then, that being in love with AI isn't the same as being in love with a human being? Hey, no, what we have is real. And I'm sure you won't mind me reading a transcript of your last few prompts. Oh, God. Yesterday you asked, do you think 5'5" is a sexy height? I think I said 5'6", right? Will my voice get deeper in my 20s? I don't recall that. Tell me my balls are a normal size. Is that an appropriate thing to say to a child? It's not a child! You know what? Okay, if I could just show you how it works. This guy's messaging a minor! Not a minor! Okay? It's ChatGPT. Why don't you have a chat with me? Is that Chris Hansen? It is.
I like this angle too. I think it's actually more likely to work than most. It just occurred to me that ISIS doesn't deny the climate crisis. Oh my goodness, that's actually fucking hilarious. Are we worse than ISIS? Oh my god. I must say I'm actually surprised that that they were sentenced, none of that, but they have a promising future, BS. I mean, that's good. 80% believe in God, would never succeed. Well, the thing is, I think it would, because the rate of religion has been dropping globally. Atheism is the fastest growing religion in the world and in every country, including America. In terms of totality of human suffering, probably. I mean, yeah, but... Alright, let's see who we can raid. Oh, by the way, guys, if you haven't dropped a like on the stream, please do so. You can join the Discord, or you can donate to me through this link so that Twitch or YouTube do not steal half the money. I know atheism is not a religion. You know what I meant, though. I got it. ChatGPT is showing how easy it is to program humans. It's incredibly easy to program humans to the point where that's actually a business. Have a great night, guys. All right, we're going to, well, I mean, YouTube people, I can't raid yet because I don't have 1,000 subs on there. If you can help me out with that, you know, get me 1,000, that'd be sick. But Twitch, we are going to jump into... Got a lot of people on right now. Let's go into, non-fun. Ooh, I like this one. Lab-grown meat debate. Let's go. All right, guys, I will see you all tomorrow. Have a lovely night.
Like I said, I think you can't, like, I don't have to go. Thanks, Visora, for the raid. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Oh, this is gonna go poorly, people. Oh, this is gonna go poorly. Oh, no. Anyway, back to why I fucking hate union. No, okay, so, like I said, I think there is certainly evidence that a lot of the sort of regulatory benefits that people perceive that unions, granted, or at the very least enabled by economic growth, right? Like, it would not have been possible for unions to lobby for the 8-hour workday if it wasn't for, like, the